Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is House File 4293. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 4293, number 1 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to state government, the second engrossment.
The member from Hennepin, the author of the bill, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, 4293 is the combination of the State Government Finance and Elections Bill. There's a pension provision from Mary Murphy. There's a Veterans Bill from Representative Eklund, and there's the Transportation Bill from Representative Hornstein. And Madam Chair and members, this bill funds, it's basically two big portions of this bill. One is the biggest portion, it was a $77 million above base appropriation. $50 million of that is IT security, IT updates, and the rest of that is basically broken down into some pieces to add extra money to for our staff. We always talk about our wonderful staff, and add money for them to help to keep those people. That's part of the AG's request. That's part of the Secretary of State's request. That's part of the legislative request. But in the bill, like I said, the majority of what we have in the bill has to do with that. There's $14 million in the bill for the revisor's office. I mean, we've almost 5,000 bills that we've generated in this last 2 years. This is to help upgrade their system for doing those bills, for doing their computer system for that. So that's the big part of the portion for the legislature. We have IT money for or cybersecurity updates, and I'm just trying to find my sheet of paper, my notes here, that dealing with that also. But there's election stuff in here. There's a gift for the Secretary of State's office. There's election money to match the HAVA funds that were just recently released from the federal government, sent to us. It's our matching for those so that we can secure our elections and have safe, secure elections going forward in the future. And with that, Madam Chair, I think that's about the brief thumbnail of the bill. I'd also like to thank our staff. Again, part of this bill is to help hang on to our good staff and make sure that we can recruit new people. We've had, like a lot of business, we've had issues with that this last year. But I'd like to start with our nonpartisan staff, thanking Helen Roberts, Matt Gehring for their wonderful work and their help. My CA on the State Government Finance was Amanda Rudolph. Benji Brinks, the legislative assistant for the committee. The researcher from the Republican side is Lori Cousineau, and our DFL researcher, John Beeler. So with that, members, I will hand this off. We've got transportation. I'll hand it off to Representative Chair Hornstein to talk about the transportation parts of the bill.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Thank you, Chair Nelson. I want to start off also by thanking a few others who are so integral to the functioning of our Transportation Committee. Another great year and successful year. Great nonpartisan researchers and fiscal staff. Andy Lee from House Fiscal. Matt Burris is our committee researcher. On the DFL side, we have an excellent researcher, Jennifer Nelson. I want to thank her. Joe Marble, right here on the floor. Joe, thank you. And for the GOP research, Dan Dodge is the committee legislative assistant and doing a great job, as is John Howe, our committee administrator. So members, we are at a very historical moment in and Representative Petersburg, thank you. And Aaron Cagle, our vice chair, thank you. So we are at a very historical moment in the history of our country as it relates to infrastructure investments. We had the strong bipartisan infrastructure bill passed by Congress, signed by the President late last year. The biggest federal support we have since the New Deal passed into law. It is incumbent on us as a Minnesota legislature to be able to access that federal largesse. And so one of the most important things we do, perhaps the single most important thing we do in this bill, is to provide matching money so that we can access federal support for roads, bridges, transit systems, electric vehicle infrastructure, safety initiatives. It's all there in the strong bipartisan federal infrastructure bill known as the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Secondly, members, we have a strong position for safety, traffic safety, pedestrian safety. We may have a pandemic, COVID pandemic, but in this state we have an epidemic of traffic deaths and injuries over the last year. We need to respond to this epidemic, and we do that in this bill. There are strong provisions for safety. And then finally, as we do with any transportation bill, it is absolutely critical that all modes of transportation and all parts of the state are covered and taken care of. We do that very successfully in this bill. So members, I will ask for your support. We'll get into this in more detail later. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield back to Chair Nelson.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, and the next portion of the bill will be the vets portion of the bill, and I'd like to let Chair Eklund describe his portion of the bill.
The member from Koochiching, Representative Eklund.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first off, I want to start off by thanking staff. Our nonpartisan staff, Helen Roberts and Jeff Diebel, were tremendous throughout this whole process. I want to thank my committee administrator, Nick Stumo-Longer. He's filled in admirably for the previous committee administrator. My CLA, Kevin Petrie, just met him shortly before session started. He's done a super job keeping me on the straight and narrow. Our DFL researcher, Dave Sullivan, nobody writes a better brief than Mr. Sullivan. And I'm assuming we can probably say the same for the GOP researcher, John Hultquist, for the other side. And then I'd like to thank the GOP lead, Representative Bob Detmer, helping me along the way, making sure that we keep some of these things that are important to our veterans and the veteran community. Madam Speaker, members, House File 4293, Article 5 is the result of session's work on veterans and military affairs issues. I'm proud of this bill. There's several things that we do. Number one is we commit $10 million to make Minnesota functionally zero on veterans homelessness. That's been a goal of mine since the Speaker appointed me as chair of the Veterans Committee. The second things it does is moves us to better deal with veteran suicide. In committee, I talked about 3 suicides in the last 6 months in my district alone. It's 7 veteran suicides in the last 7 months. When you're averaging 1 a month in one district, we know we got a serious issue in the state of Minnesota, and this bill will help address that. Other provisions include bonus pay for post 9/11 veterans. The state of Minnesota has always provided bonus pay for their veterans that have served in foreign conflicts. So this is a good provision. And we're also providing re-enlistment bonuses for our guards. Our National Guard has done yeoman's work during this pandemic, whether it's providing shot clinics or filling in at nursing homes or veterans homes, or, as Representative Lewick talked yesterday, we're sending Guard to the flood zones in northwest Minnesota. They take care of the state of Minnesota, and we need to provide these veterans bonuses to them so that we can keep our Guard functioning positively. We invest nearly $1 million in a Meals on Wheels program for veterans. And when I talked to the commissioner about this, he told us that This is going to be one more point of contact for our at-risk veterans in our communities that may be suffering from any one of the conditions, PTSD or other things that have happened because of their service. It increases county veteran services officer grants, provides operating expenses for the new Redwood Falls State Veteran Cemetery, and provides funds for something that we might be questioned about, but it's for the W.A. Fisher House in Fargo, the Veterans Clinic in Fargo. But a lot of Minnesotans will use this facility when they come over to receive their veterans care at the VA clinic in Fargo. And it provides a grant for the Minnesota Navy League for the commissioning of the new Minneapolis-St. Paul. It'll be coming up, I think, on May 21st. And finally, this is a trend coming from the Army. It's an implementation of holistic health and fitness program for the Minnesota National Guard to align with Army's best practices on making sure that our troops are ready to go for whatever kind of event or conflict that we need to call them up to do. So in a nutshell, Madam Speaker, that's the basis of the bill, and we'll be ready for questions later on.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And then the last portion of the bill is Chair Murphy has a pension portion in the bill, and I'll let Representative Murphy describe that.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Representative Nelson, and members of the House of Representatives. This is the most vital piece of information, or vital piece of legislation that I've ever brought to the House floor. It affects all retired public employees today and tomorrow and next year. For generations, public employees, whether they work for the township or the city or the county or some part of an agency that gets funding from the state of Minnesota, and the state employees, from the first day that they sign a commitment that they are working for this governmental entity, they become members of a plan for retirement. And with their very first check, they have paid into their portion of the retirement. And that gets put in the hands of the funding that goes then from them to us being the state legislature or the State Board of Investment, which we rely on so greatly because that's where so much of the funding, if we invest wisely, covers the employees. The employers put in a share too. Whatever state agency or county or city or township or other agency that fits in the classifications, they put in money too. But Minnesota ranks in the last 5 states for the amount of money that we invest in contributions from taxpayers in Minnesota to the employees who go on to retire. We do not have sufficiencies enough to avoid crises. And when we have a crisis, everyone shares in the solution for that crisis. The employee, the employer, and sometimes the state, and sometimes just the plans. We've had crises where the employees and the employers have worked out solutions with shared sacrifices, with very limited funds from the state of Minnesota, in addition to what they regularly are authorized in the budget that Representative Nelson is presenting today as the responsibility of the state government finance. I got serious, really serious about this when I found out that ordinary representatives, the usual representatives, the earnest representatives, didn't much mess around with retirements or insurance, retirement insurance, or knowing about how the money gets into people's retirement funds or plans. And I found out that there was a legislative commission on retirements with the LCMR, with the LCC. And there's this commission that has Republicans and Democrats on it. Equal numbers. We used to have 5, now we have 7. Because it's a big topic and people have to learn about it. And so it's a lot better to have 14 people learning together and working together, which we always have done as far as I can tell, since it was created. And the Legislative Commission on Pensions and Retirement have had excellent, stable staff. Nobody working there for a year or two and then off to someplace else. Dedicated state employees, House of Representatives, Senate employees, loyal, true, here every time you ask them to be here. And every single commission member that I've had the experience of working with, loyal and true. And every commission chair, dedicated, working the strongest. Whether they be Democrats or Republicans, it doesn't matter on the LCPR. It doesn't matter. Because most often, on every single issue, we reach consensus. And we talk about how we can change the bill to make it better. And the proposals on page 154, 150, 154, or whatever, the 3 pages that I have about pensions, I am willing to change. But something happened. Something happened between our last crisis bill, and Representative Albright reminded me of that the other day, working together on the Pension Commission with the 2018 fix, that there could be another crisis, another day. And we have not done a thing about putting any more money in. And when is the best time we can? During a crisis? No. During a state surplus time. that some of that we should be talking about our people in every single voting district in the state that is a retired public employee, and every single district has them. We have a map that shows where all the people that are members of the 9 plans that are covered by the LCPR, plan directors, every single plan has somebody living somewhere in the state. And those people deserve to be talked about as receiving part of the surplus as much as any other topic that's in this bill or any of the other bills that we're saying, look here, these people need help. And in this bill, I am proposing, not the LCPR because it hasn't gone before the LCPR this year. But I certainly have brought it to the attention of the LCPR at least twice each legislative session that I've been a member of the LCPR. That pension should be a line item in the state government bill, appropriations bill. Every 2 years, the chair of the state government finance committee should be saying, today's pension day, or this week is pension day, to talk about what changes take place and what needs to be done to secure and make better and increase the promise that is made to the worker on the first day when they sign their name, that yes, I want to work for this governmental entity. I want to work for this governmental entity and keep the promises that have been made and be rewarded for it. 50 years later, or 30 years later, or whenever they withdraw from the state service, or from the township service, or from the county service, or the city service, or the Port Authority service, or the airport service. Promises were made, and promises are kept, and we always keep our promises. The legislation that we pass about pensions, we always keep them. But maybe not as good as we could if we had some bonus money put into the funds as I'm suggesting we do. And not as much, maybe we don't keep our promises so well if we can't increase the cost of living adjustments that take place when there's inflation. And these 3 pages make suggestions and one-time amendments for now. But it would be a real bonus to the people that I'm talking about. Think about it, and let's make the future happen for all Minnesotans that have worked for a governmental entity or who heard the promise and have been paying their share for however long.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to correct a mistake I made when I was thanking people. That's always the trouble when you start thanking people. I forgot to thank our lead for the committee, Representative Nash, who has, even though a lot of times we disagree on everything, he's made the committee work and he's made the bill better. So with that, members and Madam Speaker, we can stand for amendments.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Becker Finn moves to amend House File number 4293, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A45.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Becker Finn, who will explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, this is my amendment. And I do think it does need a little explanation. So this amendment would allow cities to have a license for hotels that are within their city boundaries. And the reason for this is actually in Roseville. This is a priority for the city of Roseville, but it is also supported by other cities as well. But we have some instances where we have some hotel owners and we need additional tools to make sure that they're following the rules and following the law. Unfortunately, we've had a couple of incidents in our hotels within our city where sex trafficking has occurred within our hotels, and these kind of problem owners are difficult to deal with because there may not be a direct way to hold them accountable through the criminal system. But if we are able to create this extra tool for cities, they can use that license as a way to get compliance and make sure that all of the hotels within the boundaries of the city are doing what they should be doing and keeping folks safe. So that is the amendment, and would appreciate everyone's support. Thank you.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is a good amendment and has no cost, so I think we should accept the amendment and vote yes.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Any final words, Representative Becker Finn?
No, Madam Chair or Madam Speaker, just appreciate the support. Thank you, Chair Nelson.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Barr moves to amend House File number 4293, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A22-0445.
The author of the amendment, Representative Barr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This amendment was offered in committee, and bringing it back to the floor here. What it basically says is we get to our election process on election night. We bring everything back together, take the ballot box, the voting book, and everything to the county auditor or the county seat. And we sit down, we count ballots, and then the next day and a few days afterwards, we have a canvassing board. And during the canvassing board, part of that reconciliation process is to verify that the number of signatures in the voter book matches the number of ballots in the box. Pretty straightforward, nothing controversial about this. The number of signatures, the people who voted, has to match the number of ballots in the box. So for quite a few past elections, we have been certifying elections before we verify that the number of ballots and the number of signatures matches. This amendment simply clarifies that no election will be certified until the ballots actually match. Your signatures must match your ballot count. And that's just put this in the proper timeline, the proper form, so that we can have everybody can agree that we have an honest and fair election. Thank you.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members. I would oppose this amendment. If we do this and take this to its final endpoint, we may not get election results until the end of November. Election results that are put out that are given out now are always said they're tentative, but by doing this, we wouldn't be able to release those numbers, and we wouldn't know who won in the election until almost a month after the election. So I would encourage a no vote on this amendment.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Barr, for bringing this. We know that election integrity has been a very serious issue. It is one that Minnesotans expect and deserve to have in our elections, to have the confidence that their vote is counted and that others that should not be counted are not counted. So, Madam Speaker, because this is such an important issue, I would ask for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. I am not seeing 15 hands. All right, a roll call has been requested. I do not see 15 hands. There will not be a roll call. Representative Lucero. Any further discussion to the amendment? Representative Barr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a little disappointed that we don't want to actually let the public know where we stand on this particular issue. But to the chair of the committee, I did want to mention that last election cycle, on election night or immediately after when they started going through this, there was a discrepancy of 277,000 ballots. Discrepancy between the signature book and the ballot count was 277,000 statewide. Every county in the state had some discrepancy. So are we more interested in having immediate results than we are of having accurate results? That's what this amendment is all about. Do we want accuracy or do we want expediency? With that, I'd request an agreement, a vocal agreement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There being no further discussion to the amendment, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. No. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 4293, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A25.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before we proceed, I would request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I have worked on this issue for a lot of years. The Department of Administration will oftentimes ask for a certain percentage of a grant that is being issued to be peeled off the top and given to the administration of that grant. In committee for the last couple of years, we've heard varying numbers of percentages that they would like to have peeled off, anywhere between 5 and up to 10%. And this amendment would remove the language that allows it to go up to 10%, and here's why. So I did some research along with my staff to figure out just exactly what does a grant administrator make. They make, on the high end, maybe $83,000 a year to administer a grant. Let's say that each of the grants that they administer is a $500,000 grant, and we figure that they can do maybe 10 of them a year. So the goal of any time that you peel these things off should be cover your bases from a labor and expenditure perspective. But you can see that if you allow 10% of a $500,000 grant times 10, you're basically putting $500,000 out there that person is responsible for putting back into the fund to the administration. I think that the people of Minnesota have zero expectations that they should effectively be putting money back to the bottom line by administering grants. So it's a fairly straightforward amendment. It says that if you're going to do grant administration peel-offs, you should cover the amount that that person is accruing from employment and heat, light, power, the CAM area that they have to deal. So with that, Madam Speaker, I would encourage a green vote.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. In the bill, there's under this portion, there's two pieces of it. One is there's up to 5% they can hold back for grants that we as the legislature put out there and say this grant is going to go to XYZ, and so it's simple to administer. But the portion of the bill that this amendment is getting rid of is the competitively awarded grants. And the department, number one, the department says that they have more work on the front end of these because they're reaching out to people that don't normally come and get grants, to groups of people that may not have any experience doing this or experience with the government. And then once those are administered, on the back end, they want to make sure that these people are properly administrating the grants, and part of it is to reduce fraud on the back end. I mean, we had a big case this summer where there were some of the restrictions released from some of the grants with the ARP money, and there was fraud. They found fraud in it. HHS found it. They tried to stop it. They were taken to court. They had to reinstate them, and then now the FBI is then looking at them because there was some issues of were these grants being administered properly. That's what this money is for. The other part of this, why I stand to speak against this, is it's not just one person that's administering these grants. There's portions of this all throughout the agency and throughout multiple agencies at times that have to administer these grants. And so it's not just one person doing one grant and that's all there is. They do multiple other things along with doing this, and they may not be called a grant specialist, but they do that. The third reason why I speak against this, some of our grants go to nonprofits, small organizations that we have them be the ones to dole out these grants. And currently they already have this 10%, and this amendment would take that away from them possibly. And now they're going to be under the bind because the money that they thought they were going to get to administer these grants is going to be gone. And again, these are there to try and make sure the grants are administered properly, they go to the people that they're supposed to go to, and that there isn't bad things that happen on the back end. So members, I encourage a no vote on this amendment.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I think that the people of Minnesota would have an expectation that you could probably get this thing done for 5%. 10% is just putting way too much money back to the bottom line, which ultimately winds up into the coffers of the administration with no accountability, and we'll get to that part next. But members, again, if you're going to do grant administration, do it lean, try to be very efficient in what you're doing, but allowing that wide variability all the way up to 10% really, I think, is telling Minnesotans that you're not trying to be very artful in your craft. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment.
Dog had her puppies. Oh my.
Members, please mute yourselves. Members, please vote. The clerk will call the names of those members who have not yet voted.
Becker Finn.
No.
Becker Finn, no. Edelson.
No.
Edelson, no. Feist.
No.
Feist, no. Gomez.
Gomez, no.
Gomez, no. Hamilton.
All right. Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hassan.
Hassan, no.
Hassan, no. Hausman.
Houseman, no.
Hausman, no. Hollins. Hollins. Kresha. Kresha, aye. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. Moran.
Moran, no.
Moran, no. Morrison.
Morrison, no.
Morrison, no. Schumacher.
Schumacher, aye.
Schumacher, aye. Schultz.
Schultz, no.
Schultz, no. Thompson.
No.
Thompson, no. Zhang Jie.
No.
Zhang Jie, no. Zhang Ti.
No.
Zhang Ti, no. Hollins. Hollins.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 4293, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A26.
The author of the amendment, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, if you want to believe that they actually need the up to 10%, here's the amendment for you. This would be a request or a direction of each state agency, not the grant recipient, but the state agencies that received an appropriation to report on what their actual costs to administer the grant were. It's that simple. So if they say, oh, you know what, we feel like we need 10%, they need to do effectively an internal audit and provide us the assessment of what they expended for that so that we can find out. So maybe we can change the statute, Chair Nelson, so maybe we limit them at 7.5%, or we take it down to 4% after we realize just how efficient they can be if they are pushed in such a direction. So this is to require an internal audit and for them to publish what they've expended to cover the cost of administering these grants. And I think this would be illustrative when we find out that they're able to do a lot better than the sloppy 10% that you want to allow them. So I did request a roll call. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this would likely have a cost that's not built into the bill, but I'm not going to object to it on that. Again, the agencies, this would be across multiple parts of the agency, multiple people. This would probably be a very costly audit. I know there's a portion in the Senate bill that dealing with audit and auditing people that get grants that I've been getting lots of emails, people jumping down my throat about what's in the Senate bill. I don't take any responsibility for that. But so, members, I just ask for a no vote on this.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, so I think it was maybe 2 years ago that we had an objection to a $3,000 report being a cost of what this was. Members, you got to remember that this isn't your money. This is the money of the taxpayers back in our districts. This is their money that you're just sort of sprinkling around saying, here you go, bippity boppity boo, here's some funds for you. We should deserve an accounting. And in the conduction of these grants being administered, they should be tracking their time. You know, in this bill, you're asking for money for an enterprise resource plan upgrade. I guarantee you that in that ERP, they are tracking the amount of time that it takes for them to administer this grant. It's right there. So why are we saying to the people of Minnesota, we don't want accountability for the money that gets spent here at the state in the administration of these grants? So when you vote no, you're basically saying you don't care about transparency in how grant money goes out to the people around the state of Minnesota. That's the simple vote. The simple vote is you saying, it's just grant money, it'll be okay. But it will add up. We send out a lot of grants. I've been on this committee now for 8 years. A lot of money goes out the door. And if you're too afraid to vote with this, to require this amendment to go onto the bill to say we want an accountability factor to be brought forward, then I encourage you to run forward to your red button. But if you want accountability and if you want to say to the people of Minnesota that we are trying to deal with the money that we take from you in a wise manner, vote green. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. Will the clerk call the names of those who have not yet voted?
Edelson.
No.
Edelson, no. Feist.
No.
Feist, no. Gomez.
Gomez, no.
Gomez, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hassan. Hassan. Hausman.
Hausman, no.
Hausman, no. Morrison.
Morrison, no.
Morrison, no. Schumacher.
Schumacher, aye.
Schumacher, aye. Schultz.
Schultz, no.
Schultz, no. Thompson.
No.
Thompson, no. Zhang Jie.
No.
Zhang Jie, no. Zhang Ti.
No.
Zhang Ti, no. Hassan. Hassan.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mortensen moves to amend House File Number 4293, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A41.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Scott, Representative Mortensen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, everybody in this room is subject to being recalled. In fact, most every elected official in this state is subject to being recalled, with the exception of locally elected officials, our city council members, our school board members, and across the state, we have school boards running amok. In my district, we have a school board chair that has bullied one of my constituents into losing her job, forcing her out of work. So this amendment's pretty simple. This amendment says every elected official, including the locally elected officials, should be subject to the same levels of accountability. This empowers the people of your districts, empowers the people of Minnesota, and I ask that you support this amendment, and I ask for a roll call vote, Madam Speaker.
A roll call has been requested. Not seeing 15 hands, there will not be a roll call. Representative Mortensen.
I appreciate your support. Help hold these people accountable.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I respectfully request a no vote on this amendment. There was a bill put in for this, but we didn't get a chance to hear it in committee, and I think, like I said, I just request a no vote on this amendment.
The member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And something about this amendment as well. In Article 8, Section 5 of the Minnesota Constitution, this is already law. Removal of inferior officers. The legislature of this state may provide for the removal of inferior officers for malfeasance or nonfeasance in the performance of their duties. So if you want to recall somebody in Chapter 354, you can get a petition going and recall those local elected officials under our constitutional authority. So this is already law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Mortensen.
That is my amendment, and what changes here is this empowers the people, not the legislature, to take their own action. Thank you.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
No.
The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Barr moves to amend House File Number 4293, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A22-0439.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Barr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is House File 4189 in its entirety. So for better part of the last 2 years, we have been under the governor's emergency powers. This is an attempt to reform the emergency powers. Now, we have a committee, the Legislative Reform Committee, that all of the different members have submitted their ideas of how the emergency powers should be reformed. All of those bills have been referred to committee, and the committee hasn't heard any of them yet. The only one that has been heard, as far as to my best of my knowledge, is the constitutional amendment, and that was heard in the Rules Committee. So this, since there is some Chapter 12 reform in this bill, is my attempt at reforming the governor's emergency powers. So to kind of walk through the amendment, it's a little bit lengthy here, but it distinguishes between a health disaster and a natural disaster. Up until a few years ago, health disasters were separated from natural disasters in law, and it refers all health disasters to Chapter 144. Which is where all of the HHS, all of the healthcare stuff is handled in that chapter. Under Chapter 144, it requires that we use the least restrictive means possible. So if there's a tuberculosis, an Ebola breakout, any kind of a health, and it specifically says novel coronavirus or novel viruses, any of these type of things are already, the law is already in 144 to be the least restrictive possible. And it requires the Department of Health to actually use the court system before they take anybody's civil rights away. So that's already in law. So this just separates natural disasters from health disasters. We've got that point in there. The bill also specifies that the governor or any of the agencies cannot suspend a business license under a declared emergency. It also separates or clarifies national emergency from declared emergency, so that we can't make everything a national emergency, or we need a national emergency and then we declare an emergency, as opposed to what we have now. The emergency can only last 5 days before being codified by the legislature. Anything past 5 days expires. It prohibits the governor from redeclaring an emergency for the exact same thing. If the legislature fails to act after 5 days and we do not recognize the need of an emergency or recognize a declared emergency, anything expires at that point at 5 days. And he can't just keep continuing like we saw the nearly 2 years of extensions every 30 days in the past. The governor can't put anybody in jail, and he can't put any fines. There's a restriction on that. No fines, no jail time, and any executive orders do not carry the force of law unless they're ratified through the legislature. Both bodies pass them and send them back to the governor for a signature. Nothing in there would actually be put into law. It removes the entire executive panel or executive board extension from currently the day 6 through day 30. It removes the executive board completely out of the process. The legislature is the body that's surrendering their authority under an emergency. The legislative body is the one that should be acting. So with that, I request a permanent vote. Thank you. a positive vote, acting favorably upon the amendment.
A green vote is what you're requesting. Discussion to the amendment. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. We may need to do, and that's why we have the committee set up to deal with this, but there may be a need to look at the Chapter 12. But members, what's in the bill has to do with cyber attacks and cyber emergencies that might be happening. With everything that's happening over in Europe right now, and all the, I've heard numbers of the cyber attacks that the state is fending off currently. That's what's in the bill. This other stuff goes a lot farther than that, and so members, I'm asking for a no vote on this.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm wondering if the amendment author would yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Barr. As I was listening to you describe the bill, or the amendment actually, I think I heard you say that you made a reference to the bill number that you used to draft this amendment. Could you confirm that the bill number? I just want to make sure I heard that correctly.
Representative Barr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I may have misspoke, but I think it's 4189.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if the bill author would yield for, amendment author would yield for one more question.
He will yield. Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Barr. That's what I wanted to confirm. As I'm reading this, can you confirm that that is the, as I'm looking at the title here of House File 4189, that is the Never Again bill?
Representative Barr.
Madam Speaker, that is the title of the bill as drafted in 4189, House File 4189, correct.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, this is a very important issue because we do not ever want an abuse of power again. But I hope that members will consider as they're deciding which way they're going to vote, because the Never Again bill, which is House File 4189, the basis of this amendment, is very important. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Barr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I guess I would ask for a green vote, but we would have had to have a roll call for a green vote, so I was just a lack of words there. So a yes vote. Thank you. Thank you. You'd think I'd actually have this down by now. I've done this more than a couple of days, right? So closing comments. Yes, this is one of the, over the last few years, email boxes have been absolutely filled with end the governor's emergency powers, reform Chapter 12, reform all of this, and yet we have not had a single bill hearing on this. For the whole entire legislative session, the last 2 years, we have not had a bill hearing on this. So while I appreciate the chair's mentioning that this should have gone through committee, the committee hasn't met. It can't go through committee. I have been told that we're going to meet in the interim, but it doesn't do a lot of good to meet in the interim if we can't actually act on anything. So meeting in the interim has never made a whole lot of sense to me in the first place. So yes, just reiterate that this is something that our constituents have all been asking us to reform and take care of. So with that, I request a yes vote. Thank you.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
No.
The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Drazkowski moves to amend House File Number 4293, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A22-0438.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker and members, this amendment is an amendment that reflects language that we've been talking about in the committee. As a matter of fact, Chair Nelson brought this language and introduced it last year. The Campaign Finance Board has actually written a lot of this language. It's not necessarily all of the language that I might want to entertain as we get into this area, but members, the area of transparency of what goes on in this place and the activity of lobbyists and their effect upon the public policy that comes through here as we do the business of the people of the state of Minnesota is very important. This is an area of transparency that we need to work on. As a matter of fact, members, if you look at, and I'm going to withdraw this amendment soon, but I just wanted to talk about it a little bit, and I don't know if Chair Nelson or Representative Greenman also want to talk about this topic, but my purpose for bringing the amendment is strictly to bring some visibility and discussion to this issue. We did talk about it in committee, and there is support for working in this direction is what I sensed. There's sense amongst the Campaign Finance Board for us to head in this direction, and there's understanding in the lobbying community that something is going to happen at some point in time. That may not happen on the floor here today, but members, just to give you an idea of where the discussion is heading. In law now, we ask lobbyists to report the area of specificity with which they report now focuses on things including the cost of production of materials, media, printing, postage, travel, fees, allowances, entertainment, telephone, and of course telegraph. Those are the things that are in law now, members. But what this amendment would instead consider, and what the discussion has been considering, the direction we have been looking at, is looking instead at forming out granularity of reporting in law that provides that a particular issue of importance to the entity represented is what's being reported. That would include things like lobbyists reporting every state agency that had administrative action that the representative entity sought to influence, okay? It would include metropolitan government unit lobbying. It would include general lobbying up to 4 specific categories being reported by the lobbyists. And it would include, if a report, I'll just read the language here from the amendment, if a reported specific subject of interest was contained in legislation that the lobbyists attempted to influence that passed at least one body of the legislature, the lobbyists must identify that legislation by bill number. So what we're looking at here, members, is trying to identify the area of interest that the lobbyists are reporting and get more specificity, granularity of reporting, transparency for the people of Minnesota as they understand the interests and potential conflicts of interest that can occur here in the Minnesota House of Representatives, and the Minnesota Senate, and the legislature generally. That is what this amendment is framed out to do. That's a discussion we have been having in committee. And I'm hopeful, if I am here next year in some capacity, that we will continue to have this discussion. And actually, I may be more ambitious than this. The lobbying community, of course, doesn't want to do any of this. They have given some signals, of course. Why would they? It's extra work and responsibility for them. But it is also transparency for the people of Minnesota, and we really need to move in this direction. We've been having this discussion, and I don't know if Representative Greenman wants to speak on it, or I'll leave that option open before I withdraw the amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Drazkowski. And as I think you may have mentioned, this is a good provision. It costs money, and so it's not ready yet, but it is about the Campaign Finance Board regulating and changing their regulations so that they tighten up and really make sure that we know who folks are up here lobbying for. I agree and I support, and I'm looking forward to next year a set of folks who are working on ensuring that we have transparency in our Campaign Finance Board regulations, and so I appreciate all your work.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And as Representative Drazkowski said, the bill, this was a bill originally, it came from the Campaign Finance Board. We put the bill in, And then there's been a lot of discussions and talks. And a lot of times we talk around here about peace in the valley, trying to get both sides of a issue to come together and come to an agreement. Well, the bill that we put in has caused that to happen, and they're talking, and both the Campaign Finance Board and the lobbyist organization have said, can we continue to work on this? We want to come back something next year that we can all agree on, that we have peace in the valley. And I look forward to that next year. And if something doesn't happen, I've heard some people say, well, the lobbyists aren't going to want to do this. Well, the lobbyists are saying they're working on this. If they come back next year and don't, Representative Drazkowski, you've got my word that we will do something next year on this, whether they like it or not. And so hopefully that's a threat that they'll take seriously, and that they will come to an agreement with the Campaign Finance Board with language that works for them and works for the Campaign Finance Board to get that transparency we all want.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. Thank you, Chair Nelson. Thank you, Representative Greenman. I look forward to continued discussion. And with that, Madam Speaker, I withdraw the amendment.
The amendment has been withdrawn. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moves to amend House File Number 4293, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A39.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is starting to show up in places across the country and being discussed in Minnesota. So basically, I wanted to try and have some clearing of the gray areas that might pop up from municipal IDs. Over the years, we've seen multiple times of where programs have been audited for fraud, and any funding from the feds comes with the regulation that you have to audit, monitor, and ensure, and the state's been bitten on several occasions where we've had to reimburse the feds because of fraud that's happened to their program. So this would prevent the possibility of fraud by using an ID as personal identification that doesn't have the full verification process that we have for our state ID and real ID and et cetera, and it would prevent the utilization of a municipal ID for personal identification for a state program or a federal program administered by the state or a subdivision thereof. And during a recent TV interview from one of the cities that's looking at introducing this, they said, and a person could pick their own name that they want on the ID, and that sounds good until you think of how many different names and IDs could they have if we don't have some clarification in this gray area. So once again, it doesn't prevent a municipal ID, it just prevents the utilization of the ID as personal identification for any of the state or federal programs that are administered by the state or subdivisions thereof. Thank you.
Discussion to the amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Oh, for what purpose do you rise?
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Representative Howard, state your point of order.
I rise under Rule 3.21. Motions and propositions must be germane, and I have advice.
Please state your advice.
Madam Speaker, after reviewing the bill and the amendment, it's clear that it's not germane. It brings in Chapter 415 dealing with various municipal powers. That's not in the bill, and so I'd urge you to find the amendment not germane.
Any further advice? All right, members, I have studied the amendment, I have reviewed the bill, and I have considered your advice. I am ruling that the point of order is well taken. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moves to amend House File Number 4293, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A30.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. It's past time that we actually are HAVA compliant. Minnesota should not be an outlier and compliance to the federal act to make voting, I guess, accessible and standard across the states. This is basically saying we learned from years ago when we had an audit of our registration system and tens of thousands of bad registrations. We learned that we don't find out which ones are bad in time before the ballot's already commingled. In fact, during that audit, there were over 16,000 bad registrations in 2016's election cycle, which were verified per HAVA at the Social Security Administration site, last four social, name, address, over 16,000 bad registrations. This amendment would say when we use same-day registration where there is no possibility of verifying a registration, that we are HAVA compliant and have a provisional ballot. Provisional ballots guarantee no one is disenfranchised, everyone can cast a ballot. But it has a safeguard that if there's someone that should not have been able to vote, or the ballot is by a person that is not a citizen, etc., that isn't counted. We should stop being an outlier. We should add confidence in the integrity of our election system by the simple thing of having same-day registration and provisional ballots so our people aren't concerned about the outcome. And again, this comes from issues with the system that were showing up in the 2016 and then a secondary sample audit with 2018 data on our system where tens of thousands of bad registrations in a state that has seen 300 and some odd votes decide a statewide race, has seen a couple thousand decide a statewide race. This is common sense, and I would ask for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, point of order. Advice?
Yes, state your point of order.
Madam Speaker, under Rule 4.03, this amendment increases expenditures. It adds provisional balloting, increasing costs by $969,000, and therefore it is out of order. I ask that you find my point of order well taken.
Advice.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Quam.
We get HAVA funding. We get federal dollars to adhere to HAVA. We have the funding from the feds to provide for doing what HAVA says we should do. So therefore, we've got, in fact, I believe in this bill, we talk about HAVA funding. So let's spend HAVA funding on complying to what HAVA actually would require us to do if we didn't get you're one of the 3 states exempted from actually following the law that the vast majority of the United States has to follow. Over 96% of citizens live in a state that provides provisional ballots. Let Minnesota finally join the rest of the nation in actually following federal election law.
Further advice. I have studied the amendment. I have reviewed the bill. I have considered your advice, and I am ruling that the point of order is well taken.
Madam Speaker.
For what purpose do you rise?
Madam Speaker, I would appeal the ruling of the Speaker and request a roll call.
Representative Nash appeals the ruling of the Speaker and requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as a judgment of the House? A yes or green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Quam is exactly right. We get HAVA funding, so, sorry, why don't we spend HAVA money on, I don't know, becoming HAVA compliant? What a concept. So the amendment is completely germane. Having it ruled out of order just allows you to, skip on a very important issue You get off scot-free because you decide to rule things out of order regularly. This is an important issue, so you should vote to overturn the ruling of the Speaker. Let this go forward. Let's have the conversation. Don't shirk your duty. Don't run away from a tough issue. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And again, as it was stated in the ruling, there's not money in here to do the provisional balloting. Yes, we're getting HAVA dollars. There is money in here to match the HAVA dollars, but there's no money in here. There was no money set aside in here to do the provisional balloting. And according to what we've heard, a fiscal note from the Senate file that has provisional balloting in it, it's $969,000 to do that, and that's not money that's in this bill.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And to the citizens listening, you hear it. We can, $9 billion or whatever the excess money, and we've got money that's sort of popping up everywhere for every cause. But it's out of order to actually spend money to add confidence and integrity to our election system. We'll see on this vote on overruling this decision who cares about election integrity and doing the right thing.
Representative Nash.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to point out to the DFL body last night you brought some bills forward, and many of us were talking when you brought forward the UI and the frontline worker pay bill, you actually violated your own budget resolution. So there's been precedent. You didn't send that back to Ways and Means to be dealt with. So folks, the money is there. Representative Quam is right. We're getting HAVA funds. We can spend HAVA money on being HAVA compliant. Again, not a revolutionary concept. Vote to overrule the Speaker.
All right, members, the question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of those members who have not yet voted?
Feist.
Aye.
Feist, aye. Frazier. Frazier. Gomez.
Gomez, aye.
Gomez, aye. Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. Hassan.
Hassan, aye.
Hassan, aye. Hausman.
Hausman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Morrison.
Morrison, aye.
Morrison, aye. Schultz.
Schultz, aye.
Schultz, aye. Thompson. Thompson. Zhang-Jie.
Aye.
Zhang-Jie, aye. Frazier. Frazier. Thompson. Thompson.
Thompson, aye. Thompson, aye. Thompson, aye. Thompson, aye.
Thompson, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 68 ayes and 63 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Crenshaw moves to amend House File Number 4293, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A31.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Morrison, Representative Crenshaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, this is a pretty simple amendment. We know that elections are a big conversation right now. And one of the easiest ways that we use in all areas of our society to verify who we are is with photo ID. We're using it to get on the airplanes. We're verifying it for many different ways. With the magnitude and the importance of our elections, having that same safeguard in place only makes sense. This is simply a voter ID amendment that allows us to provide free IDs to people, and the state would provide for that. In the Supreme Court decision, Crawford versus Marion County, that 2008 decision in Indiana upheld that voter ID is not burdensome if those IDs are provided. And so that's why I offer this amendment. Our free elections are the pinnacle of freedom in this society, in our world today. This is a sacred privilege. If you travel around the world, those votes and those election days are so important. In fact, in Israel, I remember being there on a couple trips, they cancel their trips to make sure that their fingerprint is there on the day of that voting. We need to bring that same integrity and elections to us. And members, in your emails, I did distribute out something that gave me an idea that this is something that would be acceptable, and that is in the 2022 DFL State Convention, and I quote in one of the handouts, during the convention, any member will only gain entrance to any space on the first floor during the convention with a valid photo ID. I'm here all week. With a valid photo ID, folks. And so with that, I would request a roll call, Madam Speaker.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Crenshaw.
And I would request that we move right to passing it right now.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
Representative Herr, for what purpose do you rise?
Madam Speaker, under Rule 4.03, this amendment increases expenditures. It adds provisional balloting and voter ID requirements for a cost increase of almost $10 million, and therefore is out of order. I ask that you find this point of order well taken.
Advice. Representative Daudt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My advice would be, if this is good enough for the Democrats at the state convention, it should be good enough for our elections. In fact, is it not just good enough for you at your convention? It's required at your convention. It's literally required at the state DFL convention to show an ID. Every delegate, alternate, vendor, news media member, volunteer, staff, elected official, every elected official even, or campaign member will only gain entrance to any space on the first floor of Mayo Civic Center during the convention with a valid photo ID. So it's good enough for you at your convention, but you want to make sure that nobody has to show an ID when they vote. Makes me very suspicious as to what's going on. So, Madam Speaker, this is absolutely germane to the bill. I think we all know that. And it's time to stop playing games and actually just take a vote on this. Because if you want it at your state convention, because you do, it's required. And if you don't vote for this, you shouldn't show up at your state convention. Because if it's not good enough for the public, you should make a stand and say you're not going to allow it at the state convention either. So, Madam Speaker, I would request respectfully, of course, very respectfully, that you would rule to uphold the point of, to overturn the point of order so that we can actually proceed on this and we can make our elections here in Minnesota just as consistent and safe and fair as the 2022 DFL State Convention. I think it's only right.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Advice?
State your advice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would urge you to find the point of order not well taken, in addition to the fine points that Representative Dowd made about your own state convention. This was like, I thought it was December 25th when I read this. I thought it was Christmas because it was an incredible gift. But in addition to this, here are some other crazy, outrageous places that have voter ID laws. Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, France, Finland, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Iceland, India, Israel, Italy, Mexico, Namibia, Netherlands, New Zealand, Norway, Sweden, Switzerland, and the UK. All a bunch of crazy kids that say, hey, we'd kind of like to see that you're who you say you are before you come and, you know, cast a vote to change the outcome of an election. So not only do they do it, you're doing it. So I agree with Representative Dowd. If you don't like this and you don't think that voter ID is good, you shouldn't go to your state convention. And I'm sure a lot of you are state delegates. So maybe we can stand outside and wave at you as you go in and violate some of your own votes if you vote to stand with the Speaker. Thank you.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I'm listening to this, as I listened to Representative Herr make her motion, and then as I'm listening to Representative Nash bring up the website and that the Democrats require a photo ID, a thought came to mind. I can't remember who told me, Madam Speaker, many, many years ago, but it was advice describing a hypocrite. And it was, do as I say, not as I do. And I heard, Madam Speaker, Representative Herr say something, but then I see what the Democrats are actually doing. So the Democrats are saying not to have voter ID for the entirety of the state of Minnesota, but what they're doing in regards to their own state convention is to require people prove that they are who they say that they are in order to ensure integrity in their voting system. So, Madam Speaker, this is exactly what I heard many years ago. Do as I say, not as I do, and that's what the Democrats are doing. It's not good enough to ensure integrity for the state of Minnesota, and hence the point of order, to prevent the confidence that Minnesotans expect and deserve in the integrity of their election system. But those very same Democrats who are about to vote no in order to, or vote yes, I would suspect, to maintain the ruling the Speaker is about to make, want to enforce photo ID in their own convention. Hypocritical, Madam Speaker. Let's not act as the Democrats are doing with their philosophy, do as I say, not as I do. Let's actually do what the Democrats are already doing. If it's good enough for them, it's good enough for the entirety of Minnesota. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Herr.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I would like to offer some additional advice. So, because I don't want to be a hypocrite, I do want to state that this year the DFL also allowed felons whose voting rights have not been fully restored and immigrants who aren't citizens yet to be part of our convention process. So if we want to also include this, we should also include those pieces into this. But because that is also would increase costs and would probably, it hasn't been vetted, I would say that that in itself would also be out of order, as this is out of order. And I'd like to remind us that voting in our elections is a constitutional right. Conventions are party activities, and thus the same rules and laws do not apply. So if you would like to include also immigrants and felons who have not had their rights restored, let's have that conversation. Let's do this again next year, and then we can absolutely include that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And advice. You know, one of the things that I remember about saying about the reason why we shouldn't have voter ID was because we didn't want to disenfranchise low income and those minorities that couldn't get an ID. And what we're hearing here is that the DFL party and the decisions on what they allow into their own convention apparently also disenfranchises those same people that they're saying they're trying to protect. I think that is a double standard, no matter how you think about it, if you don't believe that this disenfranchises people from your convention, then why would we have the same rules for voting, which is the very most important right that we have here in the United States? It's worthy of going the extra effort to get that ID if necessary. And if it requires that extra effort in order to be in your own convention, it seems to me that that should be certainly uniform at least. And I don't understand the hypocrisy or the double standard that it occurs. So I would certainly have you rule point not well taken. Thank you.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the objection is on Rule 4.03, that after we have a budget resolution, we cannot raise the amount of spending in a bill. This would raise the amount of spending in this bill almost $10 million. That's not in this bill. That's what the objection is about. It's not about a private organization, the DFL party, or the private organization, the Republican Party, the rules that they set. This is about our rules that we have here in the House. And 4.05, and I'm paraphrasing it, but once we have a budget resolution that isn't passed, we cannot raise the amount of money in a bill because it puts that out of order, and that's what the out of order, that's what the ruling, or that's what the objection is about.
The member from Dakota, Representative Kosnick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Advice?
State your advice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it very ironic, and I encourage members to overrule the ruling of the... Oh, we'll get there, too. Your point of order is not well taken, Madam Speaker. I find it very interesting, and I need to point out that there's a kind of common theme coming across the aisle where the rules that we make here are good enough for everybody else, but don't apply to you. And as Representative Herr had stated in her advice, that is very much so the point I just made, that it's a private event. So that the rules that we apply here for the rest of the state, the DFL party is above and they don't apply to them. And so we're very much told to follow our leadership, stay with your team, but this is a very critical vote that you across the aisle can take. Do you want to be a hypocrite, or do you want to show your own leadership, your own authority of your election certificate, and say that the rules that we provide also apply to yourselves? So, Madam Speaker, I would urge that the advice not be well taken.
Members, I have studied the amendment, I have reviewed the bill, I have considered your advice, and I am ruling that the point of order is well taken.
Madam Speaker,
Representative Daudt.
I would move to appeal the ruling of the Speaker and request a roll call vote.
Representative Daudt moves to appeal the ruling of the Speaker, requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Daudt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I apologize, but you got that one wrong. So I would ask the body to overrule your ruling. This obviously is germane to the bill, and it's germane to and consistent with the actions of the Democratic Party in the state of Minnesota. I mean, this is something that obviously you feel so strongly about that you're requiring it to participate in your party process. So I can only think that you would want to overrule the ruling of the Speaker here so that we can enact this into law and require that our elections are actually just as safe as your convention, so that we know that there's no fraud in our elections. And I can only assume that you have that requirement for a photo ID at your convention because you want to prevent fraud. You want to prevent somebody from coming in who's not eligible to be there. And that's all we're asking in our elections. Because if someone votes in our elections who's not eligible, it cancels out your vote, which I assume is exactly why it's required to participate in Democratic Party politics this year. Required is the word that's used. You know, I have a list of, or a pile of documents that I keep in my desk and once in a while I add to it. And once in a while when an issue comes up, I go through that looking for that little tidbit that I saved away just for a moment like that. I can assure you that this document will go into that pile. And we will refer to this in the future here on the House floor. Because I have never met such hypocrisy and inconsistency as I have this day and in this place by you. So at your convention, every delegate, alternate, vendor, news media member, volunteer, staff, elected official, or campaign member will only be admitted with a photo ID. That's Democrats' policy. Required to participate in Democrat politics. Required. To prevent fraud, it's required to participate in Democrat politics. But every chance they get, they block it here on the House floor. They want to make sure that no such requirement to prevent fraud would ever be put in place in our elections here in the state of Minnesota. We found out earlier we're one of very few states that's actually not have a compliant. We are the only state in the country that allows people to vote on Election Day without a provisional ballot. I talk around the state frequently at different groups, and one of the things that I talk about when I talk about the potential for fraud in our elections is what we do in state statute to remedy if we find out that somebody was ineligible to vote. Do you know what the remedy is? I'll bet Mary Franzen knows what the remedy is. Would Mary Franzen yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Dowd.
And the reason that Mary Franzen knows the remedy to this is because she experienced it. In her first re-elect here to the Minnesota House in 2012, on election night, she was ahead by 1 vote. And so that triggered an automatic recount. And as they were recounting, they went through precinct by precinct, and they found a precinct where there were, I think, 35 maybe, she can tell us exactly if she remembers, more ballots in the ballot box than there were voters that signed in to vote. So there were more ballots in the ballot box than there were voters. And what do we do in state law? What's the remedy to fix that situation, Representative Franzen?
The member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Minority Leader Dowd. Yes, so in 2012, I went, so this is just a hilarious story because I just love it so much. So of course it was just a brutal re-election race, okay? And the Democrats spent a lot of money in my race thinking, Mary Franzen's gonna lose. So imagine my surprise when I win on election night after telling people, of course I was gonna win at least with 10%, and I win with 1 vote, okay? So that was a little humbling, right? Like you win with 1 vote. My first call was to Matt Dean, and I was like, 1 vote? And he's like, Mary, you won the race. We'll get you an attorney for a recount. We're losing the House right now, okay? So anyway, so the next morning, I'm thinking to myself, I am so embarrassed because I only won by 1 vote, right? So I do what I do best. Day after the election, I went to the coffee shop and spoke with my little round table of bipartisan individuals who are like, oh my gosh, you only won by 1 vote. And I was like, oh my gosh, I know. And my good friend sat down and he informed me that he got a ballot for my race. And he did not live in that precinct. And I was like, what? And he goes, yeah, I told the tellers, I do not live in this precinct. This ballot is not for me. And they said, this is the ballot that you're gonna get. They had combined the precincts. And so there was no separate locations for the 2 wards because Representative Paul Anderson and I share a couple of precincts. And so they're broken up into P1 and P2. At any rate, that piqued my curiosity on how many others got these ballots that shouldn't have gotten my ballots. And a few other people told me. And I believe that I must have called, I either called, who did I called somebody, if it was either Representative Zellers or I had called Ian Marsh, or at any rate, they said they would look into it. And lo and behold, indeed, 35 extra ballots that were cast that should not have been cast. And so the remedy for that was we had to file an appeal with the court, where the court then ruled that yes, 35 ballots had to be randomly taken out. And then that's where, of course, I got my lead. And here I am today with 68%.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Franson, for the enlightening story. And if you heard very carefully, the answer to my question was they randomly deselect ballots from the box. So if they find out that there's too many votes in the box, too many ballots in the box, or if they find out that there was an ineligible voter, they open the box and they randomly deselect one. Could be the person that voted, most likely not. Could be your ballot. And I assure you that at the DFL State Convention, this is precisely the reason they're requiring people to show an ID. Because they know what a clown show it is to open a ballot box and randomly deselect one. Because that is the ultimate in disenfranchisement. But that is what our state law requires. And today, on this floor, Democrats are blocking a vote to ensure the same safety and protection and fraud prevention that they will require at the DFL State Convention. Because they're okay with that clown show. So on Friday, May 20th, if you plan to go to Rochester to the DFL State Convention, bring your photo ID. Because you won't get in unless you do. But when you go to the polling place, Democrats want to make sure that nobody's required to show any sort of validation of who they are. And they've been consistent on that position over the years. But this year, we see how hypocritical they actually are. Because in their own elections, in their own endorsements, at their own convention, to participate in their party process, they require a photo ID. But I'm certain, as consistent as all of you have been, to vote against those same protections in state law for our elections, that you will show the sort of integrity that I would expect from you, which is to refuse to participate in this clown show in Rochester. So members, this is your opportunity to actually be consistent, and let's show the voters that we're not going to disenfranchise them by removing their valid vote from a polling ballot box in this state because someone else voted without the protections you require at your convention. So, members, a red vote to overturn the ruling of the Speaker right now will show you're consistent. A green vote will expose your hypocrisy. Minnesota is watching.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if you had recognized me on advice, we probably wouldn't be here reconsidering because you would have realized I had some clarification. One was the point about the budget target. If you look at last year, there were multiple times in which there were even numbers brought forth of what the cost would be, and that was ignored. And we can offline have some good discussions about that. So it has been SOP that it's not uncommon to ignore it, but I think it's only when one side of the aisle is trying it. The second point is there were some misleading statements about inviting us to do the same. Photo ID is actually utilized in, I believe, more than half the states now. Allowing non-citizens to vote is illegal. So we can't copy everything, especially the non-legal stuff, but we could do some of the same things that are actually legally allowed to do. And then some of the concerns on the underlying question, when that 2008 Supreme Court decision was done, in that trial, there were many groups that said, this will disenfranchise us. Every single one of those groups actually voted in greater percentages after photo ID, the opposite of disenfranchisement. And, Representative over here gave us a snapshot of an occurrence in one election. You can go back. We've had problems like that in past. In the Franken-Coleman recount, there were multiple precincts with more votes than voters that cast. So election integrity is at the core. The process has been constitutionally approved by Supreme Court decision. The process is utilized by a great deal of the United States. So we're down to the technical decision. We've got this budget target. And we never, we sometimes don't. But it's only if one side has it. And frankly, we should stop the games. The citizens are watching and listening. Let's do what's right. And let's overturn the decision that didn't have the clarification of advice that was avoiding some SOP, advice that was comparing illegal, unconstitutional activity with legal and actually utilized by most of the rest of our nation. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to remind us what this point of order is about, which is about spending $10 million to do something that Minnesotans rejected on the ballot in 2012. They rejected voter ID. The other thing that this includes is provisional balloting, which would functionally end same-day registration as we know it, which is also something that is incredibly popular in Minnesota. So this is $10 million that is not in our budget resolution, and I recommend that folks vote with the chair.
The member from Morrison, Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the previous speaker. And I'll to remind the body and to Representative Nelson, it gets to be about whatever I want to make it about until the body tells me different. So, this amendment and the ruling here, members, the biggest problem is the point of order. Let us debate it. Let us vote on it. Why stifle the discussion? That's what we're supposed to do. And let the contest of ideas happen. There are articulate arguments and legitimacy of why voter ID will make elections better. That's what this amendment is about. But by jumping to a point of order and preventing that, we're preventing really us doing what we're supposed to do, what we were elected to come down here. And so, Madam Speaker, I would encourage that you overturn the ruling of the Speaker so that we can get to that legitimate, and then let's get to a vote. If really the body doesn't want to do it, vote on it. So that is my request, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been listening to a lot of the Republican members make this about something that it is not about. But since there's been so much discussion about the underlying issue, I feel compelled to have a response to that as well. And first, I want to say it always amuses me when members say that we're stifling discussion. After we go on and on and on, or I should say they go on and on about an issue, then they say that we shouldn't be stifling discussion when they've just proved that discussion is not stifled. But there have been a lot of charges of hypocrisy here. So first of all, I think it's good that Representative Greenman reminded us that the voters of Minnesota turned down this very thing in 2012, at least part of it. They turned down voter ID, which was before them as a constitutional amendment, and they voted it down. So there is that. But also, and I want to really put a point on what Representative Herr told us some time ago. Voting is a constitutional right. Some of us would say it's a sacred right. I think one of the Republican members said that early on in this debate, a sacred right. And so the same standard should not apply in terms of using an ID, because the problem is if we require IDs and somebody is deprived of their right to vote because they can't get that ID, that is a big, big deal. It's a much bigger deal than if they can't get into an auditorium because they don't have the proper ID. And that is why this is a very different thing. But I also think it needs to be said here that what are we hearing from here? We're hearing the Republican Party talk about the Democrats as though we're doing something wrong. They are the party of insurrection. They're the party of Donald Trump. They're the party of you lose an election and then you cry foul. Even within their own party, we see that now. When somebody goes to a convention and it doesn't come out their way, they say, voter fraud, voter fraud. Because what are they doing? They're doing the same thing they're doing here today. They're undermining
Madam Speaker,
point
of order.
Representative Davids, for what purpose do you arise?
My good friend, Chair Liebling, is out of order, accusing the Republicans of being the party of insurrection. I think we should have an apology here and that she cleans up her act.
I would remind the members of the body that in debate, a member must confine remarks to the question before the House and avoid personalities. I'll also remind the body that the question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as a judgment of the House? A yes or green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker, and a no or red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would just say that the story about what happened in Representative France's district some time ago, that is not a story about voter ID. That's the problem here. There could be other ways to decide an election when it sounds like an honest mistake was made. Somebody made a mistake about who got to vote in a certain precinct or in a certain district, but that's not about voter ID. Voter ID is when somebody tries to pretend they're somebody else in order to vote. And the only time we've seen that happen recently that I've seen is when it's been done by Republicans. And it just didn't happen. It doesn't sound like that would have made any difference in the story that Representative France told. So let's stick to the issue here, members. This is out of order. And not only is out of order, if we were actually voting on it, I'd be very happy to vote no on it because it is wrong. It is wrong for Minnesota. It is unnecessary. It would stop people from voting, but it is also out of order. And so I urge members to uphold the ruling of the Speaker and vote green. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just have to address two things that I just heard. One of them from Representative Greenman, one of them from Representative Liebling. They referenced the voter ID, constitutional amendment in 2012. And I would ask Representative Franzen to yield, but maybe she can just answer, nod her head in the answer to my question. The story you told in regards to your own election, was that 2012?
Are you asking her to yield?
No, I was asking her to nod her head. Otherwise, I can just ask her to yield. If it is. She's nodding her head. Okay, 2012. So that was the same year that I just heard the voter ID was voted down. So the very year that we have a firsthand example of shenanigans in the election is the same year, Madam Speaker, the Democrats are using that Minnesota's rejected. So we don't have the confidence in the outcome of the 2012 election, right? That we have confirmed shenanigans. Second, that was 10 years ago. The attitudes and the people that live in Minnesota are different 10 years later. So stop pointing to something 10 years ago as a justification for now. We just had redistricting. We all know that the population has shifted, right? How many decades back are you going to point to something and pull that to the present as your rationale to reject something? You know it's the truth. You know it's needed. And Madam Speaker, I just heard Representative Liebling say she hasn't heard of anything. Just yesterday, I think it was, we have a sentencing in voter fraud in Hennepin County. Perhaps, Madam Speaker, Representative Liebling should read the news a little bit more often, not just the talking points from her own caucus. So, Madam Speaker, we need to have voter ID. The Democrats know it, Madam Speaker, because they've implemented it in their own state convention. And if you, Madam Speaker, if the members on that side are going to continue to cite 2012 that voters rejected, well, we have a system that has voter fraud in it, confirmed voter fraud, just yesterday. So the very system in 2012 that voted against the constitutional amendment is the system that has fraud in it, and therefore we can't confirm the integrity of the system that rejected it. Therefore, we need to clean up the system, and we need to overturn your ruling so that Minnesotans can have confidence in the integrity of their elections. Please vote red to reject the Speaker's ruling so we can overturn and actually put this amendment on for the betterment of all Minnesota. Thank you.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. It sounds like it's rules for thee, but not for me. That's exactly what's going on in this body. In regards to Representative Liebling's comments about that this is voter ID, wouldn't have whatever she said. Had they actually checked their ID to find out when my friend had said, I shouldn't be getting this ballot, and the election teller said, nope, this is the ballot you're getting. Had they actually checked the ID and said, you know what, you're absolutely right, we are giving you the wrong ballot, then you know what, just maybe, Democrats, you wouldn't have be dealing with me today 10 years later, okay? So perhaps if we had voter ID, I would not be standing here today and winning with 68% of the vote. But now, Representative Lucero, you did bring up that announcement about the voter fraud, and so sure enough, I was like, you know what, I vaguely remember reading about this yesterday. Let me just do a little search, and I didn't even have to do a little search because somebody beat me to it and sent it to my phone. Minneapolis man convicted in voting fraud case. Yesterday's news. What? Voting fraud doesn't happen. One ballot that is cast incorrectly disenfranchises everybody, even you Democrats. And honestly, back to your convention about needing an ID, to be honest, with the polling numbers the Democrats have right now with the Biden inflation, I really don't know who would pretend to be a Democrat, but that's a conversation for probably maybe the tax bill. Yeah, 25-year-old Minneapolis man sentenced to 90 days in the Hennepin County, pleaded guilty to 4 counts of intentionally making or signing a false certificate in the submission of absentee voting ballots. 90 days. That's what he gets for disenfranchising everyone in this room and everyone in the state of Minnesota. So yes, election integrity, absolutely important. I tell you what, I am out in the public an awful lot. People talk about voter integrity. They talk about voter ID. This is one of the top issues that people want. Yes, I see people shaking their head no. That is absolutely false. We want voter ID. The people of Minnesota want voter ID, and that is our job. You have your rules of the convention. Well, the state of Minnesota wants rules around the actual election day process. So thank you for your time, and I cannot wait to hear the rest of this. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Herr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you all for all of the lively conversation and debate today. And I do want to just point out that there were many times that I think I could have stood up for violation of Masons 124, but I did not, because I think that debate is very good. But I do also just want to state really quick that Representative Doubt on a couple of occasions continued to mention that this was out of order because of germaneness. And I would just like to remind the body to uphold the ruling of the Speaker, because this is actually not about germaneness. This is about what Representative Chair Nelson has already stated, that it violates 4.03, increases the cost by $10 million. And so despite all of the great conversation and debate that's happened today, completely irrelevant, and it is that to uphold the Speaker decision, and that it is a violation of 4.03, not germaneness. Thank you, members.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And Representative Herr said what I was going to say. We have our rules here that we all passed and swore to uphold in our processes here. These are our rules that we have here on the floor of the House, but just throw them away, because I want to talk about something else. This is an amendment about the rule 4.05 and 4.03. There's a budget resolution in place. This would raise the spending in this bill by $10 billion, which just puts it clearly out of order.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members, for the debate. My advice to the body is certainly to overrule the ruling of the Speaker. Interestingly, as Representative Herr spoke earlier, she talked about how the DFL chose to have illegal immigrants and felons who are ineligible vote participate in their caucuses. And that is another good reason to ensure that at the DFL convention, there is nothing nefarious, that the people who are there are eligible to be there and eligible to vote in their process. Representative Franson and Leader Doubt gave a very concrete example that we saw in recent years where nefarious actions took place in an election, and they actually had to, as Leader Doubt pointed out, they had to deselect ballots. There were 30 more ballots cast than there were eligible voters. This stuff happens. It happens. Representative Quam gave the example of the 2008 election, which frankly is the election that we have the best data from because of the recount there. Thousands of votes cast that day were not eligible. Thousands of voters who voted that day were not eligible to vote, and voter ID helps fix that problem. So I'm glad that Representative Herr acknowledged that there are nefarious actors. That there are nefarious actors among us. There are people who are not eligible to participate who will still try to do so. That is exactly why the DFL party would require photo ID to participate in their convention. This requirement ensures that people who are not eligible to be there and not eligible to vote cannot do so. And frankly, if it's good enough for the Democrat Party, it should certainly be good enough for the people of Minnesota. Members, vote no, overrule the ruling of the Speaker.
Members, the question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Oh.
Could
Representative
you
Davids.
be a little more specific? What I'm hearing the budget 4.05, I'm hearing different. What are you going to be ruling on, or what did you rule on?
Again, the question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as a judgment of the House?
And thank you, Madam Speaker. What point of order did you make that ruling on?
4.03 is the rule, the point of order that I found well taken. And the question before the body now is whether the decision of the Speaker shall stand or it should be reversed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All right, I'll read that one more time here. Question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as a judgment of the House? A yes or green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. Representative Dowd.
Just point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary
There
inquiry.
seems to be some confusion here. I'm wondering, just so there is no confusion, if we could all show an ID before we vote.
Okay, the clerk will take the roll. I'm done. Oh, wow, okay. Will the clerk call the names of those members who have not yet voted?
Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. Hausman.
Hausman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Lewick. Lewick. Morrison.
Morrison, aye.
Morrison, aye. Schultz. Schultz. Thompson.
Yes.
Thompson, aye. Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie, aye. Lewick. Lewick. Schultz. Schultz.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 yeas and 62 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Barr moves to amend House File Number 4293, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A22-0444.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Barr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment, make sure I got the right one here. Yes. Okay. So this amendment is about electric vehicle charging stations in safety rest areas in the state of Minnesota. So we had a bill earlier in committee that MnDOT came and testified on and said they want to place electric vehicle charging stations and they do not want to maintain them, they don't want to be in charge of them, they don't want to control them, but they want them to be available for the public. And the language in the bill right now does not preclude the state of Minnesota from actually operating and owning the electric vehicle charging stations. This amendment would simply ensure that the private sector owns electric vehicle charging stations and maintains them inside of safety rest areas in the state of Minnesota.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Barr, for bringing this forward. I also want to thank you. You've been very consistent on this, and we've talked about this. I'm going to ask a friendly no vote here. Friendly because I think that You are correct that MnDOT has stated that they don't have an interest in owning and maintaining these, but there was still, when I talked to them, there was still a little bit of concern about the amendment, and I'm confident we can work this through with them in conference. But for now, I'd like to keep this off the bill, but I'll commit to continue working with you on it. Thank you, members. So please vote no.
Further discussion to the amendment. To the author of the amendment, Representative Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I take you at your word on this, and we have talked about this many times, and this is MnDOT's language here. I know they're probably having second thoughts about this, so I appreciate your commitment to get the finalized one or two words that need to be adjusted so that we can actually have this in the final bill when it comes back from conference committee. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the 822 amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no.
No. No.
The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Barr moves to amend House File Number 4293, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A22-0446.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment deals with the language around receiving grant money from the federal government. So in the latest IGA, all right, I got my acronyms wrong. So IIJA, thank you, Vice Chair Cagle. Around that language, the federal government requires certain things to be eligible for all of the different grant programs. And there are pages and pages of grants that the state of Minnesota can apply for. So earlier today when Chair Hornstein was introducing the bill and getting ready to talk about it, he mentioned this particular provision and that we can apply for the federal largesse. And I found that an interesting use of terminology, federal largesse. So Washington, D.C., the federal government taxes the citizens of the state of Minnesota, takes the money to D.C. We have to apply using their rules to get our money back into the state of Minnesota. And yes, it is largesse. It's trillions of dollars that they steal from the people of Minnesota or the people of the Union of States, and then we have to comply with their particular breed of politics depending on who's in charge in Washington so we can get some of our money back here in Minnesota to take care of the roads and bridges and transportation needs of the people of Minnesota. So I did find that a very interesting use of terms. So this amendment just cleans a lot of that stuff out, and I recognize that we will probably be ineligible for some particular grants, but it basically says that traffic safety should be the key concern when we're scoring projects. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Cagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So I worked on the IIJA provisions, and one of the things that we looked at when we were talking about these federal funds is some of the programs that will be, that this federal grant money will be available for. And so what we did with this language is really just tried to allow for as much flexibility as we possibly could while still conveying our vision and values for our state of Minnesota. And so some of the things that we did incorporate into this IIJA funding is, improving traffic safety. Which has been a big thing for me up in my neck of the woods. I live right across the street from an intersection where there's constant pedestrian injuries and fatalities, and also improvements to pedestrian and bicycle safety. That is transportation. People walk to get from place to place. People ride bikes to get from place to place, and we want to make sure that folks using the roads and their bikes walking are doing it safely. And this is stuff that is pretty much tailored to some of the IIJA funding. We also want to reduce vehicle miles traveled, providing for increased use of low emission or zero emission vehicles. There's grants available through IIJA that specifically says bus and bus facilities low or no emissions. We also want to reduce greenhouse gases because climate change is real, and transportation is one of the biggest contributors to climate change. We also want to make sure that we're increasing equity in our communities, and that's laid out in the IIJA competitive grant funding as well. But we also want to make sure that we're allowing for flexibility. And so part of this, the allocation was to make sure that we get some into roads and bridges, some into transportation, some into active transportation, making sure that we can get some infrastructure for electric vehicles, but then also allowing for a big portion of flexibility. So a lot of the money is going to be flexible money. And I don't think I think municipalities and local entities should have an easy time making sure that their projects fit into some of these competitive grant processes. And also in this provision, we got help for municipalities and other organizations that are eligible for this federal funding. And so, there's large cities out there that have public works departments and have people dedicated to looking for federal money. But there's a lot, I would say probably a majority of Minnesota cities that don't have that ability and don't have the capacity to have somebody dedicated to looking for federal money. And so this is really making sure that that MnDOT helps our local entities and eligible organizations apply for these federal dollars. This is really just about maximizing the amount of money that's coming back into Minnesota. And we want to make sure that that we are improving our safety, that we're reducing climate, and that we're looking at the safety of all people using the transportation system, not just cars. So I would oppose the amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the amendment? The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Vice Chair Cagle, I think, really made the argument for why we should vote this down. But I did want to let the body know that Vice Chair Cagle has been on this really from the beginning, since the bipartisan infrastructure bill was passed in Washington in November. We rolled up our sleeves. We had an informational hearing, got to work, put this together in consultation with a number of folks. So we have a very good position to access the federal money. Again, historic federal money, not available in this number since the New Deal. So thank you, Representative Cagle, for all of your work, for writing this section of the bill, the most important section. Therefore, let's vote no on this amendment.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Cagle, for also tripping over the acronym. One of the comments you did make, though, was ease of application for local districts. And wouldn't it be a whole lot easier for local municipalities to apply for grant money if it never went to D.C. in the first place and actually stayed in the state of Minnesota? For that, I request a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no.
No.
The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
West moves to amend House File Number 4293, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A38.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the can't tax, can't track amendment. This has to deal with the new task force to implement a mileage tax in Minnesota. And in short, I can just read it to you. The task force must not consider or develop recommendations that involve a road usage charge based on vehicle miles traveled, vehicle monitoring or tracking, or the imposition of a road charge on a vehicle other than an all-electric vehicle. Now, this is important because obviously this task force is the first step towards a mileage tax. And that's not a good thing. If we move towards a mileage tax, that is going to increase costs across the board, of course, because we're still going to have the gas tax and the mileage tax. It's not like one's going away and not the other. And the tax is likely going to be more punitive than anything, because the Minnesota Department of Transportation has explicitly stated that one of their goals is to reduce vehicle miles traveled by 20%. This is certainly the type of tool they would use to make that happen. And another reason this is just not the direction we should go down is this is what they're doing in California. I saw a headline, Minnesota and California take steps to reduce vehicles miles traveled. Now, we do not want to follow California, especially in transportation policy. Do you know a single person who likes driving in California? It's a total nightmare. And that just has to do with the transportation aspect. It's going to raise taxes. It's going to cost Minnesotans money. So we don't want to go that route, and we want to make sure the task force doesn't lead us down that route. But we also have the civil liberty angle, which, you know, not too long ago, Democrats were also vigorously in support of civil liberties. Do we really want the government to be studying how to put a tracker in every single car? You want the government to track your every single movement? And of course, oh, no. The government wouldn't track you. It's just doing this to implement a tax. Well, we've seen this before in the prison program where the government, oh, this is just for the bad guys. We're not tracking Americans. This is the terrorists. But sure enough, it turns out they were wiretapping American citizens and everyone else. So I don't trust the government, even though I kind of am part of it, to implement something like this. So when we take this study, well, okay, let's study it. But we cannot allow this study to create an excuse to increase costs on Minnesotans across the board and to track us, because we can't, the government has done nothing to legitimize Americans or Minnesotans having this level of trust in them. And we don't need more California policy in Minnesota. You just look at Governor Walz's administration pursuing the California Cars Initiative, pushing those policies on Minnesota. All these California policies are going to increase costs for all Minnesotans. And that's going to be a problem for low and middle income Minnesotans, because the rich folks, well, what's another $150 a year, $400, $500 a year? That's nothing. But for people on lower incomes, this is nasty. So I encourage you all to support this amendment, because we shouldn't be increasing taxes on Minnesotans. We shouldn't be trusting the government to track every single vehicle in this state. And I encourage a green vote, and I request a roll call.
Representative West requests a roll call vote, seeing 15 hands. There will be a roll call vote. Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I took a West amendment, our last floor vote, but unfortunately I can't take this one. I'm recommending a no vote. I want to be very clear, members, what this section of the bill does. It is simply a task force to study whether electric car vehicles should be paying some kind of a charge for the wear and tear on the roads. This has been something that's been in the discussion, public discussion for a long time, and the Senate has some ideas about this. We think it should be studied further, and we are not taxing anybody, we're not tracking anybody, we're simply studying how electric vehicle owners can, in a fair way, pay for usage of the roads. That's all this is, members. And one of the options is a mileage-based fee. That will be discussed. Other ideas will be discussed. And so there's no requirement, there's no mandate. There'll simply be a report to the legislature. That's all this is. Let's vote no on this.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Heinrich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, this is a great amendment. Thank you, Representative West, for bringing this amendment forward. Members, we need to incentivize production in our society, not disincentivize production. That's what a vehicle per mileage tax would end up doing, is disincentivizing production. Democrats want to pay people not to work, and they want to disincentivize people from driving more, which is producing in our economy and serving other people. And so I thank you for this amendment. Representative West, I ask for a green vote.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Elkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment would do is basically negate the whole object of the study, which is to look at, what are the privacy considerations, what are the practical considerations around the question of, how, in the absence of a gasoline tax, we are going to fairly collect user fees from the drivers of all electric vehicles. And these are things that all of the issues that Representative West raises are the issues that this task force would study and report back to the legislature on. So we should not prejudge the outcome of what this task force will be, but this is necessary right now. So I urge a red vote on this amendment.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I've been listening to a lot of the ways that we're approaching these bills and these amendments, and I would like to remind the body of a piece of advice that I received from one of the elder statesmen here, Representative Nash, and he stated that the bureaucracy will expand to meet the ever-expanding needs of the bureaucracy. This, to me, feels like we want to give some advice through this amendment to the task force when it is created, because as we take a look at the metadata, as we take a look at what we call big data, if we insert this into various tools like Hadoop or other types of analytics, we're going to be able to draw some conclusions that I don't believe that this body wants to draw. We don't want to know the logistical side of the movement of a citizen from point A to point B over time to develop a statistical analysis of the prediction on where that person is going to be next. I worry about the follow-on issues that are going to happen when we start collecting this type of data. So I do believe that this is a good amendment from the standpoint of providing some guidance to state, and it's in here in the amendment, that we're not going to be doing vehicle monitoring or tracking. We heard a bill earlier about tracking civilian cars via the police. And we had a good, vigorous debate on whether or not we should do that. Should a police officer, in the execution of their duty, be able to put a tracking device on a car and then back off so that we can track that car? That was something that I think has valuable debate and something we should consider. Is it what we, as a state and a legislature, want to signal to the police that we should do? We're doing the same thing with this bill, and that is, do we want the government to track every single car? Do we want the ability for the government to be able to take all of this statistical data across the vehicles and importantly, across time and space, meaning time on the day that it's being tracked and space along the route that they're going? Now, there are absolutely some great things that we could get from this data. We can look at traffic patterns. We can look at tolls. We can look at all the other things that are being tracked. But what this amendment will do is it will signal that we don't want to collect all the data. This feels to me like we're going to be putting, there's a term I've heard, putting the camel's nose under the tent. We allow something that seems very reasonable at the beginning. A reasonable idea back in the early 1900s was the idea of implementing a very short and going to be sunsetted income tax here in the United States. it seemed reasonable that we were in the middle of a war at the time and we needed to raise more funds, either through selling bonds. And there was Abbott and Costello actually in the middle of their movies would say, remember, buy and buy bonds. Now, that's the type of thing that as we get an idea, and I would suggest that the government gets an appetite for more and more and more, we have to put some parameters and some guardrails on the type of data that we're collecting. Representative West, I see this as a very good way of putting some guidelines and some parameters around the type of data that we're collecting. The other day, my wife and I were actually laughing about an article that we read out of the UK. And that article said that your phones might be listening to you. And so we decided to pick something completely nefarious, something absolutely, not nefarious, something that was absolutely generic, but something that we had never talked about before. And that was cat toys. I know it sounds funny that we're talking about cat toys on the House of Representatives, but for about the next, half hour, we said, we're thinking about cat toys. I'd like to buy a cat toy. What kind of a cat toy would you like? Would you like a red cat toy? How about a green cat toy? All kinds of different cat toys. Now, I'm doing this on purpose for those of you that have these amazing miracle devices. In a little while, you're going to be getting cat toy ads because your phones are listening to you. And we know this because we've done the research, we've read the articles. This is the way that the tent opens up. This is the way that the expansion of the government begins. Because again, the government will continue to expand to meet the ever-expanding needs of the government. Let's take that advice. This is a great amendment. I appreciate you bringing it forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And boy, this is a very complex discussion. Let's look at simply this is because the revenue from gas tax isn't enough to cover transportation. So we looked at adding parts, auto parts and stuff. We're looking at studying how to check mileage or whatever for electric vehicles, and we'll spend a lot of money doing complex things. Let's look at the simple thing. You pay gas tax as you're putting on, and it's proportional to the amount of miles. It's going to vary by car, but that's a proportionality of what you're driving. It's even more proportional if you say you've got your charger and you're charging your vehicle, how many kilowatts, you'd put a surcharge on that. That's proportional to the amount of use of the vehicle. That's simple, easy to do. The data is available. The simpler way is just say there's a total amount of gas tax paid, total amount of registered vehicles, divide it. It already gives a smaller bias because you're including electric vehicles in the division, and it's about $200 is what it was a couple years ago. You've got that data, one person, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, you got the information, so no FTEs to do it. There are a lot of simple ways of doing this. You might argue it's better to do this complex way. I say, listening to the discussion today, there's a lot of concern about that per mileage, privacy and et cetera. One thing I hadn't really heard, we found out in these past 2 years what happens to people when you force them or make it less likely they're going to interact with others. You start taxing per mile, whatever vehicle it is, you're going to decrease the amount of time that people get out of their house and go out and interact with their neighbors and their community. I don't think that's a good outcome to try and decrease that. It's a little bit hidden with the gas tax and et cetera. So I think let us not waste a lot of money on this wonderful study, et cetera, et cetera. We've got plenty of simple, straightforward, logical things. They won't cost 50 or 100 FTEs to do. And we can debate it in committee, bring in some people, hear about it, and that's a better choice. So I like the amendment because it touches the point of how are we going to get this data, et cetera. There are concerns, and I'd rather that we just use a little farm sense and not get so complex. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would Representative Elkins yield to a question?
He will yield, Representative West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Elkins, assuming you are one of the few on your side of the aisle that make it through the next election, I'm fairly certain you'll be on this task force. You'll be selected since you've talked about this issue a lot. And so I'm very interested in your opinion on this. Two questions. Would you yourself consider this tax on only electric vehicles, or would this apply to plug-in hybrids and regular internal combustion cars? And then two, should this mileage tax and the gas tax run concurrently if it were to be implemented?
Representative Elkins.
Sure. Representative West, based on my research to this point, my personal opinion is that this should right now only be applied to electric vehicles. The gas tax is a perfectly good tax. It can be collected at very low cost. There's no point in extending a mileage-based tax to gasoline-powered cars. We should just leave the gas tax alone as the main user charge. The way we collect revenue on gasoline-powered cars. We can't charge the gas tax against electric vehicles. So we would use this to collect an equivalent amount from EV owners so that we're paying our fair share, but no more than our fair share. With respect to plug-in hybrids, I think that eventually we would have to figure out what's fair for cars that are partially powered by electricity and partially powered by gasoline. The bill that I originally introduced did not include those vehicles because it's modeled very closely again, on an existing program in the state of Utah. And in speaking with the people in the state of Utah, they extended theirs to both all electric vehicles and to plug-in hybrids. Very few owners of plug-in hybrids enrolled in the program, which is voluntary, and they regretted having included them at this stage in the process because it just, as they put it, the juice just wasn't worth the squeeze. So that's a can that I would deliberately kick down the road to a later date.
Representative West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for a very direct answer to my question, Representative Elkins. And that is good to hear, because if this moves forward, we need to, hopefully the whole task force agrees with you. But members, a vote for this amendment is a vote basically against the mileage tax. A vote against this amendment, you're voting for the first step to putting a mileage tax on Minnesotans. And that is not the route we should go. So members, I encourage a green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who have not yet voted?
Christensen.
Christensen, no.
Christensen, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Houseman.
Houseman, no.
Houseman, no. Lewick. Aye. What? Lewick. Lewick, aye. Morrison.
Morrison, no.
Morrison, no. Schultz.
No.
Schultz, no. Thompson.
No.
Thompson, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Petersburg moves to amend House File Number 4293, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A33.
I recognize the member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that. Members, I'm sure that when you caucused this bill earlier today, you all said, especially on those on the other side, oh, this is a non-starter. We're not going to vote for this one at all. It really goes against everything we believe in. However, I would like you to at least set that decision aside until you hear my rationale for why this really is a common sense amendment that we really need to do. And if you could do that, please wait till after I give you the rationale, and then you can decide after that point. Here's the reason why it's a very common sense. If you remember earlier in the session, this body, Chair Hornstein and I, co-authored a bill that asked for an audit of the Southwest Light Rail. That's the current light rail project. That's the extension of the Green Line. That's now being under construction. And we did that because all of a sudden, and I shouldn't say all of a sudden, over the past few years, it has continued to go over budget and get extended into longer and longer completion dates, to the point that it's almost 3 times what it was originally designed for, and that it's, 3 or 4 years beyond when we thought the start date was. To me, and to those of us in this body, we really believed that that was time for us to take a look at what was happening, what caused the problems, what was the mismanagement, what was there. Matter of fact, this body as a whole, in addition to that particular bill, we also approved through the legislative audit process, again, that they would do the audit. So the legislative auditor is in the process of doing that audit, right? And we believe that that is going to give us a lot of really good information. Now, part of that information is also not going to be just about what's happening from now and forward, but also about what happened into the past, right? And I know Chair Hornstein and I know Senator Dibble, even at the early stages of the Southwest Light Rail, had some concerns over the direction and the path that the light rail was going to be built upon. And here we are, these many, many years later, saying maybe that was an issue. Well, until we hear from the legislative auditor about what problems are there, if we continue on with this next extension of a light rail system, which could very well go on to become also a boondoggle, shall we say, if there are ways in which we can solve that problem before it even gets started, with understanding some of the needs the legislative auditor may represent, we really, again, are going down a path that is uncontrollable and later on may have to deal with it. So it makes perfect sense to me, and I think to many others, that until we know what's going on with the Southwest Light Rail, what issues occurred at the beginning, that we shouldn't do anything at all. And I know that there are going to be those of you that say, but you're going to stop that line. It's not going to happen. You're extending it out to longer periods of time. Well, you know, if we had solved this problem back when Southwest Light Rail was first being developed, and we had the right route, and we did all the things that the legislative order may come back and say we should do, we would have probably already had it built. So yeah, maybe you could say it's extending the completion date, but it also could be saving millions of dollars and could actually shorten the amount of time that it takes to build it. So this is what I say is a very common sense proposal, something that we really need to take a serious look at and say, until we figure out what's gone wrong with the Southwest Light Rail and figure out how we're going to correct it, we ought not to start another large project that could very easily become just as outblown as Southwest Light Rail. So for that very reason, members, we should vote yes on this amendment and say, hey, wait a minute, we know there's some issues here. Let's stop, let's think about this, let's make sure we do it right the first time, rather than later on down the road having to fix it at a higher cost and longer time. So please vote green, and with that, I would ask for a roll call, please.
Representative Petersburg requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Petersburg, for bringing this. I'm going to ask for a no vote. I thought you raised a good point about the legislative auditor, and you know, an update on that. The legislative audit is proceeding because this body did choose, along with the Senate, did choose Southwest as one of the items to be audited. So that's in addition to the parameters that we all voted on in terms of what the auditor should look at. So that is proceeding apace. We should have some information really forthwith, I think, in the matter of a couple of months initially, and then, of course, we'll have the full audit early next year. But members, there's a couple of issues here. We would be changing, I think, a good policy that Representative Torkelson was involved with in 2017, which did put a cap on the state share of light rail expenses. And so that would be negated under this amendment. And Hennepin County and the federal government are the main sources of money for these projects, in addition to the 10% the state does, and we shouldn't be prohibiting them from doing what they're going to do. Finally, I would say that you raise very good points about the history of Southwest. Bottineau is a different situation. They now have a new route just last week. There's some excitement in the community. The new route actually, I think, learned some lessons from Southwest because they're not co-locating light rail and freight as they originally were. So they have the new route without co-location. And it's actually going to be serving a more densely populated community rather than going through parkland. So I think the routing decision was a good one. Obviously, the community needs to vet that. They're still at that phase, but it's a very different situation, very different than Southwest. So for those reasons, I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to speak first about the transportation bill overall, this is a balanced bill that serves Greater Minnesota and the metro area equally. The transportation bill overall includes provisions that don't affect my district. For example, it allocates funds to Greater Minnesota transit projects and includes funding for small cities assistance, with a small city defined as one under 5,000 people. Those provisions don't implicate my district, but I'm not about to try to eliminate funding for them because we need to serve all Minnesotans, and that's what this bill does. This amendment, in contrast, is emblematic of the majority's practice of dividing Minnesotans and trying to regulate areas they don't represent. The Blue Line extension will serve an area that has not been well served by mass transit, and it will connect diverse communities to jobs and other opportunities. If you compare the proposed route with factors like which areas are populated by people of color, which areas have a high percentage of transit commuters, areas that are below the median household income, or areas with a history of redlining and racist restrictive covenants, you'll see a lot of overlap. This project will advance equity, it will serve people, and it will right historical wrongs. The Blue Line project has not been plagued by the delays, the budget overruns, and litigation that have plagued the Southwest Light Rail project. It's been a victim of being behind that project in line, and amendments like this are a further poke in the eye to residents of places like Robbinsdale and Crystal. The author of this amendment mentioned the audit of the Southwest Light Rail project that we approved. We did approve that. It was an audit. We didn't vote to stop the project. This amendment would stop the Blue Line altogether. It is a sledgehammer for a problem that does not exist. Please vote against this bad amendment.
Further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the author of the amendment. I recognize the member from Dakota. Representative Kosnick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would encourage a support of the Petersburg Amendment. And if the previous speaker, the representative from Crystal and Robbinsdale, would yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Kosnick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in your comments, Representative Freiberg, you talked about other members from different parts of the state kind of butting into the planning and the spending of this project. Is that correct?
Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Kosnick. Could you rephrase the question? I'm not understanding it.
Representative Kosnick.
Representative Freiberg, I was trying to clarify the comments that you had made that you insinuated, is my understanding. I want to understand if that's what you meant, that other members of this body do not have a voice or an input into this particular project, that we're telling other places how to spend money, and that we shouldn't have a say in this project. Is that what your comments were? Because that's kind of the way I took them. Please clarify.
Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Kosnick. I'm not aware of any meetings that have occurred between the author of the amendment and the city officials or residents of Crystal or Robbinsdale. I do think it is incumbent upon us as members of the legislature to do our homework, to find out what people who represent areas that are affected by policies we propose, to find out what the people who represent those areas think, both in this body, both at the city level and the residents themselves. And I don't feel that this amendment made those efforts, and I feel like people should vote against this amendment.
Representative Kosnick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Freiberg. Well, members, I would tell you that taxpayers and citizens across the state should have an input, and they do with our elected voices, on how we utilize our transportation dollars. Part of the motor vehicle sales tax goes into the transit pile of money, and that's where some of this funds are going for. And Representative Freiberg, on this Blue Line extension that you seem to be somewhat versed of, I would tell you that just over last Friday, I was having an exciting evening at home, and one of your constituents messaged me on Facebook. And so I've heard from not only my own constituents, but also those in Robbinsdale that are opposed to this line. There were some comments in one of the local newspapers in which I was quoted in, and generally we're told not to read the comments in a news article. But I would encourage you to take a look at that because they weren't friendly to this particular project. And Representative Freiberg, if you would yield, could you share with the body what the estimated price tag or cost is of the Blue Line extension, and then how much has been spent already without it even being operational, if you know that?
Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Kosnick. I don't have those numbers in front of me. I suspect if you're asking, you know them. I will say to your previous point, there is not universal approval for this project. Representative Chair Hornstein mentioned that we are still going through the process. They just released the proposed route last week. They are soliciting input. We have to go through a municipal consent project. And the outcome of those votes are by no means guaranteed. But that doesn't mean that this proposal should be kneecapped before it's even gotten to that phase, as this amendment would do.
Representative Koznick.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Freiberg, well, I disagree. We have some history here, members, and very recent history in this particular session of a boondoggle on the Southwest Light Rail, and you don't like to compare the two, but I think it would be beyond our responsibility if we didn't. So far, there's been at least 125, I think the newspaper quoted $129 million spent just talking about this Blue Line extension, doing some planning for it. And we're years away from even giving somebody a ride to where they might need to go. I will share with the members and Representative Freiberg for your constituents. It was estimated that this Blue Line extension would cost $1.5 billion. But my friend from Farmington, my friend from Champlin, that are very favorable to sports betting, they might like to bet on this. I would bet the over that it's going to be over $1.5 billion just based on the history of the Green Line extension and the problems, minor in comparison, but the problems that we've already had in the planning and selecting a route for this Blue Line. Representative Petersburg is absolutely right that we should hit the brakes here. We should slow down this train wreck of the Blue Line extension because, members, I'm pretty sure when we come back here in maybe the 3 or 4, probably 5 or 6 years when that project opens up, it's not going to be $1.5 billion. I think if we all actually honestly ask that question, I don't think anybody thinks it's going to be under $1.5 billion boondoggle. It's going to be over 2, close to 3, I'm certain, I would bet. And so thank you, Representative Petersburg, for bringing this amendment. And we have this kind of fascination in building out all these different modes, but we just don't have the density in this metropolitan area to do that, to make them operationally efficient. And one of the provisions that Representative Hornston that you mentioned about the Southwest Light Rail, that we don't pay for the operating loss, is a very good provision and one that I've argued that needs to be expanded across all our transit lines so that when our local partners, whether it's Ramsey County, Hennepin County, my county, Dakota, maybe Scott or any of the other counties that want some of this, transit lines, they should not just come to the state to help them build it, but when they do that and we give those funds, those counties should then say, thank you for helping us build it. We'll cover the cost of operating it. And I think that's where we need to move and reinvent and reimagine our transit system because as you look at some of the other projects that are being discussed, there's kind of no end to the appetite for trains across the state by the Democrats. And that's just not the most efficient way to get people where they need to go, get our products to the market. And so, Representative Petersburg, thanks for offering this amendment. And Representative Freiberg, I hope I shared some information with you that you can make a better decision and better inform your constituents.
Further discussion to the amendment. To the author of the amendment, the member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, to my colleague from across the aisle, I think maybe you heard something I didn't say in my introduction of this amendment. Not once did I comment on the value of the project. Not once did I say it wasn't something that the community could benefit from, just as I've never said that about the Southwest Light Rail. But I do believe the Southwest Light Rail has gone off the track, shall we say, okay? And I think we have an opportunity for us to wait for the audit to know why and how it ran off the rails so that we can correct this project before it moves forward. That means we do need to take a pause. That does mean that we need to stand back and say, okay, what did we do? Because whatever we do from this point forward sets certain things in motion that may or may not be easy to correct later on. And so this bill isn't about the value of the project. And if that was the implication, I I'm sorry about that. It wasn't what I said, wasn't my intention. The question actually is, as fiduciary responsible people that are standing up for the rights of all people in Minnesota, how do we spend the funds that we're given? Do we do it wisely, or we do it expediently, or do we do it just because we can? Well, I think this is an opportunity for us to be disciplined and say, hey, we need to do what is best. I will tell you that a wise man once told me, if you don't have time to do it right, when will you have time to do it over? Okay? This is the time in which we need to make sure we're doing it right, because later on we may not have the time to do it over. So please vote green on this amendment, which allows us to figure out what's going on, what we need to do, and be able to spend the funds that are entrusted to us wisely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and please vote green.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Would the clerk please call the names of the members who have not yet voted?
Agbadje.
Agbadje votes no.
Agbadje, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hausman.
Hausman, no.
Hausman, no. Morrison.
Morrison, no.
Morrison, no. Schultz.
No.
Schultz, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson. Thompson. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Barr moves to amend House File Number 4293, the second Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A22-0447.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for those following along, this is my last amendment of the day. This amendment takes all of the money that the state has put in, $51 million put into the Northern Lights Express. For those who don't know what the Northern Lights Express is, that is an Amtrak train that will run from St. Paul to Duluth with a couple intermediate stops. It has, over the years, had many interesting names: Northern Lights, Casino Train, Train to Duluth. But it is an Amtrak train, and it will be running on Burlington Northern Rails. So what this bill actually does, or what the current language is, we're going to use $51 million of Minnesota taxpayer money and give it to a private company so that they can upgrade their operating facilities. Let me say that again. We're going to give $51 million to Burlington Northern so they can fix their track. We have heard over and over and over again about giveaways to big corporations. Just yesterday, the majority leader spoke up about the UI bill being a big giveaway to multinational big corporations. Well, here's $51 million of money going to a big corporation. So this amendment takes the money out of NLX, Northern Lights, Casino Train, and puts it into something that actually everyday men and working men and women travelers around the state of Minnesota can actually use. It puts the money back into small cities and townships that are historically underfunded. My township, which is quasi-metro, quasi-rural, I have one township left. So kind of for more of my metro members who have about 40 townships in their districts, that might seem a little odd. But the one township I do have came to me a couple years ago and said, hey, here's our operating budget for the year. Their operating budget, after they got done with snow plowing, they couldn't even grade all of the gravel roads they had in the township once. Not even once. And yet we're going to take $51 million and give it to a major corporation. And that's just the seed money, because there's $17 million the next year and another $17 million the year after that to leverage another $400+ million of Minnesota taxpayer money from the federal government that we're going to try and get back after it's been extracted. So all told, it's just shy of $500 million to a private corporation to upgrade their rails so that we can have a train that goes from St. Paul to Duluth. And in committee, this is 30 minutes faster than driving. That's it, 30 minutes. So I'm having a hard time understanding why we would want to spend hundreds of millions of dollars so that we can save 30 minutes from Duluth to Minnesota when our townships and our cities don't have the money to actually pave the roads, grade the roads, fix the potholes, and do what all of our smaller communities want done. So I ask for a green vote. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Barr, your data is correct on the federal match and the fact that this is being operated by Amtrak, which has significantly reduced the cost from earlier proposals. And there is significant benefit in giving people a choice about how to get from the Twin Cities up to Duluth. There is a lot of support all along this line, particularly in the Duluth area. This is going to be a boost for the economy and for tourism. It is a tremendous asset in terms of our goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector. It will create jobs in the construction area. And the issue around BNSF, I'm glad you brought that up. It is not a subsidy to Burlington Northern. But this will make this route safer for the freight rail that travels along it. You will have improvements to grade crossings, for example, where we do see a lot of accidents. So this is a win-win. Again, we are 80% of this will be federal. It is going to be operated and maintained by Amtrak. That's a very, very important development since earlier proposals, and I would just ask for a no vote on this.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wonder how many people know where Amtrak came from in the first place. Amtrak's in 1970, Conrail was actually the last passenger service in the United States. A private company, all the rest of them had suspended because people weren't riding the thing. It wasn't making money. It wasn't paying for itself. You have payroll, you have overhead, you have track keep up, you have conductors, you have stewards in the passenger cars. You have the cars themselves. Those things all cost money, which are paid for through fares. The fares on all other passenger rail in the United States were not sustaining the upkeep of the rails. Conrail was the last one. They were suspending business. There would be no more passenger rail in the United States. So the federal government stepped in and said, gee whiz, we got a great idea. We can use taxpayer money to fund an ideology or a transportation system that's 150 years old. And now we're going to go stick another $500 million on top of a technology that's 2 centuries old. Why? We can put that money to better use we can put that money to use in local roads, bridges, transportation systems, and as more and more AI, which I know a lot of people aren't really hip on this one, but as AI gets more and more advanced, you'll want to get in your own car, press the button to say, I want to go to the convention center in Duluth, or I want to go to Granite Falls, or I want to go to some other wonderful attraction, park, something around the state of Minnesota. You'll kick back and read a book or read the newspaper or chit-chat with whoever else you have in the car, and the car will take you there, and it will avoid all of the accidents and other vehicles and little animals on the road and all the rest of it. So this AI technology is, whether you like it or not, it's coming along. Third generation AI is already on, or autonomous is already on the highway. We're seeing self-parking cars, et cetera, et cetera. So why are we investing $500 million of taxpayer money in a technology that's 2 centuries old? So I ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no.
No.
The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Heinrich moves to amend House File Number 4293, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A36.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Heinrich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, members, my amendment is going to be a big win when this passes, when we're all going to vote green. It's going to be a big win for Minnesotans. It's going to be a big win for the Minnesota State Patrol, a win for the commuters that drive around on our roads every day being productive because they don't have a vehicle mileage tax right now. This amendment is going to be a big loser for the future boondoggle of the Northern Lights Express. It reallocates the funding for the NLX high-speed train to Duluth and spends the funds on state patrol-related expenditures. 2 twin-engine helicopters, $27.7 million. Enhanced aviation enforcement funds, $1.7 million. And $21.6 million for additional trooper funding, trooper academies, and then additional base funding of $17 million in the tails of 24 and 25 for state highway patrolling. Members, instead of a wasteful train to Duluth, we should be funding our state patrol. In this bill, it doesn't have any funding for their requested by the agency to replace an older helicopter. Minnesotans are asking for law enforcement to be funded. Minnesotans are asking for us to take care of the crime problems in our state. The Senate bill actually funds 3 new helicopters and 3 small planes for State Patrol. House DFL, none. I want to read a story real quick from KSTP. Minnesota State Patrol is getting more aggressive on how it patrols aggressive drivers. The Highway Enforcement for Aggressive Driving, HEAT, Highway Enforcement for Aggressive Traffic, where troopers patrol a specific stretch of highway in squad cars and their helicopter. Will not only continue through the summer, but State Patrol says it plans to increase the aviation patrol by 25%. Here's Colonel Langer, who is highly praised on this House floor Sunday night by our governor. We've heard a lot from people, and they're really happy with what the State Patrols are out there doing, working HEAT. Minnesota State Patrol, Colonel Langer. This is about coordinated, strategic approach to make our roads safer, Langer said. As a result, we're seeing a difference. Fatal crashes are down about 14% this year from last year. We want to see that trend continue. I want to tell you another excerpt in the story from a Brooklyn Park police officer. He says, I happened to be working one night. One of our officers found a stolen vehicle on Brooklyn Boulevard in Brooklyn Center. When officers tried to pull over the stolen vehicle, he said the driver took off and reached speeds close to 100 miles an hour. At that rate of speed, the commander said that officers had to end their pursuit, but the HEAT helicopter was nearby and picked it up, eventually leading to 3 arrests in Minneapolis. He says we didn't have to engage in any kind of high-speed pursuit because we didn't put the public at risk. We didn't want to put the public at risk. But yet these suspects that had stolen the vehicle ultimately were arrested in a safe manner because we have funded the need and the request of the State Patrol in the past, and they're asking for our help again. But this bill ignores that. Members, I had this same amendment in Transportation Committee, and instead of taking the money out of this wasteful train idea to Duluth, I had the money come out of active transportation. But it's kind of the same idea that Democrats seem to have over and over again. Instead of funding our public safety and making sure that we have safe communities, we want to be green and we want to have trains. Members, I watched a YouTube video that was really shocking to me in Portland, and it's just decimated in areas of Portland. I'm sure you're all aware. And the video shows a ghost town area that used to be probably bustling with commerce and people that were being productive, and instead it's just dead there. But the YouTube video shows one chunk of the roadway taken up by a beautifully painted green lane for bicycles only. But there were no bikes, there was no people, there was not really any cars either there. But that's where they spent their money on. I want to tell you about a Forbes story right here. The Forbes story, January 21st, just over a year ago. The story, you guys can look it up, it's in Forbes. How long does it take for a city to die? Downtowns across the country have emptied due to the pandemic, causing many stores and restaurants to close. Suburbs are doing much better in many cases, hardly touched by the recession, but in Portland, Oregon, continued violence and vandalism have combined with high housing costs, homelessness, and poor community leadership. So it raises the question, how long before a city dies? Now, you know, Portland about 10 or 15 years ago was hailed as the green city darling, the beacon of civil excellence. That's not the case anymore, members. What changed? Has anybody got any guesses? What changed in Portland? Well, since 2007, Portland has had a DFL trifecta, the House, the Senate, and the governor, for the last 15 years in Portland. Now, a lot of stuff changes in the world quick these days. I mean, 5 minutes ago, I remember a lot of things were different. So things change quick, I get that. But 15 years, and they've had a Democrat governor since 1992, but 2007, it's been a trifecta for 15 years. And they've been able to institute the exact policies that some of my friends on the other aisle are wanting to institute in our state. So we better get our priorities straight, because I have the same question Forbes did. How long does it take for a city to die? I know you don't want our cities to die off. I don't want that either, but they are because of poor policies and poor leadership. Trains that are a waste of money, and instead of allocating funds into public safety, where Minnesotans want those funds going right now, we're talking about high-speed trains to Duluth and light rail boondoggle projects, or more active transportation, instead of dealing with what we need to deal with. Colonel Langer said, one of the things we can do right now is fly more because it's proven to really be advantageous. He said, of the efforts addressing carjacking and reckless driving. Does anybody here care about carjacking? I do. I know you do too. So let's fund the State Patrol. Let's give them what they asked for. And you know what? I have a little more in there for that too than exactly what they asked for. I understand that. But members, this is a good amendment. I know Minnesotans want it. It's a win for Minnesotans. It's a win for our commuters. It's a win for the State Patrol. It's a win for every one of our districts. Vote green. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author of the amendment yield to a question or two?
He will yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My understanding is our current helicopter and those are basically the helicopters that we've got aren't capable of some of the rescue situations that the newer ones that this amendment would get, and also the Senate, I believe, has some funding for it. And I know with the rainfall and the flooding, I think we've got to declare a disaster area in part of Minnesota. where, frankly, if we had the new helicopter, would that allow us to do rescue and save lives where you can't get vehicles to in a quick fashion?
Representative Heinrich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question, Representative Quam. Yes, that's exactly what the helicopters would do. That's what the State Patrol is really requesting is the tools necessary to not only curb crime in our cities, but to also provide safety to all of our citizens in multiple ways. I could read one more. Rescue missions. Law enforcement officials say helicopters are an important tool for curbing carjackings, conducting search and rescue missions, and safely apprehending fleeing drivers. So yes, Representative Quam, thanks for the question.
Representative Quam.
Members, too often we only think of law enforcement in one fashion. But I know many people that have been stranded in the winter, during a blizzard, or in other circumstances. I know people that have been in homes that were on fire, and the first people there were law enforcement. People, parents, children have been saved. And I think providing tools that allow that to be more effectively done, and also allow for, when you have nothing else, being able to go into a flood area and quickly rescue people. So I like this amendment because it shows the other side of law enforcement, the emergency rescue, the savings of lives. I think this is a good amendment.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Quam, for giving me the lead into what I was going to speak about. And the question that you alluded to is what capabilities do the helicopters have right now, and what would it be different with the new helicopters? And the different would be the State Patrol currently has 2 helicopters that can do static line. They can suspend a long line from the helicopter, but it is not what we would consider a basket rescue. They can suspend something from the bottom of the helicopter, but they can't send anyone down to get you, and they can't pull you back up. The helicopters that they're looking at purchasing would be able to do both. And you might ask yourself, because I asked several of the members of my caucus over here, I said, well, how many helicopters do you think the state currently has that can do basket rescues? Well, I'll make it quick because we want to get home tonight. The answer is 0. And I said, well, we could always call for a helicopter from one of our surrounding states, because in the surrounding states there currently are, it's 0. If we need to do a basket rescue, you're out of luck. So, Representative Kwong, as you pointed out, when you need a flooded rescue or something like that, yes, this would make the difference. The new helicopters are much stronger, they're much faster, they can get to where you need the help, can get you the help you need faster, and they're also lower maintenance. So I rise and ask you to support this amendment. It'll save lives. And I just have one question for Representative Hornstein, if he would yield.
He will yield, Representative Novotny.
Representative Hornstein, I was just wondering, Burlington Northern Santa Fe, if I'm not wrong, isn't that a company held by Berkshire Hathaway?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I believe that is the case, headquartered in Omaha, Nebraska.
Home of Warren Buffett.
Representative Novotny.
Home of Warren Buffett. Thank you, Representative Dabney. Would it be a benefit for Burlington Northern to get this rail? Yes. The extreme cost of improving these lines is what would be the benefit to Burlington Northern, Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett. I know this because I was working at Sherburne when they did the upgrades for the rail going to Big Lake, and they went to the high-speed rail. And I believe that that's a large cost of what's going on to the improvements for the rail line between Duluth and Minneapolis right now, or St. Paul. So, yeah, there would be a severe upgrade to the capabilities of that line, which would benefit one of the richest men in America. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Frankie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Heinrich, for bringing this amendment. I rise in support of it. I just want to tell a little story about the great work that our State Patrol is doing. I don't know how many of you are aware or pay attention to the news about these street racers that are basically starting out in downtown Minneapolis and coming into our communities, one of them especially being mine. And the shootings and murders that are happening around these activities, and the work that the State Patrol is doing to, do what they can to quash this kind of activity. But it's hard when you're chasing these vehicles through city streets, down the highways, from community to community. So, like I said, one of the community's members that was affected and continues to be affected is mine. Matter of fact, just hundreds of feet from my own home. And graciously, Colonel Langer accepted an invite to come down and coordinate with our chiefs of police in our area. And one of the things that I heard over and over again, members, is they need funding for air support. They need funding to be able to coordinate with our local communities for these instances that are happening all over, along with all the other great yeoman's work that the State Patrol is doing. So I definitely rise in support of this amendment. Thank you again, Representative Heinrich, and I encourage a green vote.
I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Mr. Chair, Representative Heinrich, thank you for this amendment. Northern Lights Express goes right through the heart of my district. Most of the people that live in our area do not want it. Isanti County is backed out. City of Cambridge wants it just because this rail station is going to be in their city, which is going to block Highway 95 because it's only, the rail station is going to be set up so the last cars might be blocking the main east-west artery across the county, State Highway 95. We already have issues where the highway's been blocked for over an hour by trains already. The helicopters are very important. I've been on many scenes searching for lost children, searching for dangerous suspects, where that helicopter has been a godsend, helping us find the child within hours that was lost in a wooded and swampy area. The FLIR on that thing helps dramatically at nighttime for officer safety in dangerous situations. But I'm going to get back now to the light rail, or the heavy rail, high-speed train. I believe it was in 1969, the 6 o'clock flyer was coming through Braham. 6 o'clock flyer was a 60-mile-an-hour train going through the city of Braham at 6 o'clock at night. Hit a car crossing the railroad tracks. 4 individuals were killed that night. The car, they were picking up pieces and parts of those individuals for 4 miles. Fire department did a fabulous job working on it. The worst part was after they got done, they found out who the individuals were. 3 of the kids belonged to the people picking them up. City of Braham really doesn't want it. There's this city park right next to those railroad tracks. where they have a major event where we have 5,000 people come to town for Braham Pie Day, right next to those railroad tracks. Now, there's something else about the B line. There was an A and a B line going north. The A line went through North Branch, the B line went through Cambridge and Braham, Isani. The B line was the one that was kept. But it's a single rail line. Right now, we have issues with getting goods and services across this country. And that B line is almost at full capacity. But there's something else about that B line. That is the hazardous material line. Anything hazardous going across the state, across from east to west or west to east across this country goes on that line. And now you're going to put a high-speed rail on it, a high-speed train on it as well, slowing down freight, putting them in conflict with hazardous material, and putting the citizens in my district, in Representative Nelson's district, in danger. I've been to the derailings already as a deputy. They happen. So in order to change the conflict, we have to spend hundreds of millions of dollars putting in a new double rail line for Burlington Northern and Warren Buffett at the taxpayers' expense. We're writing a check to Warren Buffett. Representative Heinrich, thank you for this. It's a line that most people in our communities do not want. And I think for the safety of the citizens of Minnesota, the air patrol by the State Patrol is much more important. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. I'm going to ask for a no vote here. I do appreciate the discussion. I want to remind the body that we funded the State Patrol last year, their State Patrol request. I think there are some innovative new ideas that we can vet further with them in terms of their ability to do enforcement. And I also just want to reiterate the importance of this passenger rail train with some freight rail infrastructure improvements, the type of issues that were discussed in terms of safety by Representative Johnson. Those could be fixed with better grade rail crossings. And of course, much better laws and regulations around hazardous rail transportation, which this body made some effort at about 5 years ago, and we should revisit when a lot of the oil trains were rumbling through our state and continue to do so. So, members, I'd ask for a no vote and appreciate the discussion.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Heinrich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I wrap up here, I'd like to ask for a roll call on the A36.
Representative Heinrich requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Heinrich.
So, members, I appreciate the discussion. You know, this, believe it or not, this amendment is not anti-train, it's pro-law enforcement. That's what I want the DFL side of the aisle to understand. It's, you know, I didn't want this amendment to be ruled out of order. This is a very important amendment that needs to go on the bill. And if I had to just put in more money, which I would be all for, to fund the needs of the State Patrol and to fund our public safety needs here in our state so we can have a win for our commuters, we can have a win for Minnesotans, I'd be willing to take the money from somewhere else. But I didn't want this amendment to be ruled out of order, so I'm taking it from the train. So some people like trains, some people don't. I get that. But this amendment is not anti-train, it's pro-law enforcement. This is a chance for you to press a green button on this amendment and show Minnesotans that this year you're willing to fund. I appreciate, Representative Hornstein, Mr. Chair, that you funded State Patrol. You funded them last year in some ways that they had asked, but this year they're asking, we have new needs this year. And our crime problem has not gotten better. We've seen a spirit of lawlessness continue to ramp up. And I have some ideas of why that is. We see a test subject across the country in Portland, Oregon, where for the last 15 years, Democrats have had every single policy they've wanted. Every one of them. And Americans throughout the whole country and here in our state, Minnesotans know. They know what happens when you run that experiment because of cities like that and others. And so we need to get our priorities straight, members. The policies of the DFL will end up killing our cities. Thank goodness in our state, we've got a split legislature. Hopefully we end up with a Republican trifecta so we can repeal the bad policies that the Democrats have put in over the last few years as they've had the governor and the House of Representatives, the governorship and the House of Representatives. But members, this is a good amendment. Let's get our priorities straight. To my DFL friends, I ask for a green vote on this one. Let's not spend more money on trails and trains and green initiatives before we fix our crime problem. Minnesotans want that crime problem the first thing we fix, because none of the rest of it's not going to make sense after that if we lose our cities, if our cities die. So members, vote green. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll.
We tried.
Would the clerk please call the names of members who have not yet voted?
Agbaje.
Agbaje votes no.
Agbaje, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Houseman.
Houseman, no.
Houseman, no. Lippert.
Lippert, no.
Lippert, no. Moran. Moran. Morrison.
Morrison, no.
Morrison, no. Nelson, N.
Nelson, and I.
Nelson, N. I. Schultz.
Schultz, no.
Schultz, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson.
No.
Thompson.
Moran, no.
Thompson, no. Moran.
No.
Moran, no. Houseman. Houseman is no. Things changed in here. Okay.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Torkelson moves to amend House File Number 4293, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A37.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As one of the elder statesmen, I want to request a roll call now so I don't forget.
Representative Torkelson requests a roll call vote, seeing 15 hands, so there will be a roll call vote. Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We seem to have some wannabe elders around here, but you got the real deal now. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment, as some of the former amendments, does take money from the train and from some other resources, but it's not really about those expenditures. It's really about what's missing in this bill. This year, we've had a lot of energy around the Capitol in our own committee and in the Senate Transportation Committee regarding utilizing more of the sales tax on auto parts and repairs for transportation. We took a bite out of that resource a few years ago, and it's been going well, and now there's some energy behind the idea that we could utilize more of those resources for transportation. I can't do that directly in this bill because of the rules, but I can borrow a little money from some other projects. And what happened here is this idea came before our committee, was voted out of our committee, but then disappeared. Would the chair of the Transportation Committee yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hornstein, Chair Hornstein, what happened to that proposal, that provision that passed out of our committee?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Torkelson. The bill passed out of our committee, and was referred to the Tax Committee.
Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Hornstein. Would the chair of the Tax Committee yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Marquardt, this provision is moved to your committee. We haven't seen a tax bill yet. I hope we see one before the session ends. Can you give us a hint as to whether or not this provision may or may not be included in the tax bill?
I recognize the member from Clay, Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Torkelson, the tax bill will be heard in Ways and Means Committee tomorrow. That provision you're mentioning is not in the tax bill.
The member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair Marquardt. I had heard rumors to that effect, and it's very disappointing. This provision has done very well in both transportation committees, but it seems like it's been sent to the Tax Committee to die a slow, painful death. But what would this money have been used for? What's also missing in this bill is appropriate support for our small cities and townships. In the Constitution, actually, there's small cities are defined as those cities under 5,000. And we've had a real challenge over the years trying to find money to help these small cities with their needed street repairs. We've had some resources made available, and they have been greatly appreciated. In fact, the first allocation was in 2015, and just to give you some idea how important this work is, this work was done by a member who loves to spend money and grow government. This provision came from Representative Drazkowski. Getting money to small cities is a big deal, and when you get support like that for that kind of provision, it indicates just how important it is. There are over 700 small cities across the state, and They all have streets. In this bill, there is some funding for small cities, and I thank you, Representative Hornstein, for that. And that's good, but it's not really enough, and it will not grow in time. The other important area that needs funds are our townships. There are 1,780 townships across the state of Minnesota that maintain 55,000 miles of roads. 55,000 miles. And they get very little help from the state of Minnesota. In this bill, they get $4 million one-time spending. Inadequate, and I urge a green vote on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Torkelson. I did want to point out that we do have important funding for small cities and townships in this bill. Obviously, it's not a finance year. I wish we could have more funding for every mode of transportation and for every part of the state. But in this bill, when it comes to townships, as Representative Torkelson pointed out, we have a one-time $4 million increase. That's 10% one time over their base funding. I think that's important. And townships do get money through the state funding formula, unlike small cities, as you pointed out, Representative Torkelson. So we have $10 million for small cities and money in the tails ongoing at least for that period of time. And yes, we need to do better. We need a ongoing, dedicated, consistent, reliable source of money for not only small cities, but the entire road and bridge network in the state. And that's why we need that reliable, dedicated funding that we've been really looking for over many years here. So this at least gets us, makes progress, gets us some needed resources for small cities and townships. We do have a good position for that in the bill. And I'll also just add one final note here. We do have trunk highway bonds, and there's a really important piece of this that goes to bridges. Now, some of that money doesn't necessarily go, of course, to the townships. Some may go to small towns, but we do have a really important bridge safety provision, which I'll talk about later on. So there is solid money for roads, bridges, townships, and small cities in this legislation.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair Hornstein. Well, you had an opportunity for more funding at your fingertips, and it slipped away. These additional dollars generated by auto parts and repairs sales tax has been identified as an appropriate source of revenue for transportation. It's one that we should utilize, could utilize, and it wouldn't just go to small towns and townships. There'd be a big chunk that would go to our HUTD system and fund roads and bridges all across the state. Thank you, members. I urge a green vote.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. the clerk please call the names of the members who have not yet voted?
Becker Finn. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Houseman.
Houseman, no.
Houseman, no. Lippert.
Lippert, no.
Lippert, no. Morrison.
Morrison, no.
Morrison, no. Nelson, N.
Nelson and I.
Nelson, N, I. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, I. Schultz.
Schultz, no.
Schultz, no. Swazinski. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye.
Thompson.
No. Thompson, no.
Thompson, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Petersburg moves to amend House File Number 4293, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A32.
I recognize the member from Waseca, the author of the amendment, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I believe I have the A48.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Howard, state your point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I rise under Rule 3.21. Motions and propositions must be germane, and I have advice.
Please offer your advice, Representative Howard.
Mr. Speaker, the A32 adds a new subject to the bill, the regulation of the chemical composition of fuel. As such, I would urge you to find the amendment out of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further advice to the point of order.
Advice, Mr. Speaker?
Representative Petersburg, please state your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice to the body. My A48, I believe, would have corrected that. It was an error that I noticed after it was printed. And this A48, I think, would have fixed that issue because this bill and this amendment actually is very important to all of us who take seriously the responsibility that we have here to provide for the legislation of this state. And so with the amendment to the amendment, I believe that would have corrected it. And I believe that would have been in order as well. So my advice is you allow the amendment to go on and then have debate on the bill.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice?
Please state your advice.
Members, I'm going to share a lesson that I learned when I was a freshman and I stood and ruled one of the amendments from your side out of order before you even had an opportunity to speak to it. I was reminded by one of our elder statesmen that was rude and uncalled for, and particularly, Representative Howard, because Representative Petersburg has an amendment to his amendment that would have fixed it. You should let the members speak to their amendment before you jump out of your chair and decide that you're going to rule it out of order. Let them talk. This place is built on relationship and decency, and you don't have any. Let the man talk, let him make his amendment to his amendment, and then it fixes the problem that you're trying to rule out of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Fillmore, Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I totally agree with my friend and colleague, the elder statesman, Representative Nash. But members on the other side of the aisle, could you at least let us know what the amendment is? Could we at least get out of our mouths what we're trying to talk about here? That's extremely rude. It's Pecksniffian. And I believe that we have to allow members on both sides of the aisle to at least present their amendments before you cut our legs off. Come on, let's show a little decency around here. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize the member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will give further advice. First of all, I've been in the majority before, and I usually found that when some of us had some heartburn with what was coming up, we would try to figure out how to rule out of order so we didn't have to vote. So that means that some of you liked my amendment. So I appreciate your support in that. But again, this is a situation where we really need to have an opportunity to debate and discuss it. And so I would certainly urge everybody to vote that this, that you ruled that it is not well taken. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Mr. Speaker, my advice to you and to my colleagues, in particular on my side of the aisle, when we're in the majority next year, let's not do what they do to us. Quite rude. And in my 12 years of being here, we've never acted like that. Cutting someone off before they could even announce their amendment. That's clearly not polite. So my advice to our party, our folks, we won't do that to them when we're in charge next year. And my advice to you folks over there is, at least whoever said it, maybe not all of you, because I know most of you are decent folks, but whoever got up and said, cut him off, Representative Petersburg, my advice to you is get a little manners and be polite.
Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Howard yield?
He will yield. Representative Davids.
Representative Howard, could you just rescind your point of order so we can at least hear what it is before you raise for a point of order? That was uncalled for. Please just withdraw it so Representative Petersburg can present his amendment and then kill us. Politically speaking, I would never advocate violence in any way.
Representative Howard.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Pinto.
parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Can a member ask another member to yield during a point of order? I'm just not certain. My question, Mr. Speaker, stands to you.
Representative Howard.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Davis, I don't know if this is Pecksniffian, but the answer is no.
All right, members, I have heard advice from Representative Petersburg, Howard, Nash, Davids, and McDonald. I have reviewed the amendment and I have studied the bill, and I find that the point of order is well taken.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Albright.
Mr. Speaker, I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Representative Albright appeals the ruling of the Speaker.
Request a roll call.
And requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Albright.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Albright, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I've been sitting here and I've certainly had my fair share of points of order. But I got to say, professional courtesy is one thing that we have lost. I'm not making inferences about what's gone on in the last few minutes, but for another member to shut off the debate and the presentation on an amendment of another member. The member didn't even have the opportunity to announce the subject matter of the amendment. What are we doing here? I think one of my colleagues about an hour ago made the point. Are you so afraid of debate? Are you so afraid of taking a vote on something? What are you afraid of? A no vote? Are you afraid of it coming up in an election? Have a little courage. But to the member who raised the point of order, I'm embarrassed for you. It was uncalled for. And I don't have a thesaurus to give any big words to what you did. But I think you owe the member from this side an apology. How embarrassing for one member to be so rude as to...
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I have the
Representative
floor.
Long,
Point of
for what
parliamentary
purpose do you
inquiry.
rise?
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Please state your point of parliamentary
What is the
inquiry.
subject of the debate that we are on now, Mr. Speaker?
What is the subject of the debate? The question before the body is, shall the ruling of the Speaker stand?
Mr.
Representative
Speaker, I
Albright.
am speaking to the point of order.
Representative Albright, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This body is about order. This body used to be about professional courtesy. And we have devolved into an avoidance of debate. We have devolved into a body that is frightened of their own shadow and using rules out of distinctiveness, out of their purpose, to avoid the issue. It's embarrassing. And the public sees this. Representative Petersburg, I'm sorry for what happened to you. If he won't apologize to you, I will. As a member of this body, you were wronged. And you are owed the opportunity to explain your amendment and present it to the body before a point of order. Members, we are far better than this to each other and to our own caucuses. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Further discussion to the appeal. I recognize the member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and advice to this body. You know, we heard a lot of discussion throughout this past year about transparency and how we want the public to see what's going on up here in the Capitol. And what we just heard was somebody that offered an amendment and ruled it out of order before the public even heard what the amendment was. That's not transparency, because we got to see it, but they didn't. Now, some of them may be smart enough to be able to maneuver through and get it all, but it's not easy for the average person. The amount of time that we're going to spend on this now, we could have easily have just voted it down and moved on, but we're not. We're going to be debating about a bill, or excuse me, an amendment that was very germane, I believe, to the discussions we have around transportation. For heavens to Betsy, it's about the very fuels that the cars are using, and about how whether or not we should give an agency to make a determination for the entire state of Minnesota on how much cost is going to be incurred with some of these policies. It's not transparent, and it's not a responsibility that the legislature has given to that agency. It's something the governor has given to that agency. Well, you took your oath to represent this state, to do the laws of both this state as well as the United States. And part of the constitutional responsibilities you have is to legislate. It's to pass laws. It's to pass regulations. And we do that through debate. We do that through disagreements. We do that through rules that we all have to abide by. Now, I understand that this may be a difficult vote. I wouldn't think it'd be difficult for you. It's either a yes or no. Either you agree with it or not agree with it. I'm not sure what you're afraid of by voting no, because you got yourself covered. But this was an opportunity for us to hear debate about whether or not we want an agency to do our work or for us to be able to do it ourselves. We know from standards that's done in other states what this particular amendment that I have, if we don't do it, what it's going to cost us, but we're afraid to talk about it. This really is an opportunity for us to have talked about it, and by limiting, not only limiting debate, but saying it's out of order, indicates to the people that are watching, to those that are going to listen, hopefully to those that may read about it in the paper, that you're afraid to hear about it, you're afraid to talk about it, you're afraid of something that it may expose. I don't know what it is. Certainly now a lot of innuendo and a lot of other talk is going to occur and saying, well, what are they afraid of? You ought not to be afraid of making a decision for yourselves. I would ask you to vote against the speaker and vote no, and do not abide by his ruling, and let us get on to hearing this particular amendment and then vote it either up or down. Please vote red.
I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My advice to this body comes in the way of a story. I had a summer job. I was helping a buddy of mine out. He and his family owned a farm. They had horses and chickens. My job to help him out was to rake out the stalls and clean the chicken house. And what you just did to Representative Petersburg is what I cleaned out of those places. That's what happened. Let the man talk. If you can't actually stand up to the unbearable weight of voting on an amendment, and you have to stand up before someone even has a couple words out of their mouth, you're exactly what I raked out of those buildings.
I recognize the member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today is April 26th. It is about 5:06 p.m. I want you all to write down this time and this date, because if the ruling of the speaker is not overturned, you have just created some custom and usage. And so you're going to be in the minority next year, and I want you to think long and hard. If you want to offer an amendment to our bills, and the moment you stand up and start talking, we rule the amendment out of order, because that is the precedence that you are setting in this body. And I want you to think long and hard about how you are treating the minority in this House. My member friend, Representative Petersburg, was not allowed to use his First Amendment and offer an amendment being able to fully explain what that amendment was. Instead, we had a member on the majority party with a smug look on their face that ruled that amendment out of order before he even got a chance to explain it. A lot of things shock me in this chamber, but today that took the piece of cake. And you're sitting there smug again, and we can talk about this all day long.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hurst, state your point of order.
Our friends across the aisle have been violating Masons 124. They've called us afraid, and saying that was our motives for not voting, that we don't want to take up amendments for all of these different reasons, calling us smug, and that we are forgetting what is in front of us, and that is actually we are not giving advice. We are actually in debate and I've heard multiple people say they were giving advice. We are not doing that. We are debating the ruling on the speaker. And so if we could stick to that, I would greatly appreciate it.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
I will remind the body that under Mason's 124.3, it is not the person but the measure that is the subject of debate, and it is not allowable to arraign the motives of a member. Representative Koznick, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, the previous speaker was out of order on Mason's 120 for standing up. You've already ruled. I would yield back to Representative Franson.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I'm just saying, custom and usage. Today, April 26th, now it's about 5:09 p.m. If you do not overrule the ruling of the Speaker, you are creating the custom and usage for how this House could possibly operate next year. So think long and hard about how you want to vote today. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Franson, for bringing up custom and usage. That's an important part of this debate right now. It is the custom and usage of the body to allow a member to put their bill or amendment in the shape that they desire before it is dealt with by the body. That is the custom and usage of the House. That was not allowed in this instance. Clearly, the author of the amendment recognized that there was a problem with the way the amendment was drafted. He had an amendment to that amendment to fix the language, which made it clearly germane to this bill. This amendment was going to be put in the shape that it would be absolutely germane to this bill. There's no question about it. But our Democrat colleagues They don't want to do that. They don't want to deal with this actual amendment. They don't want to deal with this amendment. And so instead, they don't even let him talk about the amendment, let alone follow the custom and usage of the body to put this amendment in the condition that he wanted to do. This is absolutely in opposition to the custom and usage of the body. This is wrong. This is wrong. And you know what? Representative Franson, you're right. All we get is smug looks. I'm being very careful about what I say. I will just say, boy, am I glad that the children I have raised would never behave like this.
I recognize the member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I've been listening to this, I want to remind you, Mr. Speaker, and the members of the very soon minority. What goes around comes around. Earlier this evening, I had spoken on a piece of advice that I had heard years ago, and this is another one. What goes around comes around. Let's see, I'm looking over there. I see 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 people of the majority are making eye contact with me. The rest don't want to. You know what else I've learned? Not making eye contact signals they agree. You want to avoid eye contact because you know. Another piece of advice, actually it's not a piece of advice, it's a study. A study that I heard many years ago, and some of you have probably heard or are familiar with the study I'm about to mention. It has to do with delayed gratification. There was a study, I forget who performed the study, but they brought in toddlers to a room. And they put marshmallows, I think it was, in front of them. And they said, you can have 1 marshmallow now, or you could have 3 marshmallows if you wait. And Mr. Speaker, you know what that was teaching? Or I should say the observation. Those that took the marshmallow now were more interested in instant gratification. And those that were willing to wait, they understood the benefits of delayed gratification. And Mr. Speaker, what we observed with Representative Howard was a display of instant gratification. Wanting to shut a member down before they had the opportunity to even explain the amendment. Now, I was actually standing near the front of the chamber, and I did not have my list of amendments in front of me, so I honestly had no idea what amendment Representative Petersburg was about to describe. And I was keenly listening. And then I heard, as I was facing the other direction, I heard out of my right ear, this voice over here cutting off the member before he could even explain. And I became very annoyed. Because everybody in this body, Mr. Speaker, understands, as Representative Franzen explained, the custom and usage previously was to allow a member to at least describe. But, Mr. Speaker, as I've understood it now, there was an amendment to the Petersburg Amendment that would have corrected. So now all the pieces are falling into place. Representative Howard made his motion and cut off Representative Petersburg before Representative Petersburg had the opportunity to offer his amendment to the amendment. Because if that had been offered, it would have put the Democrats in a very difficult position, because they would actually have to vote on something they don't want to vote on.
So that is the reason why, and I'm describing this for members outside of this body, members of the public who may not understand fully what's happening here. There was a violation of the custom and usage to cut the member off before he could offer his amendment to the amendment, because if that amendment to the amendment was adopted, then the point of order would not have been permitted, ruling the amendment out of order. And so, Mr. Speaker, your ruling based on Representative Howard's action, look at, he's over there smiling. He thinks this is a big joke. He thinks this is a big joke. And in my opinion, this institution is to be revered. This institution is supposed to be a body of debate. This is a very serious institution. And we have an executive branch that is usurping the legislative branch and therein violating the Constitution, unilaterally making decisions, pulling them from California and trying to thrust them onto Minnesotans. And we should be debating that very serious topic. But instead, we have smug members smiling, joking, violating custom and usage.
Representative Long, for what purpose do you rise?
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Please state your point of parliamentary inquiry.
I'm confused. What is the subject of the debate that we are on, Mr. Speaker?
Representative Long, the question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? The Petersburg Amendment was ruled out of order by Representative Howard, and we are now discussing the appeal to the ruling of the Speaker. Representative Lucero.
Mr. Speaker, and that's the second time Representative Long has stood up and asked the exact same question. I don't know if he has short-term memory loss or what the deal is. But it would be better for him to talk to his neighbor and ask him where he is.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Hurd. Please state your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, again, violation of Masons 124. We have been now told our motives for avoiding eye contact, attacking Representative Howard and his motives for point of order, votes on something that we don't want to take votes on, that he thinks that we think it's a joke, that this is all a violation of Masons 124. I would remind the body what is in front of us, and that is the ruling of the Speaker.
Once again, members, I will remind you all of Masons 124.3. It is not the person, but the measure that is a subject of debate, and it is not allowable to arraign the motives of a member. I also will have members refer to Masons 124.1. In debate, a member must confine remarks to the question before the House and avoid personalities. Representative Lucero, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know what I'm tempted to do? In this vote that's coming up, a red vote would seek to overrule the ruling of the Speaker. I'm actually thinking to vote green. And you know why? Because that would put me on the prevailing side. And then, Mr. Speaker, I'm immediately going to stand up and ask for a reconsideration of the vote, because I then would be able to do it. And then we can go outside the boundary of, was the ruling of the Speaker correct? Do you want to have that debate, Mr. Speaker? And members of the majority? Because I will do that. If you're going to keep standing up and interrupting me, that's what I'm going to do. And then we're going to have a longer conversation. So, Mr. Speaker, this institution is supposed to be an institution of debate. Debate was stifled because the amendment to the amendment would have corrected the issue. But the member of the majority rose to prevent that from happening in order to prevent the vote altogether. And Minnesotans want to know where their representatives stand on serious issues, on all issues. But the voting public, our constituents, are prevented from knowing where members stand when they're prevented to vote on these issues. And so, Mr. Speaker, what we need to do is return to what this institution should be, is a place of debate. And in order to do that, we need to vote red to overturn your ruling so we can actually have a recorded vote on this very serious issue and not continue to adopt standards imported from California unilaterally from the executive branch like Governor Walz continues to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think some of the confusion has come about, and I think it's important for everybody to kind of know what the amendment was going to do was to put this into session law, making it absolutely germane to this particular bill. And that was the issue that I didn't even get a chance to explain. I thought, maybe I'm wrong, I guess, but I thought amendments were there at noon the previous day, and then they were given opportunities to amend that after the fact in order to correct any errors that were in that particular amendment. Apparently, if there's an issue with an amendment, it sounds like this body says, well, we aren't going to give you an opportunity to amend it, even though the rules say we have an opportunity to amend to correct. That to me is really backwards, and it really says, then why bother having amendments to amendments, right? Please vote red. This is an opportunity for us to get it right.
Any further discussion to the appeal? Okay, any further discussion? All right, well, before we take the roll, I will remind members that the question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? And to clarify, a yes or green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker, and a no or red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Would the clerk please call the names of the members who have not yet voted?
Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
I didn't hear it because of that. Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. Hassan.
Yes.
Hassan, aye. Houseman.
Houseman, aye.
Houseman, aye. Keeler. Keeler, aye. Morrison.
Morrison, aye.
Morrison, aye. Nelson N.
Nelson N, no.
Nelson N, no. Schultz.
Schultz, aye.
Schultz, aye. Swazinski.
No.
Swazinski, no. Thompson. 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 Thompson.
The clerk will close the roll.
Thompson, no.
There being 64 ayes and, there being 69 ayes and 64 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 4293, as amended.
Third reading. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minnesotans deserve a modern, transparent, and equitable state government. That's what the state government finance and election bill. That's what the state government finance and election portion of the bill delivers. The bill finances a variety of state agencies, boards, and constitutional offices. Some of the most significant investments in the bill are dedicated to expenditures necessary for the modernization and security of our state's software, IT systems, and cybersecurity. The bill also further secures our state's elections. One of the bill's policy improvements that I'd like to highlight is increased protections for election officials. Those who have faced unprecedented levels of threats and hostility. I recall City Clerk came to testify in favor of the bill and shared with the committee his experience. He stated that in the past, he worried about whether or not enough election judges would show up to the polls on election day or if they would run out of ballots. Now he worries about if one of his election judges is going to be verbally assaulted or worse. This bill helps protect election workers by criminalizing threatening and harassing conduct. This bill sends a clear message that we take security seriously and puts resources where they are needed most to improve Minnesota's technology infrastructure and protect our elections now and into the future. Additional policy components of the legislation help improve equity among Minnesotans by including a study to determine compliance with the Federal Equal Rights Amendment. It implements recommendations for state workers and job applicants with disabilities and makes Juneteenth and Indigenous Peoples Day annual state holidays. In short, this bill builds upon investments to modernize our state government and ultimately strengthens our democracy. I would urge everybody to support the overall bill. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Bonner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. I just wanted to take a moment to look at this bill and take it for what it is. It's a really incredible opportunity, and one of the things that we didn't talk a lot about on the floor today is the fact that this bill makes really incredible investments in IT infrastructure, in modernization, to deliver the services to our people and our citizens. It makes incredible strides in the areas of cybersecurity. And to that particular point, I want to say a special thank you to Representative Nash, our colleague on the other side of the aisle, for his incredible guidance and assistance in putting those provisions forward. I also want to thank Representative Lucero for some of his guidance on some of those issues as well. It is really incredible to see, in a time when we seem to have a great deal of division, that when it comes to things like understanding that infrastructure that builds our cybersecurity and our IT infrastructure is just as critical as maintaining our roads and our bridges. It is the way that we deliver services to our citizens. It is the way that we are able to protect their data and their privacy. The investments in this bill are truly incredible. And the fact that we have come together as a group with Representative Elkins, Representative Noor, Representative Nash, Representative Lucero, and on the Senate side with Senator Curran, Senator Wicklund, Senator Port, Senator Fata, to be able to come together in a bicameral, bipartisan basis to make these investments is truly an incredible feat. And so I just want to celebrate some of those things today and thank all of our friends on the other side of the aisle for their help as well. I also wanted to take a brief moment to mention that along with those modernization items and the cybersecurity, I do want to briefly call out that I am delighted that there are some very common sense measures in this bill that seek to make sure that we have free, fair, and safe elections. Certainly, I know that there are things that all of us wish there were more of in this bill, but certainly we had to come to a consensus position. And so I appreciate those items. I also want to call out briefly that there's also some really great provisions in here for our veterans. You know, the other day I had the opportunity to sit with all of the veterans in my community at the DAV luncheon, and and when I meet them out at the Legion at my local post, I tell you the one thing that is common for them is that they are so grateful every time our legislators do what they can to take care of our veterans, to take care of the people who serve our country. And we have in this bill some really incredible things like bonus pay for our 9/11 vets. This is a really important provision for them. Housing for our veterans, as well as suicide prevention. These are things that are at the top of their list that are so critical to them and they are so grateful for. So I want to thank all of the members, both Democrats, Republicans, Independents across the aisle and across chambers for all of these provisions. It is an incredibly good bill, and I want to encourage all of our members to vote green today.
I recognize the member from Faribault, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's actually Martin County now. I moved, so, but thank you. You know, members, it was a little while ago that we started talking about this massive surplus, and right as soon as we started talking about that surplus, I said, just wait, because there's some individuals in this room who are going to start putting their hands together and think to themselves, man, what kind of awesome programs can we make? What kind of programs can we add? What great idea fairies are there in this room that we can snatch hold of, put into a big bill, and then grow government? That's what I said to these people, and guess what, folks? It's happening right now. We are creating with this bill programs that are absolutely and completely redundant to bills and programs that we already have. All right, one in particular is one that is in the transportation portion of this bill. And I'm so sorry, Chair Hornstein, I just can't let it go. I cannot let this go. So folks, members, back in 1967, 1966, even longer, we created a program, and the program was called the Office of Traffic Safety. And its purpose was to reduce crashes, deaths, and injuries on Minnesota roads by improving driver behavior. In 1966, we created that program. And then in 2004, we created another program, and it's called the Towards Zero Deaths program. And that program is actually designed to reduce injuries and reduce deaths. They actually have a target, and their target is to reach 300 or fewer deaths and 850 or fewer serious injuries by 2020. Now, members, we know, because last year was one of the highest numbers of deaths on Minnesota roads, we know that they did not reach that goal. There was over 500 deaths on Minnesota roads last year, and that is an absolute tragedy, an absolute tragedy. But another tragedy is creating a program to do the job of a program that already has recognized that it didn't reach its goal. If you go on the website for the Towards Zero Deaths program, they will say right there in their About Me profile, they say, we recognize that we did not reach our goal, and we are re-evaluating what went wrong and how we can better perform to save lives. The program itself recognizes that it didn't reach its goal. I think that government is the only place in this entire world where we would create a program to do the job for another program while still keeping that program and saying, don't worry, we'll fix it this one. There is not a single part of anything in this world that would think that's a great idea. Oh, here's a great idea, Fairy, for you. If we can't do the job, we'll hire someone to do it for you. And don't worry, you get to keep your job as well. They've recognized there's an issue. They know there's a problem, and they are doing exactly what we want them to do, which is to evaluate what went wrong and push forward. We do not need to create a redundant program to do the job of a program that was originally created in 1966, to do the job of another program that was created in 2004, to make today a new program for 2022. Members, this does not make sense. Members, this is not the wise execution of the monies that the people of Minnesota have so entrusted to us to wisely expend. This is not the way of it. We should not be doing that. We need to take a step back and look at what we are doing as a state. But that's not the only program that I have a problem with, because at least that program went through the appropriate channels here to find its way into this bill, to find its way onto the House floor today. Members, we have a way that this works. And for those of you who don't know, I'm a social studies teacher. I know how the blueprint was created for our government. I know how this is supposed to work. And the way it is supposed to work is before something makes it to the House floor, it is supposed to be vetted by subject matter experts, the individuals who are chosen to work on these issues. And so as a result of this program, and I am not seeing the Chair Sundin here. I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, he's here? There he is. Oh, he's behind the big stack of amendments. Mr. Speaker, would Chair Sundin yield for a question?
He will yield, Representative Olson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Chair Sundin, my question for you is, does the production of hay for the feeding of livestock, the controlling of noxious weeds through the usage of herbicides, do those issues fall within the purview of the Agriculture Committee?
I recognize the member from Carlton,
Thank
Representative
you, Mr. Speaker. Not
Sundin.
necessarily. There's a joint ownership of those issues with the natural resources.
Representative Olson.
Excellent. So with the answer that I received, it falls within either the purview of natural resources and environment or agriculture. Well, we have a provision and a program that we are creating through this bill that went to neither of those two committees. It was not vetted by either of those committees. It just found its way magically, those great idea fairies flying around. It found its way into this bill. And so, Mr. Speaker, because we are not doing our job today the appropriate way, the way that we have designed, this government was designed to do it the right way. And I won't belabor this any further, because if you remember, last year I gave a rather lengthy discussion on how we should take honor and pride in what we do here, and we should do it the right way, because there were people before us who did it the right way. I won't belabor it any longer, but Mr. Speaker, because we haven't done our job here today, I move that House File number 4293 be re-referred to the Committee on Agriculture, Finance, and Policy.
Representative Olson moves that this House file be re-referred.
And Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call on that.
And he requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Discussion to Representative Olson's motion. So again, to be clear, Representative Olson moves that House File 4293 be re-referred to the Committee on Agriculture, Finance, and Policy. Any discussion to that motion? Representative Olson.
Well, I appreciate the fact that no one has any opposition to this idea that we should do our job the right way. Now, one of the big reasons why I believe we should re-refer this bill to the Agriculture Committee is because I, in fact, am also a farmer, and I take great trust in the decisions that are created and made in that committee that apply to my life and the life of many of my constituents. If you didn't notice, members, the Ag Committee is where the subject matter experts in agriculture reside. We should not be throwing ideas that affect the lives of thousands of Minnesotans just onto the table and say, here it is, everyone, a good idea fairy dropped it off this morning. In the Ag Committee, on this side of the aisle, we are jam-packed with farmers. There are so many Republican farmers on that committee that I, a farmer, can't get on it because there aren't enough seats. I trust that our policy here is vetted by the committee, by the subject matter experts. We must do the right thing. We must do the job that we have been sent here to do. We must re-refer this bill back to the Ag Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion on the motion to re-refer? I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members. I'd ask for a no vote. I believe that you're referring to Representative Hansen's provision. Is that correct? And this is under our jurisdiction. It is a MnDOT funded program, so that's why it's in the transportation bill.
Any further discussion? I'll remind the body that the question before us is a motion to re-refer House File 4293 to the Committee on Agriculture, Finance, and Policy. Seeing no further discussion to the motion, the clerk will take the roll. Would the chief clerk please call the names of the members who have not yet voted?
Becker Finn.
No.
Becker Finn, no. Frazier.
Frazier votes no.
Frazier, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, aye.
Hamilton, aye. Hassan.
Hassan, no.
Hassan, no. Hausman.
Hausman, no.
Hausman, no. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Morrison.
Morrison, no.
Morrison, no. Ryer.
Ryer, no.
Ryer, no. Schumacher.
Schumacher, yes.
Schumacher, aye. Schultz.
Schultz, no.
Schultz, no. Swazinski. Swazinski. Thompson.
Thompson votes no.
Thompson, no. Swazinski. Swazinski.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the bill is not re-referred. I will remind the body that we are now back to debate over final passage of House File 4293. And I now recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Cagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You know, I didn't initially get elected to the legislature to become a transportation nerd, but here I am. But I really think that's because Chair Hornstein has been such a gracious leader and has showed the value of every member of our committee. Representative Petersburg, you've always been very kind and funny. Matt Burris always makes us look smart. Andy Lee loves his spreadsheets and passes that joy on to us. And all the members of the Transportation Committee. It's a fun committee to serve on. And so I was recently at a high school talking to some high school students and started kind of gushing over transportation and talking about how it's the one thing that we know touches our lives every day. Even when you're sitting in your basement in your sweatpants and, jacket, and the Amazon's truck still comes and the mail still comes. And so it's something that does touch our lives every day. I was really excited when Chair Hornstein gave me the opportunity to take the lead on the IIJA provisions, and it really gave us an opportunity to dive into what the federal government is going to be doing and how investing in our infrastructure here in Minnesota. It's a real opportunity to make some huge upgrades in our system and provide jobs to Minnesotans, good jobs to Minnesotans. And so I was really excited to take the lead on this and provide the matching grant, or provide the local assistance program for the matching grants, making sure that we can leverage that money so that we can get as much of that infrastructure improvement that we possibly can. And so I just want to say, that I really want to thank the Transportation Committee. I think this is a really good bill. And for all of you who were on the Transportation Committee, what was it, about 4 years ago, who took a North Suburban tour, Representative Heinrich, I have my sidewalk now. So thank you.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while this is an absolutely enormous bill that covers a crazy amount of subjects, I'm only going to talk about transportation, since that's the committee I've sat on since I came into the legislature. Although on that note, I wish judges would start knocking down these omnibus bills that have 3 omnibus bills in them. This is not how we should be making law. But one thing I always say to people when I talk about working in the legislature is I love working on transportation because generally it is where Republicans and Democrats can agree on mostly, because everybody uses the roads, et cetera, et cetera. But a bill like this certainly isn't going to get any Republican support. I mean, it's lumped in with other things that are absolutely outrageous in the state government finance bill, but we're building all these trains. We're investing hundreds of millions of dollars in all this new infrastructure that a lot of people don't even really want, that won't have a good return on the investment, when we have gaping, massive holes in our existing infrastructure. We should be taking care of what we've already built because it needs help, most notably Highway 65. This bill doesn't add any money to the Corridors of Commerce program, which is one good bipartisan program that actually puts money towards roads and bridges, things people actually use, rather than multi-billion-dollar boondoggles like Southwest Light Rail. It also doesn't have the dedication of the sales tax money to roads and bridges, which is another way that Republicans and Democrats generally have agreed on. Well, not all of us, but many of us. We need to put more money in transportation, but we don't necessarily need to raise taxes to do it, especially when we have over $9 billion in a surplus. So this bill certainly won't have, I would be shocked if any Republicans vote for it, because it ignores our roads and bridges pretty much, and it focuses nearly exclusively on bikes, pedestrians, transit, things that won't have an impact, like repairing our crumbling infrastructure, most notably Highway 65. The Senate transportation bill has $10 million and $15 million for cash for Highway 65 at the 99th Avenue intersection. It has money for the Corridors of Commerce program. It actually focuses on these big things that are crumbling right now that we need to invest in, and then this focuses on a new train to Duluth, an Amtrak train to Chicago, things that help a tiny amount of Minnesotans rather than moving the whole state forward by investing in our roads and bridges, which is what Minnesotans actually want, if you ask them. So I will not be supporting this bill today, and I hope this bill goes to conference committee and comes back with a lot more money for roads and bridges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from, I'm not sure where you're from, Representative Poston, but you've got the floor.
Cass County, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd just like to make a few points about this bill. First of all, I want to remind everybody that less than a year ago, July 1st, 2021, we passed the largest budget in the history of the state of Minnesota. Less than a year ago. And there are some parts in this bill that just don't make sense to me. One of the areas is in the military affairs, veterans affairs area. We're looking for more money for homeless veterans. Okay, we appropriated $6 million last session to homeless veterans. And I don't want to have any homeless veterans, none of us do. But why are we appropriating $11 million more for homeless veterans? And we haven't even used the $6 million yet. We don't know how it's working yet. So why are we continuing to spend more money? This is not a budget year, but boy, it sure has felt like a budget year to me. Everything that we talk about has money attached to it. We should figure out if this $6 million is effective first, find out if it's working before we spend another $11 million. We don't have to spend all this money. You know, just because we have this surplus, or I would rather refer to it as an overtaxation account or bundle of money, we don't have to spend all of it. I would think that you folks in here that are in business or in your personal lives, if you come into some extra money, you don't just figure out, well, gosh, I'll spend it. You put some of it away. You put some of it away for a rainy day, but we're kind of seem hell-bent on spending everything that's out there and spending it now. And in some cases, not thinking about what's going into the tails that's going to affect us down the road. Now, I have nothing but respect for our veterans, like all of us. I don't want to have any homeless veterans. This is just one example where we're spending money that we've already appropriated money into an area and we don't know yet if that's working. So we should pause, we should slow down, and we should find out if that works before we spend more money. And we shouldn't think that we have to spend all of this surplus. It'd be okay to keep some of it. It'd be okay to have a nest egg, so to speak. It'd be okay to have money put away for a rainy day. And I think that's what you would do in your personal life. I know most of the business guys on this side of the aisle, that's what they do in their business life, and I'd like to see the state do the same thing. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for this time. I appreciate it.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of this bill. This is a good bill that responds to the needs of our communities, of our elections officials, our veterans, our retirees, our voters, and the Minnesotans who make this state work. This is a bill that connects Minnesotans. It reflects the value that we have in this state of a government and a democracy that works for all Minnesotans, no matter where you live, what you look like, or who you vote for. My colleagues are speaking eloquently about the important provisions in this bill. Provisions that invest in the bridges and the buses and the many ways our communities travel and connect with each other. It supports our veterans and the National Guard who serve our country and our state. It builds a stronger, more inclusive state government, and it protects and strengthens the proud traditions of free and fair elections here in Minnesota. I'm going to focus my remark. There's a lot of good stuff in this bill, but I'm going to focus on the way that it helps strengthen Minnesota's democracy and the role that Minnesotans play in our democracy. Specifically, this bill contains common sense elections provisions that directly respond to what we've been hearing from Minnesotans in committee and across the state, and the local elections administrators who power our local elections. This bill has provisions that are strongly supported by the public and by those local folks in all of our districts who are administering our elections. It has great campaign finance provisions that respond to the influx of money in our politics and the lack of transparency that we've heard about on the floor. It ensures that voters, not big corporations, not special interests, that voters are the ones that are calling the shots. And we know that more and more of that campaign spending is coming through independent channels, and that's why transparency is so important. I'm really glad that this bill has Representative Long's provision to close the dark money loopholes and provide transparency about the biggest donors that are trying to influence our elections. It ensures that when voters are doing their civic duty and deciding how to cast their ballot, they have information about who is spending money, information about those independent expenditures that are trying to influence their vote. It also provides transparency and protects the public with Representative Cleavorn's provision that closes a big loophole in our campaign finance law so that lobbyists and special interests can't buy special access to state lawmakers. And along with the transparency, this responds to the needs that we've been hearing from our local elections officials and election workers to protect them from the growing threats of interference and intimidation. In Minnesota, we have a proud tradition of local elections administration. 30,000 of our friends and neighbors in 2020 pitched in to make sure that our polling places were staffed to process and prepare absentee ballots and to canvass the results. These are the Minnesotans doing the apolitical work of conducting the election. But unfortunately, in the last couple of years, the increasingly tense political environment, heated rhetoric, and social media have involuntarily thrust these men and women into the public spotlight. It's happening around the country, and it's happening in Minnesota. And it's contributing to a rising fear that we heard in committee amongst election workers. There's increasing verbal threats, harassment, and intimidation for just doing their job. In 2021, 1 in 3 election officials surveyed said they felt unsafe doing their job, and 1 in 6 said they had actually received threats. This is unacceptable in this state. This bill is an opportunity for us to show those local elections administrators in all of our districts that this conduct, threats, interference, intimidation, doxing is unacceptable. It provides a series of protections for election workers and ensures that they're free from an intimidation and threats and obstruction, and also the doxing that folks are worried about. It builds on the feedback and the experiences of those experts, of those administrators, of those prosecutors, national elections expert, and others. And I'd call your attention to the letter that I think was transmitted from the Association of Minnesota Counties, MACO, Association of Townships, and League of Minnesota Cities, who have all said that they support this because it supports those folks, their workers, their members who are administering our elections. Let me be clear, this is a make or break moment for our democracy. And what we do here matters. We're being tested by disinformation, by division, by insurrection, and by the rising threats of interference and intimidation of the very men and women who show up to do the apolitical work to ensure that every Minnesotan can vote and cast their ballot, and that all of those votes will be counted. This bill, with these provisions in them, is a good opportunity to stand up together and tell those Minnesotans that we have their back and that we will do that together. We will stand up in support of Minnesota's proud tradition of local elections administration and ensuring that every Minnesota has a voice in their democracy. With that, members, I'd ask you to support this bill. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Beltrami, Representative Bliss.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First off, I want to thank Chair Eklund over there. You were more than fair throughout our committees. I know there were some times where your patience was a little tried, but I really appreciate you. We always had time for questions, and you honored all of our requests, so I really do appreciate that. You know, I want to say that I don't mind spending some of our surplus on our veterans. I've been in the Veterans Committee my whole time here. This is one of my passions. And the veterans issues are generally nonpartisan. And, you know, what really disappoints me this year, and I have a feeling that it's going to be addressed by another speaker, but this bill is put in with a whole bunch of other stuff that this side just can't support. I mean, you know, we got more rail boondoggles. Sometimes I feel like we're on the Oprah Winfrey show. You get $1 million here, you get $500 million here, you get $200 million here. And for the life of me, I don't understand the fashion with the fixation you guys have with trains. They lose money. Nobody rides them. We have an issue, and you know, Chair Hornstein said it earlier. You know, the State Patrol was funded fully last year. You're right, Chair Hornstein. Can we use that logic with the rest of the bills that are on this floor? You know, this bill with the veterans, we're adding $25 million more in the tails after this year. And that's in addition to the $29 million from last year when we fully funded the veterans issues. And we haven't, like Representative Poston said earlier, we haven't even spent that money yet. Let's spend it. I want to help the veterans. I do. Any veteran suicide is one too many. But we funded them last year. Let's see what happens. And if they need more money, we can certainly apply it next year. It's the Veterans Committee. We'll address it in a nonpartisan way that we always do. And again, we should have focused on the $40 million that we had, that I believe the governor had requested for the post 9/11 veterans. We lowered that to $25 million. I don't know if that was a budget target issue or what. I don't understand it. But again, we shouldn't be spending money into the tails. We spend this surplus money. And remember, folks, this is a projected surplus. This is not even in the bank yet. And in case you haven't noticed, if you haven't filled up your gas tank in the last day or two, we got some serious economic issues out there, and we're not even sure this budget surplus is going to be there next year. So we really need to watch what we're doing here. And, you know, again, I really wish I could support this bill, Chair Eklund. The veterans issues are very important, but with the rest of the stuff on this bill, I just cannot support it. So thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Gomez.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I guess I wasn't planning to speak on this bill. I appreciate the work of all of the committees. But, you know, the issue of veteran homelessness that came up recently, I really just have to urge our members to speak to the Department of Veterans Affairs in our state about these programs that they're running. They have done incredible work. And here in the state, we have a more expansive definition of veterans. So we cover more people who have served our country than the federal programs do. What that means is that there are a number of people who have served our country, but who are left in this gap where they don't apply, they don't qualify for federal housing rental assistance vouchers, basically, that are provided by the VA federally. If you had taken the time to sit down and speak to the people who run this program, then you would know that they have effectively, you know, we're on the road to eliminating veteran homelessness in Minnesota. And one of the reasons is because of just the diligent work that these folks put in. In our Preventing Homelessness Division, I think that Lead New Brindley and I have both been most impressed with programs where, you know, what it really takes sometimes for people who are in a really hard spot, which a lot of people who are experiencing chronic homelessness obviously have mental health challenges, physical, like medical challenges, and substance use disorder challenges. I mean, it's sort of this nexus with a lot of people who are veterans. And, you know, the most effective programs really have to provide individualized support to some of these folks and have a list. And I'll tell you that the Minnesota Department of Veterans Affairs has a list, okay, of the couple hundred people across the state, the couple hundred veterans who are currently not stably housed, and they're actively working to house them. And it's really an incredible effort. But so, you know, I really want to thank Chair Eklund for his commitment to these veterans. And I just want to say that, you know, this is sort of one of these places where the absurdity of saying like, oh, you like big government, big spending liberals, like you just want to spend all this money. Like, yeah, on things like housing veterans, we do, guilty as charged. We do want to spend money on housing veterans, on educating kids, on making sure that we have adequate infrastructure, on making sure that the people in our state can have good lives. And so, you know, the fact that sort of this example of you know, the incredible work that's being done at the Minnesota by the folks doing this work in our state was used as an example of sort of like overspending is just really, I object to it, and I really do urge. I know that our staff in that Department of Veterans Affairs would be more than happy to sit down with any of our members and go over the programs so that people understand them a little bit more. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I like to play trivia. And I don't know if you do, but here's one of the things I'm going to give you is a little trivia question here to get my comments started today. Does anybody in this chamber know what Representative Mike Nelson, Representative Berg, Representative Frederick, Representative Herr, Representative Murphy, Representative Rasmussen, and Representative O'Driscoll all have in common? They represent you on the Pension Commission. And many of you are going, what's the Pension Commission? Well, it's a group of dedicated members from the House and the Senate that spend every Tuesday night from 5 o'clock till 7 o'clock together discussing issues that you come to us with and go, I have no idea that this constituent called me and they've got a problem, and can you make this go away, and how do I get this fixed? And they are the people who help you to get those things resolved, and we're happy to do it. And this group of 14 people with dedicated staff get together and they plod through unbelievable stuff that's wonky, that no one in this chamber wants to deal with except these 14 people, 7 from the House and 7 from the Senate. My colleague, Representative Murphy, earlier today was talking about how that process works. And anytime a bill comes to the legislature that has anything to do with pensions, it's automatically referred to the Pensions Commission. What does a Pension Commission do? They put it on the agenda, they talk about it, they work through the issues, and then they bring to this body a recommendation. And it goes through the committee process. And the same thing happens in the Senate. Well, unfortunately, this year, we're going to have 2 different bills that we're going to be working with. One is a policy bill, which, by the way, when we get to that bill later on this session, very good work by the Commission of being able to rectify issues. And many of you who have had constituent issues this year have brought that forward. We've been able to work with you and your constituents to get to a good spot and to improve the process in the pensions area. The part that's not so rosy, the part that's not so good, is we forgot to take the bill, that's the finance part that's in this bill today, through the Pension Commission and get a Pension Commission recommendation on it. Now, the chair is in from the other body, and the chair has been working very hard to try to find happy ground for everyone who are stakeholders in some very important work that we need to be doing. And part of that goes back to a plan that we adopted in 2018, where every member of the House and every member of the Senate that was present the day that we brought that bill forward voted yes on that. And within the confines and within the structure of that 2018 plan, it talked about a lot of different things that can happen and some targets for those things. Well, it's been about 4 years since we visited that, and so the Commission said we're going to roll up our sleeves and start taking a look at that. And it's messy, and it's wonky, but the chair is working with the stakeholder groups. The chair is working with the members in both bodies, has some envoys out there working to try to get to a happy ground. That keeps us within the 2018 plan. But just so you know that the provisions that are in the bill today don't really have the blessing of the Pension Commission. And we kind of hold that as an important part of the process in the legislature. The reason that we created the Pension Commission was to have these difficult conversations, to come to a recommendation for the body as a whole in the House and the body in the whole as a Senate. That these are what your colleagues worked out with the different stakeholders to bring forward. But again, this showed up at Chair Nelson's committee. Chair Nelson had a hearing on it. And I'm going to talk to you about why the function of what is in those really doesn't help us to solve our pension-related issues and problems. And what the Pension Commission is working on through what the chair is trying to pull together actually does work within the successes of the 2018 plan. So here's where we're at. In the bill today, we talk about 2 years of temporary 2.5% COLAs. Does nothing to help us to get fully funded, does nothing to help us stay on track within the confines of what we've done in the 2018 plan. It's money that's dropping out of the sky for a 2-year period of time to provide relief. It doesn't provide permanent structural change that we need to have in order to keep the successes of the 2018 program moving, and I don't mean to cross paths here, but chugging down the track, all right, towards success. The plan that's being worked on by the chair and others is a plan that meets the goals of the 2018 plan. If we're going to invest capital in the pensions program again this year, I would, number one, strongly encourage us to have the endorsement of the Pension Commission or the recommendation of the Pension Commission. And number two, to have that be on track with the goals and objectives of the 2018 plan. Right? Because after 2 years, those COLAs, those issues, fall right back into the laps of the legislature and don't fix our long-term issues and our long-term concerns on here. So members, again, when I got here, I said I'd like to be on the Pension Commission. For some whatever reason, I've never been able to get off of the Pension Commission. And I know that I serve as a resource for a lot of the folks on my side. And Representative Nelson, I know you because of your longevity. And Representative Murphy, you from your longevity have had to deal with those kinds of questions and issues on behalf. And we've got some other folks, Representative Rasmussen, Representative Berg, and Representative Herr, and others who are, working their way in. And they're going to be that next generation. And Representative Frederick, I don't see him here today. But again, we're the ones who are going to be working those issues, and the names that I've mentioned, they're the next team. They're going to be the next Representative Nelsons, the Representative Murphys, Representative O'Driscolls. And I just wanted to go on record today to let this body know that we've kind of went a little foul here. We're off the tracks a little bit with the train. We need to get back on the tracks and get the recommendations of the Pension Commission. So thank you for your time. Don't worry, we'll be back again with another bill that I will speak to on the policy side that I want to encourage each and every one of you to vote for. But I can't encourage you to vote for the one today because it just didn't go through the process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Representative O'Driscoll. I don't disagree with anything that you said, except you have to have Pension Commission called to a meeting. And since the time that House File 4306 was introduced, there has not been a Pension Commission meeting. It was my full intent and I presented it before session one day over in the Senate to hand the bill to the chair of the Pension Commission so that there was nothing being done underhanded or behind anybody's back. But there has not been a Pension Commission called, so we did not have the opportunity to bring it to the Pension Commission's attention. What we did, though, was get the attention of the governor about the needs of the plans and the circumstances that the retirees of our plans that I talked about a few hours ago. We got the attention of the governor, and the governor's supplemental budget, as a result, had the COLA, a proposal for COLAs, cost of living, one time. So that looked to me like I could talk about it to the State Government Finance Committee and to the Ways and Means Committee, if it got that far, and it did. And I could ask for a target for lifting up the plans for the future and for addressing some committees that are some plans that were shortchanged in past events. As I said when I spoke before earlier today, I said I'm flexible on the articles on those pages of this bill, of talking about them. And I'd be glad to have the endorsement of the Pension Commission. But I can't say that the Pension Commission is going to be reconvened. I don't know. I don't know. But that's the approach I would like to. I would like to. I know the chair of the Pension Commission has a different bill. But I don't know if that bill has a target or any funds to it. I do have past experience where something that was promised was not held, but I don't have anything negative to say except I'm going forward and this proposal goes forward and this proposal meets my target, the target. And that brings stability, more sustainability to the plans. Every single plan, no plan left out. And it brings cost of living one times. It's unusual. As I said before, the Pension Commission usually works together in commission. And partly it happened, I suppose, because of the results of COVID and the results of the budget and the result of divided government. But our constituents across the state who are retired from governmental type jobs that I described before, and our retired people should be part of the surplus discussions as we go along. And this bill, which is part of this omnibus bill, addresses that for the immediate future and provides stability, further stability for the plans going forward.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Chair Hornstein yield to a series of questions?
He will yield to a series of questions. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Hornstein, over the years we've talked about microtransit, and I understand in the bill there is something there. I'm wondering, are they developing a adaptive logistics and scheduling app with this pilot project?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Quam. Yes, we do have $1.3 million allocated to suburban transit providers to build on a successful program they have with microtransit that is app-based. This is called Southwest Prime. You can look it up. And again, it has been very successful to get people from the bus, because this is a bus system, to their homes. It's kind of for the last mile or two. So it's been successful, and we're putting money into this successful program so they can continue to expand it and provide people with the service they need. But to your question, it is app-based. These are communities, Chanhassen, Victoria, the west and southern suburbs.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, for years, some of us have been trying to get something you can pull up on your phone and have the flexibility of where a smaller bus or vehicle could go around and in areas so you're not stuck on these fixed routes, fixed times, because the logistics that FedEx and multiple other groups are utilizing allows for very efficient and higher utilization. And that's the future, because it's also compatible with electric vehicles, because in the app you'll have it built in when you have to rotate out to have one charge and continue service with another. It also, the teenagers are used to picking up your app, and it's like Uber, but it's mass transit. So in Rochester, they have a autonomous bus that's being tested. This would be compatible with that. That's the kind of mass transit and flexibility that we should be investing in, not fixed things like light rail, of where you've got everything's fixed, you're trying to adjust along that line, and it's going to be $1 billion. No, it's going to be $2 billion. That money invested in the right way would give us such modern transit that that's the way we should go, instead of throwing more and more money, because once we build light rail, you've got the annual upkeep and subsidy in the tens of millions of dollars. You got several lines. For that same money, we could have new technology, be responsive, and allow for neighborhood transit. Employers would love to have the capability of mass transit to get their people from around the metro when they need them, not have their schedules driven by what is the bus schedule. We can't have this shift because the buses don't run. I've had people tell me, because it takes me an hour and a half, I can't use the bus. So let's think smarter instead of things that have been around for several generations. Let's think smarter. Chair Hornstein, would you yield to enlighten me on, I think a couple years ago, in the Metro, they purchased electric buses and they had some issues. Can you enlighten me on the issues and what's the status now?
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question, Representative Quam. Yes, over a year ago, there were some issues with battery technology. My understanding is that so the buses that were involved were taken off the road. They took a look at some of the issues. My understanding is that they've been now corrected. And so we have money in this bill for a additional allocation for electric buses through the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, that is an example of we're going to new technology. There will be hiccups. And we have to work over the technical issues. But if we go ahead and swing too far or set a goal that's going to force us to make mistakes, we'll have the same situation that we had when they had biomass plants built. And it ended up that most of the cost was fuel, and most of the cost of fuel was from transporting turkey litter from northern Wisconsin across the state to get there. And they were running 24/7, 365 because the outfit running it, they had more money circulating through if they ran all the time, even though the cost was prohibitive. So there are a lot of wonderful things, that shiny city on the side. We've got to be the adults that think about how are we going to get there. So when we do some of these we need to do, we need to stop and think of how we're going to get there and do it in a logical fashion that allows us to avoid some oopses. So that's a cautionary tale. I'm shifting over to elections. We heard how wonderful the election provisions are. We've got letters from all these groups that this is so wonderful. What isn't included? One, bipartisanship. Because there was no inclusion of the concerns about election integrity. And everybody goes, oh, that's 2020. No. When I brought up in committee, it was 2016, 2018, 2008. We had legislative audits of the system that showed errors way before the big social media thing in the last 2 years. We had that presented to the committee years ago. In the report, they were going across here's the election process. These are bad registrations, address issues. When they presented that, legislative auditor presented it, I noticed the numbers seemed to be missing stuff. So I asked, what about HAVA? Remember the federal program to make our election system better, more accessible for voters overseas, soldiers, and it made a better system, and most of the states are doing that. I asked, you're missing at least 18,000 bad registrations. It came out, the Secretary of State's office didn't tell them about it. Well, every one of us and everyone watching can go on the site and see what their state and other states have for bad registrations. And it goes through, this was because somebody died. They had categories. And out of that, they did a sampling audit. But also out of that, I sent a letter to the Secretary of State's office saying, what were the results of verification on these bad registrations? The letter I received said, oh, that's the counties. I sent out to 15 counties, to the county auditors, the election officials in the counties. They were basically the 10 largest, and then others regionally for balance. The reply from the head of the County Auditors Association was, we can't do that. It's not possible. And the end result was nobody was verifying all these thousands upon thousands of bad registrations. So when election bills come forward, I go, we need to have some improvements so the people aren't concerned about election integrity. And again, none of this is stemming from 2 years ago, but it's stemming from a history documented by impartial audits and other sources of information. And so when I presented an amendment saying there's no way when you same-day register to verify that registration, and that we could just actually follow HAVA and ensure everyone gets a ballot to vote. And the provisional ballot is made so no one's disenfranchised. They get a ballot, but there are measures to verify that there isn't some mistake or it's a bad registration. Now, we've got a history documented across multiple election cycles of tens of thousands of bad registrations per the Social Security Administration website that is required to be verifying certain registrations by HAVA. We actually do follow that part of HAVA. And every time we hear about a close race, and we've had them in the House by single digits, by just a few votes. But we've also had statewide races decided by a few hundred or a couple thousand. In other words, if you got 10, 15, 16,000 bad registrations, there is no certainty that you don't have incorrect or illegal votes deciding an election or multiple elections. So I'm disappointed that we haven't done the service to our citizens with the documented issues we've got, with the holes in verification that we haven't taken steps to better ensure the integrity and the confidence in our electoral system. In our committee, the Secretary of State commented when there were some points about ballot harvesting and this, oh no, we've got a log, and we log down, and so you only can bring in those few per person. And I said, show me the logs from any drop box. There are none. So obviously, we had no way of maintaining that integrity, the checks and balances, and the drop boxes. Otherwise, the Secretary of State would have reassured me, no, we've got 12 cameras, we've got all the angles, we can zoom in and tell if you're dropping 1, 3, 5, 10, 15, and we can go ahead and recognize you and make sure that you haven't done that 47 times. So, you know, the one thing about last election is there were a lot of things done different because of the pandemic. But that doesn't mean we continue things that do not have appropriate procedures for election integrity. And I could go on for hours, you know, and those of you that maybe haven't been here for a few terms, we used to go into the morning, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the morning. And I was worried about that earlier when there was a little bit of stepping over the line of how we were treating each other, but I will not take up the 4 or 5 hours I could. I just want to leave you with transportation. Let's look at the future and stop throwing billions at things that have been around for generations. 2, we need to come together and do the appropriate levels of election integrity, verification, and anything with the elections. It's got to be bipartisan. We used to be able to do that, you know. There have been, well, Frank and I have come together and worked on things together. So I know more of us can. So I wish this bill included more of the bipartisan, and I wish this, about $1 billion, was more equally distributed to the future instead of some of the past things that this body has done. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for the discussion. I would like to address just a couple of things regarding particularly the state government portion of the bill and some of the elections provisions. And really, more broadly regarding the state government bill, I want to make sure we understand a couple of things. The state government finance bill is a unique bill in what we do here in the legislative process. And it's because the state government bill literally funds agencies and departments. It's not funding programs. It's not providing housing for people. It's not providing services for people. It is literally funding government. That's what the state government finance bill does. And this bill appropriates an additional $77 million to an already fully funded government without providing a single service to a person. We're just funding government. We've already got a fully funded state budget, but the Democrats are wasting millions of dollars on growing government in this bill. That's what we're doing, growing government in this bill. And interestingly, sadly, they weren't real thoughtful about how they did that in committee. I can't tell you the number of times I was disappointed sitting in committee. You know, often, frankly, we're on the floor today taking up this bill. I already know how I will be voting on this bill. It's a terrible bill. I'm voting no, just to be clear, newsflash. It's a terrible bill. I already know how I'm voting on this bill when we come to the floor here today. However, in committee, we have an opportunity to do real work. We have an opportunity to review bills, dig into the language of bills, look at amendments, have a real discussion about what different amendments mean and how we can make bills better. However, in this committee, as we discuss the state finance bill, I cannot tell you how many times in committee we would bring up questions about the language we were discussing, and we would hear things like, well, that's not my goal. Or, well, that's not what we're talking about today. Well, it's the language of your bill. Of course it's what we're talking about. And those concerns were never actually addressed. Our Democrat friends just pushed it through. They didn't want to have an actual discussion. They didn't want to deal with the actual problems with the language of bills. And we saw this over and over and over again. In this committee particularly, it was bad. And so as I was going through the language of the bill again, you know, there are some real concerns with language that didn't get cleaned up, that are a problem. You know, you look at the, well, first of all, we had a real opportunity earlier today with a couple of amendments. We had a real opportunity to make reforms to ensure that we would have free, fair, and safe elections. We could have added voter ID to this bill. We could have added provisional balloting to this bill. And we could have made real progress towards making sure that our election system in the state of Minnesota is free, fair, and safe for every legal eligible voter in the state of Minnesota. But instead, our Democrat colleagues said, nope, we don't want that. But we are going to use this opportunity in this bill to chill free speech. That's what we're really going to focus on. We are going to focus on preventing individuals and groups from simply sharing information with the public. You know, election and campaign finance laws are complicated. I spend a lot of time working on these issues. They're complicated. But there are really clear lines to distinguish regulated speech. And let that sink in for a moment. We're talking about regulated speech. Now, I know that my colleagues are very uncomfortable with free speech, and so they would like more regulations on free speech. But this is not good for our democracy. This is not good for our democracy to chill free speech. Now, interestingly, so there's a section in the bill on express advocacy, and we've heard different versions of this bill in the past, and I am shocked to say that those versions were actually much better than this version of the bill, because those versions of the bill at least recognized that there are some things that we should be protecting, that there is free speech that we should be protecting. And this version of the bill recognizes none of that. It recognizes none of that. In normal regulated speech, we look for things, we call it the magic words. That's the test, the magic words test. So if you are saying something about somebody who's running for office and you use words like vote for so-and-so, that is very clearly political speech. It's very clearly political speech. But there are other things that we do as a matter of free speech that are not regulated speech. The organizations or individuals do not need to report to the Campaign Finance Board if they're engaged in certain activities. So right now, for example, editorial boards of newspapers are able to interview candidates, make judgments, and let voters know who they think the best candidate is. Newspapers can do that. There are lots of organizations. There are tons of grassroots organizations across the state. Groups like the League of Women Voters, Minnesota Citizens Concerned for Life. I could go on and on. There's tons of these groups. And they do things like provide voter guides to their membership, to people who have interest in similar issues to what they're dealing with. And those voter guides will usually include information on the candidates and just say, this candidate believes XYZ, that candidate believes ABC. This is really important free speech. This is really important free speech. However, this bill will make those things regulated speech. This bill will ensure that these groups, these organizations, now have to report that data to the Campaign Finance Board. Members, this is a dangerous road to go down. This is a really dangerous road to go down. I actually had a constituent, this was a little unusual, it happened one time, but I actually had a constituent take out an ad in the newspaper thanking me for something that I had done. Under this bill, that constituent would become regulated under this bill. That constituent would not have the ability to exercise their right to free speech and do that. Now, I get that that doesn't happen very often, but nonetheless, the language in this bill is dangerous. And again, previous versions of the bill were cautious. They actually recognized that there were things that we should protect. This bill doesn't. This bill doesn't, and it is dangerous. This is not a road we want to go down. There are other things that I could point to where the language is clearly problematic. But again, we didn't want to talk about the language. That's not my goal. Our goal isn't to regulate those groups, those individuals. Well, maybe that's not your goal, but that's what your language does. That's what your language does, and it's dangerous. This language limits free speech of individuals and groups. That is enough reason alone, members, to vote no on this bill. And again, in addition to the fact that we are growing government, not even programs. We're not talking about programs that help Minnesotans. We're talking about government. We're growing government by $77 million in this bill. Members, vote no.
I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to take a little bit different approach. How many here were here serving in the legislature in 2007? Just raise your hand. Just a handful of you. That was my first term in 2007. And in a few months, I'll be out the door because I am retiring. But as most of you know, one area that I've really centered my time here in the legislature was improving legislation, improving the opportunities for our veterans. And I think we've accomplished quite a bit over 16 years. But I've had a flashback. And it takes me back to Article 4, Section 17 of our Constitution. I remember when I was a freshman, my first time looking at an omnibus bill. I had no idea what an omnibus bill was. And I started looking at it, and then I pulled out our Constitution, and I stood up. Madam Speaker, why are we debating this bill? It's unconstitutional. It's supposed to be a single subject bill. Of course, then somebody across the other aisle said, well, when you were in the majority, you did the same thing. And they're right. Maybe it's about time that we take a good look at these omnibus bills and look at what's really important in getting legislation through the state legislature here. I can remember just this past week, Veterans on the Hill. We had the place packed there over at the Capitol in the Rotunda. And I got to speak, Chair Eklund got to speak, the governor got to speak, we had different people that were speaking. And a young man, Trent Dilks, he's the head of the Department of Disabled American Veterans. And he got everybody fired up about having a single omnibus bill for veterans. And I think Chair Eklund agrees with me. I think the governor actually said if he was given a omnibus bill for veterans, he would sign it the next day. This bill that we have in front of us right now is unconstitutional. I believe if we would have had a veterans bill, omnibus bill come forward, it'd be out the door, it'd be over to the Senate. Now the Senate's got to work on some things too. But at least it'll go to conference committee and we get things done for our veterans community. But I remember back a few years ago, I think Representative Murphy remembers this. I put together a omnibus bill just for veterans. It had everything in it. And I got a meeting with Governor Dayton and my staff that put the bill together, and Representative Murphy was there, and we went through each article of that bill, step by step. You know, Governor Dayton looked at me sitting across the table from him, and he says, Representative Detmer, this kind of looks good. It's a good deal. And I said, yes, Governor, you're the commander-in-chief. And then he looks over to Representative Murphy, and he said, Representative Murphy, what do you think about this? And I think Representative Murphy, you remember what you said, well, Governor, I would like to have the veterans bill in my state government finance bill so people vote for my bill. And she's honest. I respect you, Representative Murphy, I respect you. So this is something that's been on my mind for years, that we should be treating our veterans and our community, not using them as a toy to put in other bills to get people to vote for our bills. I'm sincere. I really believe that we are doing the wrong thing for our veterans. You know, I really believe that our veterans are starting to speak with one voice. That was one of my speeches years ago on Vets on the Hill in the Rotunda. You know, we have 8 different organizations, chartered organizations for veterans from the federal government, like the American Legion, VFW, Purple Heart, and so forth. There's 8 of them. And they were all coming to my office when I was in the majority and chairing the Veterans Committee, and they all had this, they all want that, you know, da 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 da. Finally, in the Rotunda, I said, you all need to be speaking with one voice. And you know what happened in 2016? We got rid of the tax on the veterans' pensions, the state tax. And there's been other pieces of legislation that we've been able to get through, with surviving spouses and so forth. You know, Chair Eklund, I really enjoyed working with you. We don't always agree on everything, but that's okay, because we respect each other. And I just got some information from Department of Veterans Affairs. I also got a note from the TAG, the Adjutant General's office, and they are very happy that some of the things that are involved in this veterans bill, and it's doing some good things for our community of veterans. You know, there's a little over 300,000 veterans that live in Minnesota. And I'm encourage all of you to think about those who have served our state and our nation. They're your neighbors, they're your friends, they could be your families. They come from all corners of the state. And they were willing to raise their hand to swear an oath and put on the uniform and answer the call to serve. We've been very blessed in this state. We've had some good leadership within our veterans population. And as a state, I feel that we're doing our best, and other states are looking at Minnesota and how we're doing the work to support our community of veterans. You know, there's 87 counties. I know one of the big things for this year's bill was to get rid of homelessness and veterans. Chair Eklund has been a leader in that. Right now, the last number I saw, we're down to about 156, 157 homeless veterans. There's, of the 87 counties, there's several that don't have any homeless veterans anymore. We're starting to accomplish what we set out to do. Veteran suicide is another thing that we have been working on. You know, a little bit about my family, and I've served 25 years. My wife and I have twin sons that got 21 years in. after West Point, multiple deployments. My father, World War II. My mother's father, World War I. And if you have not visited any of the veterans' homes, or if you haven't visited your local VFW or an American Legion, do so. And just talk to some of the veterans. So, Chair Eklund, thank you for allowing me to work with you. It's not a perfect bill, you know that. But things are going to happen when it goes to hopefully conference committee, and hopefully someday here in the state of Minnesota we'll have an omnibus bill just for our veterans. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make some comments regarding the transportation portion of this rather large, extensive bill. I kind of share some of the feelings of Representative Detmer that maybe we shouldn't do so much at once, but here we are. First, I need to thank Chair Hornstein. He mentioned the corridors of commerce language that I was able to author, and he graciously accepted into his bill, I believe, without any changes. So I thank the chair for that. But there's some things missing from this bill that should have been there and aren't there. And the first of those actually relates directly to corridors of commerce funding. There is none in this bill. It was left out. Another important issue area is the Transportation Economic Development Fund. It's a fund administered by deed that funds, some rather special projects around the state. It's a grant fund that is applied for. No funding for that. It funds some great projects that otherwise don't get money. I'm a big fan of our short line railroads. We've talked a lot about railroads today, but we haven't talked about the short line railroads. Those are the ones that really supply services to much of greater Minnesota and also allow those goods that are produced in greater Minnesota to be delivered to the areas where they can get on the first line railroads. We have short line railroads up on the Iron Range that get iron ore from the mines to the shores of Lake Superior so it can be shipped. There's a huge need for infrastructure investment in the short line railroad system. We've done some of that over the years, but we haven't done nearly enough. There's a need has been identified of about $250 million. I had a bill for $10 million. In this bill, there is $1 million. At that rate, it's going to take a very long time to catch up with the work that needs to be done on these short line railroads that are important to all of Minnesota. There's even short line railroads right here in the metropolitan area. The Progressive Rail in Lakeville and Minnesota Commercial if you pay attention to the railroads around the Twin Cities, you might see them go by moving goods through the metropolitan area. Another issue that I think I need to talk about a little bit is this report card. I believe it just came out today from the Association of Civil Engineers. They produce this every year or every other year, and they grade Minnesota's transportation system. We typically get very poor grades. But it's important to remember that for the most part, that report card is looking at what things will look like 10 years from now. They're really not evaluating the current system, and not that we don't have issues, we have some, but they're anticipating what would happen. And really what they're telling us is we need to get the work done. We need to get the funding in place so that we can actually do the work that needs to be done on our transportation system. And I'm all for that, but don't think that our water, wastewater, and transportation are actually in bad shape. Finally, there's another project that I really have to mention because we haven't talked about it enough today, and that's the Southwest Light Rail project. We've talked about it quite a bit here on the House floor. We talked about it in committee. Chair Zelli came to the committee and talked to us and told us that this project is short by somewhere around $550 million. And I asked Chair Zelli, I said, Chair Zelli, where the heck are you going to get the money? And he doesn't know. But he does know that this project cannot be shut down. This project has to move forward, but he doesn't know where the heck he's going to get the money. And nothing in this bill does anything to tell us or help him find a place to get the money. We've talked about light rail quite a bit today. I'm not opposed to rail transit projects. I've ridden them in many places around the world. Subways, trains, get people where they need to go. But we have to invest wisely, and we haven't been able to do that, and we need to figure out how to do that. We talked about the Blue Line extension, and should we move ahead quickly with that? I really don't think we should until we understand why this Southwest Light Rail project, where we've invested, it's the largest public investment in the history of the state of Minnesota. It was supposed to be up and running now. It's not going to be up and running until 2027. We have billions of dollars invested in infrastructure in Southwest Twin Cities that is doing absolutely nothing for anyone. It's not moving one person from point A to point B. It's not generating $1 of fare revenue. It's a big pile of money sitting there doing nothing, and we don't know when it might start actually doing what it's supposed to do. Members, we can do better. The state of Minnesota needs to invest wisely. Transportation is important. I thank Chair Hornstein for his work. He's been a pleasure to work with through the years. We've traded chairs in the committee room, but there are some issues this bill falls short on, and I cannot vote green today. Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to also just briefly touch base on something that my seatmate here talked about, and that is the combining of these bills. We didn't hear much about that earlier, but you know, it's very unfortunate that we believe that we can't accomplish these bills and getting them through conference committee without combining them. I remember my first few terms in which we were here till midnight almost every night once we got the omnibus bills going, and many times till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning to try and get them done. Why? Because we felt the importance of getting the job done. We knew we needed to do the work. It wasn't about expediency to get a vote. It was about doing the people's business and actually negotiating, debating, arguing sometimes over those bills until we got to a point where we could actually vote on them. And I am disappointed that we have 4 bills being pushed together. We got the veterans, we got pensions, we got state government and transportation all being put together. I think that's short-sighted. And I do believe that if leadership would reconsider that, we could get some bills out. Veterans are one of those that I think we could run by itself and get out of conference committee very quickly. I don't think it's necessary for us to put it together. However, I am going to keep the rest of my speech to transportation, and I'm not offering an amendment, so I think I'm okay to keep talking. So we'll continue on with that. We have something that's not in this bill, and I think we referred to it earlier, that I think we are starting to get some agreement on, and that happens to be the 100% of the sales tax and auto parts needs to come from the general fund and put into transportation. Chair Hornstein and I have spent a lot of time talking about that. As he said, he's warmed up to the idea and actually got it passed out of his committee. Unfortunately, he wasn't given a large enough target to actually be able to keep it in the transportation bill, sent it off to the tax bill, where it, as my colleague Representative David says, it happened not a slow death, but a very quick one. It just didn't go anywhere after that. But it's important for us to know that transportation is not just about people that are driving cars. It's about every man, woman, and child in the state of Minnesota is dependent upon the roads and transportation system, whether it's airports or I don't know if it's me or not. So I'm not sure if it's. Try that. Is that better? We'll see. It's about all the other transportation issues that we have moving forward. We have ports in which we get things from overseas, in which we send things overseas. It's airports and airplanes and all of that transportation. It's railroads that bring most of our freight through as well. And then, of course, we have the trucks and other things, along with all the other smaller vehicles that deliver all of our Amazon packages that we all want to get from time to time. So it's important to know that transportation impacts every one of us. It needs to have a place at the table to divvy up the general fund dollars as well. That's one of the things that would have helped with the auto parts sales tax, because not only did it give us a shot, but it also gives us a potential for increasing dollars throughout the years, not reduction or keeping the same that gasoline taxes does. So that's one of the things that I think was really short and was something that we missed an opportunity to do this year. And I hope that we will get that done in next year as well. There are some good things in this bill. Some of the things that I've worked on, with Chair Hornstein as well. One of those is salvage title. That really eliminates the loophole for title washing that came from out of state, in which consumers were not aware of some of the damage to their vehicles. It really was a full disclosure piece that we worked on over the summer, and we're able to come back and get that into the bill. Another one that I worked with legal aid on was trying to get the opportunity for those that are homeless or those that are low income to be able to get their personal property out of towed vehicles when that may be the only thing that they have in the world. And so I appreciated working with that. Representative Torkelson didn't talk a lot about his work on corridors of commerce and redesigning that whole program to something in which even townships and counties, even the Department of Transportation really liked. And so I appreciate getting that in the bill, and thank you, Representative Torkelson, for doing all that work. We had a committee, independent study group that worked on deputy register reimbursements and so forth, and that's in this bill to help deputy registers recover from the fiasco of MNLARS when they had to deal with that for those 2-3 years in which it was a tremendous amount of work. They got no reimbursement for it, and a lot of them went into major debt in order to just keep their businesses going. There is parts in this bill that really help. Well, those are the good things. There are some other things that I really have concerns about in this bill. There are disappointments. They give me heartburn. Some of them, and I think Representative Olson talked about that, that is a Traffic Safety Council versus the Towards Zero Deaths, versus even the group that was before that. My concern isn't about that we shouldn't have some work done on safety. It's about whether or not we need to do it maybe a little bit differently, or at least we shouldn't do 2 or 3 different committees. Let's sunset one of them before we start something new, and let's work on those improvements. So that is a concern that I have. The new Safety Council has got lots of people involved, but legislators are a small minority of that. I think that may be a little bit of an issue. The other issue that I think has an issue that I have with it has to do around the amount of trains and other passenger rail programs that are there. It's not that we shouldn't do those programs. The issue is the fact that when the constitutional amendment was put in place to fund transit throughout the state, there was an expectation that that was the funding that was going to be necessary for our public transit, just like the gas tax was expected to be the full funding of roads and bridges. Now, roads and bridges, as well as now MVEST and other things, have grown a little bit, but it was designed to be a user fee for the roads and bridges and for those that are driving their vehicles on them. I think there was an expectation that there was going to be a higher involvement from those people that were using the transit system rather than being just a 20 or 25% fare box recovery, that there would actually be more dollars paid by those individuals that are using it. And I understand that there are a lot of people, low income, those that have difficulty, that maybe have lost their jobs, that we need to subsidize their transportation. But I have said this in past years, and I'm going to say it again. When we help low income and those that are less fortunate with subsidies for housing, for example, or food, we don't subsidize the entire industry, right? We subsidize the individual to help them fund it so that the rest can pay their fair share. Well, in this case, we're subsidizing the industry to keep it affordable for the low income, while those that can afford to pay more aren't. That's a higher tax cost to the individual, as well as the fact that a lot of that money that's subsidizing that is coming out of those that thought were paying all these fees for their vehicles. We're going to go to roads and bridges, and now it's going to transit to people that aren't going to be driving on those roads and bridges and are not putting dollars into roads and bridges. In addition to all of that, I think everybody needs to understand that the Met Council has over $500 million sitting in reserve from the last 3 rounds of dollars coming from the federal government. CARES Act, the very first one, they still have money left over from that. They haven't even spent it all yet. And so here we are, we're trying to subsidize additional funding for transit when Met Council, at least in the metropolitan area, is sitting on over $500 million of federal funds. That's not $5 million, it's $500 million, and that doesn't even include the IIJA, primarily because we don't know exactly how it's going to come to us yet, or come to them yet, but there's a lot of dollars that's set for transit and work for that. So that kind of begs the question, why are we not emphasizing and setting up more dollars for roads and bridges and infrastructure that are one-time issues rather than ongoing expenses? Another issue that I think has a little bit of a problem in this bill has to do with the habitat along the roads and bridges to help with habitat for animals and insects and others, which I think is a great idea for us to promote healthy insects and healthy bio kind of the systems that actually help with pollinators and so forth. The problem is that when those same things that are generating and using that habitat, when they come up against a collision with a car, they always lose. And so I just have a little bit of concern for that. As some of you may remember, years ago, there was a push to have a lot of pollinator habitat along walking trails until we realized that bees are those pollinators, and a lot of people are allergic to bee stings. We don't really want them there. We actually thought about having bee crossing signs, right, to help people understand that there are bees coming there. Well, that's not very smart. So I think that is something that we need to consider, whether or not this should be bee habitat or animal habitat, or if we just want to have a growth in prairie grass and other things. And I don't think that was vetted out very well. I think it was just thrown in. The last piece that I'll probably talk about that has concern in this bill revolves around electric vehicles charging stations. Now, I want you all to understand I'm not against them. What I am against is how we locate them and whether or not state government ought to be providing that service. When we look at the infrastructure for roads and bridges and the Constitution of Minnesota, I think we are responsible for providing the infrastructure for people to drive, but this is not would be the same thing as this if we should be government responsible for supporting and controlling gas stations, and that we own gas stations out there. We don't think that's a good idea. I don't think electric charging stations should be owned by the state or run by the state either. And instead of working at programs to help develop the infrastructure by private business that understand how to keep the stations open, how to provide the infrastructure, instead we just put in dollars for charging stations and things like rest stops and other things that the public might use. But the reality is how many of you think you will stop at a rest stop to charge your vehicle when it would be more advantageous for you to go to a gas station or convenience store and also then be able to get some refreshments and other things and kind of actually relax, or to go home where the electricity is probably going to be cheaper. We don't know exactly where electric vehicles are going to go into the future. We know that they're going to continue to grow, but the concern is that we have already decided what we're going to do and that government's going to be involved, and I think that's really the wrong way to go about it. So in closing, we have a lot of concerns about how we're going to prioritize the federal funds. We have concern about how we're prioritizing our funding for trains and other things which are very fun to ride on, but we have to be fiduciarily responsible for the dollars that our constituents have given us. And I have concerns that we're doing that. So whereas there are a lot of good things in this bill, Mr. Chair, and I have appreciated the work that you and I have done together. You and I have great respect for each other and have worked a lot over the summer and the year in order to get some of the bills through. I will still continue to do that. I appreciate your honesty, and I hope that you feel that about me as well. But I will be, as you put it, a friendly no today. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Nelson, I do enjoy working with you, and like Representative Cagle, who's not here, I showed up here not thinking that I would love state government finance, and I think some of the early days when we were talking to a certain state auditor, that might have made it extra fun, Representative Albright, but it was a good time. But I've seen these bills get built, and I've seen good things in them, and there are good things in this bill. And I've seen bad things in the bill, and there are bad things. But Chair Nelson, you and I have, I'd say, a very good working relationship. For those of you that don't know, we do talk on the phone. We'll talk about how the week is going to go. We'll talk about how do we navigate certain things. We both have the ever eternal question, how do we handle the Senate, because they're mysterious and weird. But I want to talk about some of the history of how we got some of the things that we have here. And Representative Bonner touched on it earlier. Almost 8 years ago, I began talking about the need to have something like the Technology Advisory Committee. I started talking about having a need for a governor's blue ribbon council on IT. And those were the days that most of you threw me out of your office when I would stop by and knock on your door and they said, oh, dear God, he wants to talk about technology. Please leave. Now you just say, please leave. But what we have now seen as a result of those efforts is this, that we have we've been through the Governor's Blue Ribbon Council on Technology, and we've now moved on to the Technology Advisory Committee. We have, in the making, we have a Legislative Council on Cybersecurity where many of us will get to actually learn what's going on behind the scenes. That's not ever been done before, and some of these things, that last one that I mentioned, they're not being done anywhere else in other legislatures, because I serve on some NCSL conferences and they say this is cutting edge stuff. So I will say that folks like Representative Bonner and Representative Elkins, Representative Neuer, Representative Lucero and I, do we get a little nerdy sometimes? Yeah. Do you glaze over and want to go out and do anything other than listen to us? Yeah, we know. But when you understand what the importance of cybersecurity is to our state, how people who are not our friends, either they're hacktivists or they're nation states, or they want to break what we have. They want to take us down. That is a well-known fact. So you've got a handful of legislators and some chairs who are long-suffering. I remember getting Chair Nelson to do my Cloud First bill, and it's paid dividends. It's done really, really good because we've shrunk the cost of government through utilization of cloud. These are all good things. So those are the good parts of a lot of this bill. We have worked together. So Representative Bonner and I are on the Technology Advisory Committee, and we actually say good things about each other. And everyone writes it down. Dear Diary, she said something nice about Nash. Dear Diary, he said something good about Bonner. But we're actually helping our state, and we're committed to that. So that's the good part about this bill. So you've got some other good things in here. Mr. Chair, I appreciate you bringing forward my bill to make the absentee ballot request process make more sense. Because all of us have gotten those frantic phone calls from people that said, they're sending me real ballots, and we all say, well, probably not. But this will make it a little more clear, and it will say on the outside of the envelope, this is not an actual ballot, and that should help some people not lose their minds in November when we see that. Chair Eklund, I appreciate you having the money in this bill for LCS 21 commissioning. I've talked about it before, but members, we have a naval vessel that is being named after our two largest cities. It is the Minneapolis-St. Paul. That's going to be held, commissioning is going to be held up in Duluth, and you all are invited. If you haven't checked your email, there is a request from what's called the Big Navy, so Navy in Washington. They've sent you an invitation. Please come. Please come. Whether you are a fan of the military or not, you are a fan of this state, that is a celebration of something very, very important. And Representative Detmer is not here right now, but I think he would echo that. And he would agree that Navy is better than Army. Well, maybe he wouldn't, but it is. So you've got all these great things. Thank you to the chairs. But then we have the bad stuff. When I arrived here, I was told that there was an expectation that elections policy would, if it was controversial, run on its own. That was the expectation of both the governor and now our current governor. Sadly, under former Chair Dean and now today, we have policy in this omnibus bill that is partisan. Representative New Brindley talked about some of it just a little bit ago. There are other provisions in here that are very partisan. And when we were in committee, we talked about how we did not appreciate it, we didn't like it, we didn't support it, and we didn't vote for it. But it's in the bill. That is the regrettable part of omnibus bills. And I don't know where along the way the wheel fell off the bus, but we have to get back to the point where we say, if you have an elections bill that you think, because you're in the majority, whether it's you all or us, and you think it's the greatest thing since ice cream, run it on the floor by yourself. Run it on its own. Stand up and do that. And then on the omnibus bills, let it be the policy that we all agree on, so that we can stand side by side and say, you know what, we believe, folks like Representative Greenman, who just came back on the floor, if we have elections bill policy that is benign, let us stand side by side and say, we both agree that this is what's best. Mr. Speaker, there's a little bit of noise.
Or into the rotunda, and if you are having conversations in the alcoves and being too loud, please go to the rotunda. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But if there is elections policy that is something that both sides agree on, that's what should be in an omnibus bill. You know, when we come back in the majority, we'll probably run things that you guys will hate. You'll have things that we would hate. Run them on their own. Run them on their own. I missed one other thing that I liked very much, and I hope Representative Gomez is listening. And even the lieutenant governor, when she was a member here, we worked to get several things passed into law that the cosmetology board absolutely hates. And I should have thought to bring some cosmetology cookies to celebrate that we do have something in here. But Mr. Chair, the hair-only license, that's great. Because what does that do? That allows people who just want to do a very narrowly prescriptive, defined business, and a lot of them are minority women who are trying to lift themselves up. That's a good thing. And we all voted for that. That sailed out of committee, and it was just like that, because we all agreed that's what we're here to do. And we all did it over the objection of the cosmetology board. That was wonderful. I wrote that down. That's a good thing. But members, you know, I wish Representative Detmer was still here. I'm going to miss him a lot. He's a good man. What we have done to his last Veterans Omnibus bill is we've jammed it in with a bunch of other stuff. Representative Detmer, we're talking about you. What you have deprived this man of is years here at the legislature fighting for veterans issues, and all the guy wants, and what I think a lot of you want, is let the veterans bill be much like that nonpartisan election bill. Fly it solo, because then you can say to the veterans, we know what you needed. We listened, we brought it forward, we worked it through committee, we got it onto the floor, we got it off to the floor, all on its own. But instead, you've got a guy who goes through the mental gymnastics of, can I vote for this and still look at myself in the mirror? And the answer on a bill like this is, no, I can't. And I want you to think about what that does to a person like Representative Bob Detmer. Please think about that, because that's probably the worst part of this bill. That a guy that has poured himself into veterans issues is going to vote no on your bill. You know, if you played baseball like I did, there are times you're going to strike out, and sometimes you strike out swinging. But the worst strikeout is when you leave the bat on your shoulder and you watch the pitch go by. And I think that's what's happened here. That on issues that are important to the state of Minnesota, like elections, like the Veterans Omnibus bill, you left the bat on your shoulder and you just let the pitch go by. And you've heard me say this before, and I'll say it again. And for those of you who are thinking about going over there, it pains me to say thank God for the Senate, because a lot of this stuff, once it hits the table in conference committee, it's gone. And then we can come back and have an honest, frank conversation about what's the best thing to do on behalf of Minnesota. Because this bill isn't it. Take the bat off your shoulder. Members, vote red.
I recognize the member from Koochiching, Representative Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Interesting conversations today. I'll start off by saying the veterans portion of this bill is good. It's good enough to make you vote for the rest of this great bill if you have it in your, if you so feel like it. But a few things I want to talk about. The veterans portion of this bill passed from the committee 13-0. But then today, and my committee members are fine, we've had a lot of raucous discussions at some points, but they voted for it. Never expressed a concern about veterans' homelessness, never expressed a concern about the money we're spending on veterans' suicide. 13-0, just like every other bill, veterans bill, that passed out of the Veterans and Labor Committee. Now, the labor portions, we'll talk about that next week. They didn't always go so well, but that's a different subject. Representative Bliss, the rainy day fund is fully funded statutorily. We are leaving a nest egg. We are leaving the nest egg that we are legally responsible to do. Oh, maybe it was Representative Poston. Okay, doesn't matter. Sorry about that, Representative Bliss. And I've heard about an omnibus bill for the veterans over and over and over again. And I've also heard Thank God for the Senate. Has anybody taken a look at what the Senate Veterans Bill looks like? I think there's $1 million for signing bonuses for the National Guard, and that's about it. So, and then the other thing about thank God for the Senate, or I should say the other body, is the Veterans Policy Committee is what they are. They're not allowed to have the finance. So the two committees wouldn't match up. I wish they would, Representative Detmer. I wish we could do a Veterans Omnibus Bill, and that's something for leadership to talk about going down the road. If we're going to do a Veterans Omnibus Bill, then we got to talk to the leaders in the other body, because when I was first fortunate enough to be given the charge of taking care of this Veterans Committee, that's the first thing I asked the Speaker. And she said, I'd love to do a Veterans Omnibus Bill. That's what we should be doing, because it should be nonpartisan. We've got a lot of good stuff going in this Veterans Bill. $10 million for veterans homelessness. And you know what? It's worth every penny. Because if we have a homeless vet out there anywhere, we should take care of them. We should honor what they did for our country and not let one veteran be homeless. Veteran suicide, I don't know, $2.some million. I insisted that that be part of the package because, as I said in my opening comments, when you have 7 suicides in your district in the last 7 months, that is too much. So I will not shy away from funding anything for veterans homelessness or veteran suicide, because that has been my priority since I was given charge of this committee from day one. Representative Bliss, you asked, I think it was you this time, you asked about the bonuses for our 9/11 veterans. We've done that for every conflict. The state of Minnesota has rewarded their veterans, and we're going to do it again. Yeah, the governor asked for $40 million. What we did is we took a look at what happened when we funded the Persian Gulf veterans, and about 60% actually applied for the bonus. So if you look at $25 million, that's about 62.3%, if I did my math right, and I wasn't the best math student going through school, but I'm pretty close anyway. So we made sure that we had enough to cover it. And if not, then the next legislature will have to take care of it. Members, it's been an honor for me to chair this Veterans Committee for the past 4 years. And I'm hopeful when I come back next year that I'll still be chairing the Veterans Committee. That's my plan. And one last thing we talk about, Representative Detmer brought up the eight different groups. This bill has almost all the priorities of the Commander's Task Force. If we missed out on a couple, it's just because we were short on funding. But the Commander's Task Force makes the recommendations, and if you ask Mr. Dilks, who is trying to coordinate to get this thing in an omnibus bill, he would be very happy with the components that we put into this bill. So members, this is a great Veterans Omnibus Bill, and it makes a good bill better. Please vote green.
Members, please take your conversations into the alcoves or the retiring room or the rotunda. Thank you. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. Thank you, Representative Petersburg, for your kind comments. I see Representative Nash. I want to be on the record here. I have to correct a statement I made earlier that light rail provision was his. It was in Representative Torkelson's bill. So just for the record, I want to correct that. Thank you, Representative Nash. Members, we are approaching the 15th anniversary of the collapse of the I-35W bridge. That was really a wake-up call for ourselves, for our state and the country in terms of the state of our infrastructure. And Representative Torkelson mentioned this report card that was released just this morning. And I believe Representative Erdahl has a bag full of them, so you should pick up this brochure. But I wanted to just mention a few of the grades we got here in Minnesota. Bridges, we got a C. Transit, C-. Roads, D+. We can do better than that. We approach transportation in this bill with an eye to raise these grades. We have support for bridges, $80 million of trunk highway. We have support for transit, and we have support for roads. But the most important thing in this bill is Representative Cagle's provision to match those federal funds. Here is the #1 recommendation from the Association of Civil Engineers that put forward this report card. #1, it says, if Minnesota is ready to improve our infrastructure, ASCE has some suggestions to start raising the grade. #1, significant federal funding is available through the bipartisan infrastructure law to rehabilitate the surface transportation system. And so they recommend that we maximize our ability to access those funds. We do that in this bill. I also wanted to thank a number of members who have important provisions in this bill. Representative Cagle, Vice Chair Cagle, did mention the fact that we have an important position in this bill on climate. Members, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change came out with yet another very, very concerning report and warning just a couple of weeks ago. We really have until 2025 to bring down and reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. As Representative Cagle said, transportation is the #1 source. So we have several bills incorporated in this legislation to address the need to reduce greenhouse gases in the transportation sector. Representative Jordan has an important bill that combines a number of transit improvement provisions. Of course, Representative Cagle's bill on the Infrastructure Act does that. Representative Hansen's bill on habitat, very important. And Representative Lippert has living snow fences, which are really, really critical. Planting trees, that's something we did in the New Deal to help out, and we're doing that again in this bill. It is a balanced bill, as I said, roads, bridges, transit, and non-motorized transportation that's referred to in this bill, active transportation. Members, we have had in the last 5 years in Minnesota 241 pedestrian deaths, 4,368 injuries. It is absolutely critical that we address that issue, in addition to the 502 people that have been killed in traffic crashes. And so that's why safety is paramount in this bill, and we have a very high priority for that. Active transportation, non-motorized transportation, it's just 1/4% of what we spend on transportation, but it makes a huge difference in terms of safety and in terms of our quality of life. And so last night at the conclusion of the combined bill that involved housing and agriculture and other items, Chair Hausman talked about at its core, these bills are about people and about their stories, not simply about the spreadsheets. And so I want to conclude with a sad story, but I hope it will inspire us to do better. So this is about a friend of mine named Larry Gibson. Larry was a member of our faith community where my wife is a rabbi, Temple Israel. And I think each of us has a Larry Gibson among our constituents, the kind of person that'll just stop us. He would, after Friday night Sabbath services, he always wanted to say hi This is an issue I'm concerned about. You need to do this. You shouldn't do that, right? We all have someone special in our constituency that likes to engage with us. He was that kind of a person, a mensch, as we say in Yiddish. And so at the age of 79, he was walking, he was a constituent of mine. He was walking in downtown Minneapolis, not far from where he lived, to pick up his car that was being repaired at a Firestone car repair facility down in downtown Minneapolis on 11th Street. Some of you may know it. Crossing the street to get his car, instantly killed when a car hit him, simply crossing the street. So we have many Larry Gibsons that we mourn, just tragic and senseless deaths because our traffic and road infrastructure needs improvement. And of course, we have many drivers that need to be a lot more careful and a lot more cautious and slow down when they're driving. So it's a combination of things that we address in this bill. So I want to remember Larry Gibson right now and hold him close in my heart, because we don't want any more Larry Gibsons to be killed in such a way. So members, thank you for a good discussion. And again, Representative Petersburg, thank you for your kind words. Representative Cagle, thank you for your leadership on the committee. I also want to thank Representative Richardson for actually bringing this pedestrian safety issue to my attention, the committee's attention. We had several hearings on it, and I think that really led to some of the work that's been done in our bill on this issue. So I ask for a green vote. I thank you for a good debate. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I think we have one more speech here. Thank you so much.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, the author of the bill, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to start off by thanking Representative Davids for, I'm glad that word of the day calendar worked out for you. I learned a new word today. It's been a long debate today and a few contentious issues. But let's bring us back to the bill, the state government finance bill. Of the $77 million that we were given as a target, the majority of this is not new programs, but actually the majority of this is money to upgrade our computer systems, our IT systems, and our cybersecurity throughout the system. The Department of Administration has their ERP systems, which are their payroll, their recruiting solutions, their statewide integrated, the SWIFT system, that's the integrated financial tools, their data warehouses. I mean, those are the things that make the backbone of makes our government work and makes our government work with all the people they interact with. And we're using that money to invest in those systems, to bring them up to date so that we can move forward, and again, to make them more secure so we don't have to deal with hackers. We got money for the legislature, $16.9 million. $14 million of that is, again, for new systems. It's for the reviser statute. These 5,000 bills that we've drawn this session are, the reviser statute does that. The computer system they have is out of date. They can't get it upgraded. They're moving to a new system, and that's what that money is for, the majority of that money. There's also money in here and all through here with the Secretary of State, a chief technology or chief information officer to deal with their computer systems, their computer security, the computer security of our election systems. That's what's in this bill. Minute has a large portion here again for upgrading their systems, upgrading systems across all of our departments. And again, cybersecurity. The big threat out there is cybersecurity, and that's what this bill, the majority of this money, like I said, of the $77 million, $50 million of it is for cybersecurity and computer upgrades. We're not adding new programs. Another large portion of this bill is retention of our employees and recruitment of new employees. Like a lot of employers right now, we are having trouble getting people to come to want to work for government, because the pay that we give is not up to snuff to what's out there and some of the outside jobs out there, and what some of the people that can make working in those outside jobs. Some of our great staff that we always stand up here and talk, the people at the front desk, the people that help us write these bills, a lot of them can walk out the door and get a job tomorrow and make a lot more money than they're making here. But they're dedicated staff and they're great people, and they make us and they make this institution work, and they make our government work for the people of Minnesota. And that's a lot of this, like I said, a lot of that's not going for computers and computer upgrades is going to make sure that we can retain some of that staff so that they can be here to work on the things we need to do. Earlier, we also had a large discussion, and I know we had a good time on the other side of the aisle dealing with, I'm going to cancel that. I want to pull this up here. When we were talking about the state DFL convention and requiring an ID, and I contacted, now my phone's acting up because I texted my good friend Ken Martin, and I say good friend because I worked with him for a while. When I was the business agent for the Carpenters, he was working for us. And I asked why the ID required for the convention. And he came back, it's for security reasons, not for voting purposes. We have had credible threats against our elected officials, that's us, and against him. And as a result, we have hired a security firm who recommended that we require the IDs to get a credential. It's not the ID to vote, it's an ID when you're checking in to get your credentials so that they know who's there. That's what the ID is there for. In the past, we've never done that, but because of the current situation that's out there, and we talked a little bit about that, that's parts of it in the election bill, is security for our election people so that these 40,000 volunteers that we get to run our elections, the election judges, the county auditors, those people that run the elections, they've been getting credible threats, and then we're having trouble getting those people to volunteer to step up and do it because they're getting threatened with the current nature of things that are going out there in the world. That a lot of these people are getting threatened, and that's what we put in this bill. Again, that's why they're requiring IDs down there. So members, this isn't a perfect bill. There's no bill that we got that is. There's things in here that some of us really love. There's things in here that some of us aren't so happy about. But overall, I'd say this is a good bill. And members, with that, I ask for your green vote and get this to conference. And hopefully when we come back from conference, we'll have a better bill between the two chambers.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Would the clerk please call the names of the members who have not yet voted?
Bo.
Bo votes no.
Bo, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. Hanson, J.
Hanson J. I.
Hanson, J. I. Hassan.
Hassan I.
Hassan, I. Hausman.
Hausman I.
Hausman, I. Morrison.
Morrison I.
Morrison, I. Schumacher.
Schumacher, no.
Schumacher, no. Schultz.
Schultz I.
Schultz, I. Swazinski.
Swazinski, no.
Swazinski, no. Thompson.
Yes.
Thompson, I.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 63 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to.